In the dull and commonplace occurrences of day-to-day living, one thing stands out as a completely unique experience. Colt 45 malt liquor. In the dull and commonplace occurrences of day-to-day living, one thing stands out as a completely unique experience. Colt 45 malt liquor.
Believe it or not, we have over a mile of inspectors at the Volkswagen factory. More than 7,000 men who have only one job: to keep an eye on the way Volkswagens are made. And there's no nonsense about them. They reject a Volkswagen, or part of a Volkswagen, for little things you might never even see. And when one of our inspectors says no, it's no. That's why you'll never find so much as a blob of paint or a stitch out of place on a new Volkswagen. An inspector finds it first. Frankly, not every car we make makes it. But any car that gets to the end of that long line of inspectors is a Volkswagen.
This is the art season in New York. At the Metropolitan, the Guggenheim, the new Whitney Museum, Museum of Modern Art, and here at the elegant Wally F. Art Galleries, where art lovers see a show that marries art with fashion. This abstraction, called Caperland No. 1, is not a painting and it's not on canvas. It's printed on Caperland nylon and can be worn. So fashion models walk through the art galleries wearing chic dresses in the same prints that are framed to hang on the walls like old masters. And what's more, this art is washable. Leading dress designers think the bigger, the bolder, the wilder the print, the more artistic the dress, such as the dresses styled by Cobb's Corner. And the same bold prints look even more so in dresses for little girls by Tiny Town Togs. But is it really art? Or is it just another fashion fad? Maybe it's both, now that a posh art gallery gives its nod of approval to the print explosion in fashion today. This is the art season in New York. At the Metropolitan, the Guggenheim, the new Whitney Museum, Museum of Modern Art, and here at the elegant Wally F. Art Galleries, where art lovers see a show that marries art with fashion. This abstraction, called Caperland No. 1, is not a painting and it's not on canvas. It's printed on Caperland nylon and can be worn. So fashion models walk through the art galleries wearing chic dresses in the same prints that are framed to hang on the walls like old masters. And what's more, this art is washable. Leading dress designers think the bigger, the bolder, the wilder the print, the more artistic the dress, such as the dresses styled by Cobb's Corner. And the same bold prints look even more so in dresses for little girls by tiny town togs. But is it really art? Or is it just another fashion fad? Maybe it's both. Now that a posh art gallery gives its nod of approval to the print explosion in fashion today.
This is soap. You can wash your face with it. It can make your face feel nice and fresh and clean and dry. This is cleansing cream. You can cleanse your face with it. It can make your face feel nice and soft and smooth and greasy. This is Bactine medicated skin cream. It is a new thing. It is a washing cream. You wash your face with it. It makes your face feel nice and fresh and clean and nice and soft and smooth and not dry and not greasy. And while it's at it, Bactine is also antiseptic. It cleans deep down to pores and makes your face feel safe from ugliness-causing germs and bacteria. Bactine does a lot of things that soap and cleansing creams just can't do. But it doesn't get rid of freckles either. The washing cream.
Alka-Seltzer invents a new disease, the blahs. The blahs is kind of like the blues, only physical. It's when you're down in the dumps and you don't know a cold is working on you. It's when you're not feeling right, but you don't know what's wrong. It might be a headache on its way, a stomach ache on its way. The blahs, who needs them? You know, we wouldn't have invented a disease unless we had something to take for it. Alka-Seltzer. If Alka-Seltzer can take care of real big upsets, think of what it can do for a simple case of the blahs.
I'm going to show you a new antiseptic skin cleanser that works when it's on and keeps working for 12 hours after you wash it off. Bactine medicated skin cream. It's got the great Bactine germ killer in it, so it cleans your skin right down into the pores, right down to the germs and bacteria that can cause blemishes. After you wash it off, it leaves a soft, invisible film that protects your skin from more germs for 12 hours. Excuse me. Your skin will be antiseptically clean and protected from germs that can damage it for 12 hours. If you use Bactine medicated skin cream morning and night, it really pays off.
I think I'm cute, I know I'm sexy, I've got the look that drives the girls wild. I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not a boy toy. Let's go! I make them hot, I make them shiver. Their knees get weak whenever I'm around. They see me walk, they hear me talk. I make them feel like they're on cloud nine. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, I'm not your boy toy. I'm not just some human toy for your amusement, girls. I am the motherfucking hands off the United States champion. I am the most high apostle of the dog of the planet, and we are taking over the internet. I'm just a sexy boy, he's ugly, I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy.
That mic flipped over, not getting you excited.
I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls wild. I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. Boy toy. I'm just a sexy.
All right. Welcome everybody to another edition of the Pocket Locker Podcast, aka Code Counter-Apologetics and Chill. I see everybody here. Appreciate everybody. Let's catch a vibe and get into today's program. KCA Randy, the champ, is in the house. Appreciate you. UC Love, Lena, Command Cyborg, appreciate all y'all. Let's go ahead and get into it. I have got my OG Spotify pulled up. Y'all, check out our music channel in Discord. You can find the OG Roddy playlist. This one is called Shot at Yours Pull Up.
Yeah. She be getting her hair done Tuesday. Where you going? Feet up, relaxing, sipping that Douce. If this was 2K shit, I could hit you on my two-way, or I could try to make you my new babe. I laid the dick down proper, it's a new day. Who ordered expensive lobster and souffle? Now that'll be me. Had to pull up in that CP3.
Now do you love me, Lakeisha?
Town to New Jersey,
we gon' pull up.
Hell yeah, I got the
hook up.
Anytime that you need me, we gon' pull up. Damn right, I got the hook up. And saying you gotta act brand new. Nah, I can't stand you. Have to bring you round just to show what
you
the John Wall taking what's given and get it off. Come on. What you doing, girl?
Pull up on me. In the city with the gas roof for you. Wrong button.
I can tell you about it. Now let me tell you what you playing. No, I had to shout.
Days I'm in the hood like what it is.
I like to slide up on you like
what up, bitch?
Cause you know I like to play with you. Come spend the day with you, come kick it, seeing what it do. You feeling comfortable, I make the move. But now it's different though, I guess it's cool. You wasn't shy about my love.
Remember after school
days when I picked you up. So now you fucked around and changed, almost messed it up. See, I ain't changed, baby, trying to catch a plane with you. Came back around to show you that I'm made for you. And here you go with the same old song on your
weekend
shit. I might just wish I never met her like Carl Tom is, but I ain't tripping no. Stay up on the grind, we gon' get some dough. And you got that good ass brain, I had to let you know. Really wanna let you know. Tell me where you wanna go and what you wanna know. Whoa. What you doing, girl? Pull up on me.
Yeah. You watching that one speed, you not late. You part of the early crowd. I love the Heartbreak Kid. I don't know who don't like HBK.
I can tell you about it. Now let me tell you what you playing. No, I had to shout it.
He said, my take on it as a bystander is Sal's trying to sabotage Cindi, and Cindi thinks he's a bit annoying. That's a reasonable take. Sal's the worst. The worst. I'm gonna tell y'all what I think soon as we're done with communion. I like to make sure everybody catch the vibe. Have time to show up. Hey, we black around here, man. We gotta get in the right groove. I can't just wake up and start coding. All right. Damn.
Damn, son.
Damn, son. Where'd you find this? I love that sample. I know I had to get that sample on my board. Where's my sample at?
Damn, son. Where'd you find this?
I love that sample. Also, this one. Look at the trees. All right. So let's get into some communion. Then we can get into some podcasting. All right. Let's mute all these real fast. Yeah, I knew you were going to do that. That's why I muted you. I was on top of it. I got 4 fingers. Let me see. Boom. Push four mute buttons at the same time. Missed one of them. All right, here we go. Y'all already know the drill. If you're new here, just pretend like you're one of the cool kids. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. Yes, I have heard Sal talking shit about speed of sound. That is one of the many reasons I can't stand Sal. I don't know what else there is. There's this whole indoctrination of Rebecca, which is kind of her fault, but still, he's still guilty too. His calling out my friends. The way he treats me like dog shit, but I don't really give a fuck. I don't like Sal, so I don't really want him to be nice to me, so. But he treats me like shit, so I don't have to look further than that. And then he's like all anti-Evita. He keeps putting himself into some sort of historic debate with me and my mentors. No. Sorry, Sal. My advisors don't know you exist. And they'll only know you exist if I tell them you exist. And even if I tell them you exist, you will only exist as some creationist on the internet that I talk to. Unbelievable. He wants to put himself in as like a central figure in the creationist versus evolution controversy over the last couple decades. Like, gross. Gross. All right, it's almost that time, folks. We got one more thing to do, which is, y'all know how it goes. That was our communion song. Now we go with that was our communion hymn. Now we go with our communion song. Easy. Easy peasy.
To finish us up.
Do you know what? I don't know the name of this song, actually, but I know the song, and so will you.
Oh, I look forward to this. Foy Vance, take it away.
Take it away, Foy Vance. Beautiful music. Yeah, I'm openly hostile towards Sal. But Pooh claims it's a stake, pretty much.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you got.
Yeah, I don't know what started the Sal versus Mike beef.
Sure,
where is Mike? If Mike was around, that would be helpful.
Wouldn't you like to get away?
Somebody tell Mike I'm talking about him.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. And
y'all don't know how to do these power ballads. I gotta teach y'all newbies. You're supposed to put your lighters in there.
You wanna be where you can see.
Everybody put your lighters in there.
Troubles are all the same. You wanna go go where everybody knows.
Y'all don't even know. We got a command for this shit. We so official around here.
Well, all those nights
I wish
when you
none
got
of
no
Carrie Ann
light,
around here show y'all how to
and
do
the
this.
check is in the mail, and your little
We need like little string candles and shit.
collared by its tail. Your third fiance didn't show. Well, sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name,
Pocket like 86.
and you're always glad they came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Y'all know how to do this, man. Yeah, some of y'all young. Y'all young. Y'all been at concerts with phones. What y'all do? Y'all be at the concert with the phone and shit. I'm old. Y'all don't know about old school. We ain't have phones. We had lighters. Now they be at the concert like this with their phones and shit.
Your girlfriend says she's not a girl.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying?
Be glad there's one place in the world where everybody knows your name.
Power ballad shit,
And
y'all.
they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see.
Love it, love it, love it.
Troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows.
What's up,
your
Cameron?
name.
Cameron 14th.
You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful.
Boy,
That's so beautiful.
Most common word
man.
coming in by text, boy, is goosebumps.
That's
believe it
that
or not,
power
we've had that
ballad
repeatedly
shit,
across the
man.
whole series. If you want to see Foy,
All right, so look, y'all. Here's the thing, man. The truth is, I don't know what the fuck is going on with Sal and Cindi. My first, exposure to this dynamic duo, probably the same for most of you, was the R&R Ra Dr. Chris Thompson debate. And my impression there was, I'm going to just say it. Sal is a wholly unsympathetic, uncharismatic figure. And I think given the level of hatred and animosity towards Kent Hovind in this community, it seemed to me like Sal really relies on Cindi to be a sympathetic figure, to bring sympathy to his side. Now, to be honest, I don't think the two like each other that much, because it seems like Sal kind of looks down on Cindi, like she kind of simple-minded, like she kind of doesn't understand, oh, you can go in all full of, enthusiasm for the Lord, but, you're going to put yourself in a position where you're not going to do well in the debate. You're going to come off a bit naive, a bit new to the game. So I don't think he thinks she's good, but I do think he thinks she's, he keeps mentioning, right? She gets sympathy even from the atheists. So even from the other side, people will feel bad for her. So I think that's what he likes. Now, I don't really know what's going the fuck on, y'all. I don't have time for this shit. It's too much going on in this community, to be quite honest with you. And I don't really have time to keep up with much. And most of us do streams that are way too long. Yeah, I don't know where everybody's getting the idea of doing these damn long streams that last all goddamn day. Nobody has time for that shit, y'all. Nah. So I do super long streams. Some of the other people in the gang and the crew do super long streams. So we don't always have time to watch all each other's stuff. But I wanted to hear a little bit about what they said about this. Because Speed had Dr. Chris Thompson on. Now, I have no idea what they say, y'all. I haven't watched this ahead of time. I don't watch these things ahead of time. That way I'm kind of reacting to them as I hear them. But I did want to hear what they said about this. And I'm going to just play a little bit of it, wax for a little bit about it, and then we're going to shift gears because I got to get into my coding. I have to get to work, you know, have a MABE review tomorrow with Cliff, a coding review. But things are going good in MABE, y'all. I think we really are getting this shape mating to work. I think yesterday we saw some Patrick speciation. So I just got to go over a couple of parameters and then make sure I can run it with the variables that Cliff and I were talking about. But yeah, I'm really kind of excited about that. And then please do not forget, gang, that Thursday is Thanksgiving. And just like we've set up a cafe, I'm going to show you guys a little bit of preview. I just hope this gets you guys excited. But for Thanksgiving, you know, on Thursday, we're going to be in Gather for Friendsgiving. We're going to be in there all day. We're going to watch the football games. We're going to do Thanksgiving dinner, Friendsgiving dinner. We're going to, and everybody's invited. You can invite your friends and family. There isn't going to be a password. It's going to work like the cafe, to where, you know, everybody's invited. All you're going to need is the link. I'll share the link on stream. I'll share the link in Discord. So the idea is that, you know, I'm going to be honest with y'all. The ranch, you know, the Bundy Ranch is members only. You know, it's a space there for, you know, once we get to know people and stuff. Come on, Sam. Come get in your chair, bud. When he gets off his chair, and then he needs kind of the space I'm in to jump back on it. Yeah, there you go. Good boy. All right, so, you know, the Bundy Ranch and all that is kind of members only, but this will allow, you know, everybody's encouraged to invite your friends, invite your family, your kids, your whoever, coworkers, it doesn't really matter. But I made this yesterday. Just show y'all around a little bit. We've got some Tetris. You can come in here. You can play Battle Tetris. You can play pool. You know, we play, most of us play this game called Pure Pool. It's really nice. But there's actually 3 pool games in there. One is a free game on your phone called 8 Ball. One is the one I just showed you. And then we all play, why do I not have Pure Pool? Oh, it's down here at the bottom. We all play this one called Pure Pool. It's really beautiful, really looks great. So that's what we play. We've got Uno in here. You can come and play Uno cards. So you just come in here, create a room, and then it gives you how do you get people in your room again? Oh, yeah, you got to start the room. Oh, yeah, there it is. So you give people this code. They join the room. You go in here and change your name. All right, and then you're ready to play some Uno. We do this a lot in Gather. This is basically all stuff we do all the time in Gather, but we're bringing it into like a public space so that other people that are not on the ranch can see it. Here's a poker table. You can play some poker. All right. Let's show you what's going on outside real quick. We've got card tables. I got to change that thing a little bit, but that's all right. There's the card tables. You can play cards. Boom. You can play dominoes. There's actually a lot of games in here, but we have it load in the dominoes, play with friends, host a game, etc. Pretty easy. We'll help you with instructions. We do this stuff for the most part. Here's mini golf. You can play that. All right. So it's gonna be a really, really fun Friendsgiving. This is another private area. The entire kitchen is a private area. We've got an old school arcade set up in here. You come in here, you can play old school arcade games. You can see the list of games here. There's lots of cool games here. You see them playing Galaga. You got Donkey Kong, Pac-Man, Paperboy, all sorts of Space Invaders, all sorts of fun stuff. Come over here, and I set up, boom, a Charlie Brown Thanksgiving movie. If you want to be a loner, stoner, or whatever, you can go in there and watch the Charlie Brown Thanksgiving movie. But yeah, that's how it's going to be, y'all. We set this up last night. I'm really excited about it. It's going to be, like I said, it'll be like the cafe to where you don't need a password. We'll share the link out tomorrow and Thursday. So yeah, please join us. If you don't have plans for Thanksgiving, plan to be with us. Like I said, we'll be in here around the clock. And then also, if you have plans to travel or, to be with friends and family, all love. But do consider popping in to say hi, popping in to show some love, popping in to show off the community to your family and friends, however you want to do it, man. But yeah, we're excited. Couple days here till Thanksgiving, and y'all know me. We gonna get it together and gather. We gonna get it together and gather. So we're very, very excited. Piano's in here too. So yeah, what we did basically was we took all of our favorite games and features in Gather. We put them all together in here so that this space would sort of be a representation, and we can hang out in here all day, all night, and it's going to be open. So I'm really excited about that. Members, guests, friends, family, everybody's invited. All right. Now, with that being said, let's go ahead and I want to hear a little bit about this. Now, I would love some information. I don't know if Scott Duke wants to call in or somebody and give us some context to some of this, because I would like to know how the beef between Sal and Mike got started. As far as I'm concerned, it's not hard to start a beef with Sal. He's a fucking scumbag. So, I don't know, tell the truth, and Sal will oppose you and hate you. So I really don't know. Could have started any old way. But yeah, he's talked about his previous issues, his substance use issues, his daughter's death, all of this type of shit. Sal's a fuckface.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Or mirroring.
So, we got a Sal Cordova video.
Yeah.
So, what do you think?
I sent you an email on Saturday when it was live, and
I feel you on that, Scott Duke.
I mean, I have not watched the whole thing. I watched the first part when they got into the law of numbers and flipping coins and trying to explain basic odds to Cindi. I was like, okay, I can't watch that.
Yeah. And oh god, and he spent 60 minutes, and she got a little irritated with him.
Yes, I noticed that. She kept calling him honey, and it was interesting. Like, you could tell that she's like, look, the whole conversation was weird, frankly. I mean,
wait, she kept calling him honey? Is that a thing? Guys, is there a thing going on? Is there a romantic connection between Sal and Cindi? Is it possible to have a romantic connection with Sal? Guys. All right, everybody ready to get rid of their lunch? Everybody ready to hate me and unsubscribe? Are you ready to get canceled? Are you ready to never watch Pocket Locker 86 again? All right, gang, here's what I need you to do. Just in your head, guys, go ahead and imagine Sal and Cindi. Do it. Just imagine it. Think about it, y'all. Visualize it. Visualize the lovemaking. Like Sal and Cindi, Sal's getting it. Sal's in there getting it. And like as he's getting ready to climax, he's like, no mention of incompleteness theorem. No mention of incompleteness theorem. No mention of incompleteness theorem. All right, no, I just fucked up your whole day. I know I just fucked up probably your whole week. I know y'all never gonna be able to get that visual out of your head. Just Sal and Cindi just getting it. I know you got the visual stuck in your head. I'm not gonna change this topic till I know you got the visual. Oh, I know y'all hate me. Oh, this is when it's good to be Heal Energy. Yeah, the link is that call the show link. Scott Duke will get you into the show.
It was.
It was so weird.
But it had some interesting highlights about how he thinks and what he thinks they should be doing.
Right.
And what they're doing, and it was just weird. But then so I got bookmarks all the way up to where they start talking about large numbers.
Okay.
And then the first thing that Cell says is if you see 500 coins and they're all heads on a table, it is impossible for that to happen randomly. He actually said that out loud.
No,
it is
not.
It is exactly.
It's true.
As probable.
It's not impossible. It's highly, highly improbable. But the thing that he does, okay, and we can get into that a little bit because, it's an important scientific point. He's completely ignoring the fact, except for a small little mention that natural selection is an entirely non-random process.
Right.
And that you could easily just throw all the coins up on a table,
and this is so
be
basic.
Mostly 50-50 heads and tails. But if you then enter into a selective process of choosing and survival of heads surviving over tails, and you do it again, like if you just pick all the coins up that are now tails.
If you say to somebody, "I am going to punch you in the face," if you lay down. The coin as tails, and I am going to give you a Snickers bar and $1 if you lay down the coin as heads, then guess what? Line up 500 people, have them drop a quarter on the table, and I guess what? Almost all 500 of them, except for some weirdo who probably doesn't like chocolate and doesn't need $1, is going to turn up heads. Now, is that a crazy example that I just gave you? Not really. Because that's what selection is. It's not random. Some phenotypes do better than others. In this case, selection says the thing that does better reproduces more. So if you say, you show up to a table, you see 500 coins laid out and they're all heads, that's impossible. Well, number one, like you said, no, it's just highly improbable. And number two, that is not how evolution works.
And then you throw it again, you're going to have more heads, right, than you would the previous time.
All right, let me go see if Scott's in here. Scott, you got to be on the carpet. So you probably can't hear me until you get on the carpet. So these are private rooms. You're outside the room. So you want to step onto the carpet. All right. Let me see. Can you hear me, Scott? Yeah, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yep. How's it going?
Yes, I can hear you.
Now I need to mute the stream.
Mute the stream.
Yeah. You just had to step onto the carpet here. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going well. How about you, buddy?
I'm doing good. It's been a minute. Can you I don't know how much of this is, confidential. I certainly don't want you to.
Oh, no.
But, how did this whole beef between these two get started?
Now, hopefully Speed will get home and be able to
pop in,
get in before you leave. But my recollection is this is going on at least maybe 2 years ago, maybe more, that they were trying to collaborate and talk back and forth and have a dialogue. And I think Speed was approaching it like a kind of like a friendly banter competition, like a debate, So at one point in a like an email to him, he said, "I'm going to kick your ass" or something like that. Regarding
the debate or the conversation or whatever.
Yeah, and he just got pissed off about that, and it just kind of slowly, rolled into a big snowball after that. But there may be more details that Speed remembers. I'm the kind of guy that when a controversy happens or when an argument breaks out among friends or whatever, I never remember the details. And
right.
So I'm just sort of like caught in the middle with my hands thrown up or whatever. But that's my best recollection.
Okay. So let me see if I can prod a little bit here, because I want to roll a little bit of the tape on this. Are they early on going to start talking about the dynamic between Sal and Cindi here?
A little bit, I think. Yeah. But then it'll go on and just kind of be interspersed throughout. Plus, they do some real actual talking about biology. So,
right.
That's actually good.
All right, let me see if you can you see my screen?
I can see your screen.
All right, let's just try to roll some tape and see how things. Thanks for joining in. Also, guys, just to show you, we made the same upgrades to the cafe here. So if you let me. It's going to be a bit weird. Scott, can you do me a favor, Scott? Can you right-click on me off to the side and just select follow?
Okay. I will follow you.
Yeah. Let's see. It should set to follow.
Maybe over your...
It's you can either click on me on my avatar, or you can do it on the right side of the screen of participants. But yeah, you can right-click on me, hit follow. And then when I move around, you should move around with me.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
For some reason, the participants just minimized, and I couldn't find it for a minute.
Yeah. So we did a similar thing here in the cafe, right? We upgraded the cafe last night. Previously, the cafe was kind of empty. So there's an Uno table here now. Same thing as before. You can play Uno over here. Let me move my thing.
Did y'all give it a coat of fresh paint? It smells good.
Here's where you can play board games. You've got sort of chess and Battleship and Connect 4 and checkers. There's all sorts of games there. This is, again, it's a private area. So you can think of this whole back kitchen area as a private area. You can play some arcade games here. We've got our cards here, so you can come in here and you can play hearts, spades, 358, gin rummy, euchre 29, and of course the star of the show is Pinochle. Some of you guys know, you'll see even today when I work, a lot of times I use a Pomodoro timer. It's a thing I learned from my teaching mentor. It's a thing we insist that our students use when they're writing their blogs and working on their projects. Basically, the idea of a Pomodoro timer is basically a tomato. It's like a tomato timer or an egg timer. The idea being you work for 25 minutes normally, and then you have a break. And then you normally take a 5-minute break. Then you work for 25, take a 5-minute break. You kind of alternate these 25 5-minute breaks, and then you take a bit of a longer break. And then, of course, you can adjust that if you want to adjust the periods. But that's what these timers are here for. So they're not a game. I actually see them as a serious productivity tool. We use them for our students. I use them on stream, but I put them in the cafe. Why? Because actually I thought about it, right? People actually work in cafes, right? It's not unheard of for somebody to say, oh, I want to go to the coffee shop and, do some writing or do some programming or some graphic design, whatever you got to do. And so now there are timers here just to help you if that sort of helps your workflow. I find it really helps, right? Because I find sometimes I take a break or I don't get started and you get in that procrastination loop. We all know that's a problem. But then sometimes we get in these work loops, right, where you start working on something and before you know it, it's been 2 or 3 hours and you haven't taken a break, right? So the Pomodoro timers help break that up. The other thing that I really think they're useful for that we don't talk about them is for social interactions. What do I mean by that? Let's say you bring a family member into a cafe or a coffee shop, and you start talking about something. And let's be honest, a lot of times we're dealing with family and friends that we disagree with about sensitive topics like religion, politics, or maybe just something that's going on in the family that's difficult to discuss or awkward to discuss. This is where I actually think the Pomodoro timer can really, really help you. What do I mean by that? If I know that Scott and I have to have a difficult conversation, say Scott's a Trump supporter and he just says, Jay, we're going to hash this critical race theory thing out, you know, something, right. You can hear Scott's reaction, right? Now,
you have a low opinion of me.
Yeah. Now, what's the problem here?
I'm a trumpet supporter.
Well, that's the big problem, right? But seriously, I don't know how long this interaction is going to take. Right? And I don't know, am I headed into an hour conversation, a 2-hour conversation, a 3-hour conversation? How can a Pomodoro timer up? You set up a Pomodoro timer. You say, hey, Scott, I'm happy to talk to you. You know what, though? I think it'd be a great idea if we set ourselves a time limit and we talk about this for, let's say, 25 minutes.
That's great interpersonal relationship management.
Right, because now we both can see this timer, right? And we can kind of just have our conversation. And when that 25 minutes is up, we can say, hey, man, I'm really glad we talked about this. If you'd like to continue this another time, we can. Let's go play some checkers, right?
If you can't state what you have to say within 15 minutes,
right,
then it's not well thought through enough to say.
Yes, and if you think about it, a lot of you guys know I went to school to be a dating coach. There was a reason that, and I don't know, some of y'all definitely remember this. There was a reason everybody started going to coffee in the 2000s, right? Because the thing used to be, oh, let's get lunch, let's go to dinner, let's go to a movie. Well, what happened early, like in that era? What happened was people realized in dating, dinner's a big freaking commitment. Dinner might be 2-3 hours. Lunch is normally a couple hours if you're going to make a lunch date of it. A movie, I don't know you well enough to sit next to you for 2.5 hours in a movie theater, right? So what did everybody start doing? They started getting coffee. Why? Because we meet up for coffee. We're going to sit down for 20 minutes, and at the end of that 20 minutes, we can decide, oh, this was really nice, let's grab some lunch, right? Or, nice to meet you, see you later, right? And so that's the other thing I realized, is you can use this same sort of social, because part of the anxiety we feel in these social situations, we don't know how long these conversations are going to last. Set yourself a time limit. It'll make everybody feel that much less anxious. And here's the other thing I would recommend. Do something else after, right? Because part of it is, you have an awkward conversation and then you walk away sometimes off the awkward conversation, right? It'd be better to either just change topics to something you get along, reminisce about high school, talk about football if you're both sports fans. But I recommend something just as simple as play a hand of cards, play some dominoes, whatever, something to have a little fun, right? And because it sends the message, I still love you, we're still friends. That conversation is just a small part of our relationship, not the end-all, be-all of what we came here to accomplish today. Does that make sense? Where are you at on that, Scott?
Oh, that makes sense. I remember one time, way back when I dabbled with a dating app, I met a person for coffee at Starbucks, and of course that's just an awful place to have a conversation anyway. So we went to just a nice
too loud,
park
right? Compared to other places.
Too loud. Can't really talk about. You don't want to give too much information to the person behind you, But So we went for a walk in the park and everything. Then I realized this person, through no fault of her own, was in no mental condition to pursue any kind of dating or whatever. So we said our cordial goodbyes, and at least we had a nice walk in the park, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I think that was a very strategic shift in the dating culture towards shorter, you know, I want to say less time commitment even in those first dates and initial meetings. All right, cool. So that was just that. I just wanted to show off a bit of the cafe upgrades. The only other things to mention is the entire stage is spotlight tile. So if you want to have a conversation or a panel discussion, feel free to use the stage. And then there's that little seat over there in the corner and a spotlight tile next to that. So let's say James was having a panel discussion with let's just say Mike and Scott and whoever else, and I wanted to ask the panel the question. I could just walk up to that spotlight tile, ask them a question, and the whole room could hear my question. So yeah, we've tried to make it a little bit more fun and also a little bit more functional. So we do hope you guys enjoy that. There's poker in the front, Tetris and pool out back. So yeah.
You know, for some reason, this layout reminds me. I just found out today that they've done a new Knives Out movie, you know, with Daniel Craig.
Yes, it does. It does. Absolutely, Scott.
It comes out on December 23rd. It's called Glass Onion, a Knives Out movie. And I can't wait for it.
I'm going to say I love the first one. It
was amazing.
It was just I hate to say it, it was just a fun night at the movies. It was just, it epitomized that notion of fun night at the movies, right? You go, mystery, star-studded cast, just a great time. It was just, it's what movies should be about.
I want to tell you my favorite scene, but I don't want to spoil it.
For the people who haven't seen it, yeah. It's all right. You can tell me off air sometime. It'll be.
Yeah, it's a delight. Yeah. It's just a delightful movie in the spirit of, it's like in the spirit of an Agatha Christie kind of novel, but with
almost like Clue or something, like a board game or something, right?
Yeah.
Like, so yeah, I think I'm looking forward to this Evo. Lena said she never saw it. You know what? We can rent it or something and show it in Gather to get people excited about the new one. That's the great thing about Gather is you know, when we're offline, we are totally unrestricted in terms of what we share and stream. So
well, I'll tell you what, Daniel Craig really did well for himself. He landed the Bond franchise, and then he walked right into another one because apparently they're already greenlighting a third Knives Out movie.
Yeah, they should. You know, they're printing money at this point, so why not?
Yeah.
Cool, man. So let me so what did you take? I don't know if you heard, but what did you think of? And I'll play a little bit more of what they say here, you know, and we're mostly here to plug stuff. Obviously, we're not going to get there. I'm mostly here to do my work, so there's no way I'm going to get through a 2-hour stream. And I actually did, because I like Mike so much, I took the time to actually put a link to his video at the bottom of the description.
That's very kind of you.
Yeah. So, I love Mike to death, you know. So.
He's fun.
Yeah, he's a great guy. Yourself too. So my take was that Sal's kind of using Cindi for the sympathy she generates, or that seems to be a big part of her appeal, I should say, as a potential partner to him. But then he seems a little bit disappointed, maybe is the word, because he doesn't think she's as sophisticated as she needs to be, so she steps into it a lot. What do you think about that?
Well, number one, how could she be? She has no education.
Okay, I didn't know that, but that
I don't think she does. I don't think she has any kind of formal education.
The term I use for people like that is I say homeschool hero, right? That's the vibe I get. When I really don't like them, I say valedictorian in class of 1.
It's a good thing we talked about Glass Onion, because I think that the idea of an onion just kind of is so apropos here. It's like an onion of layers. You just keep peeling back the layers. I think everything you're saying is kind of true, because she does have that sympathy draw to her. But remember, I'm trying to think in terms of Sal's point of view. This is a wounded, broken woman. an angel with broken wings, and she's been done wrong, and she's been hurt and mistreated and physically abused, actually, in real, and that's nothing to make fun of. But,
absolutely.
But this is a broken little angel, and Sal's going to pick her up gently and be her white knight, be her master surgeon. He's going to fix her by giving her the true knowledge of YEC through his theories and all his great scientific and mathematical knowledge, and she's going to become a bigger influence in the world for Jesus, because he's going to teach her the right way of creationism. And I think there's that whole white knight savior complex mixed in with her, his idea of wanting to be the expert that everybody looks to for their information about young Earth creationism. So there's just a whole lot going on that
I don't know. Does your camera give you trouble in Gather?
I don't have it on because I'd have to go put on a more decent shirt.
I absolutely don't care. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't.
No, it never has given me trouble.
Okay,
It's,
in
fact, when I was getting ready, it was on and doing just fine. It's just I'm kind of grungy right now.
No worries.
I am sipping a nice cup of coffee though, so it's quite relaxing.
Just wanted to check. So this is so. Is she his new, like, Rebecca? Is she sliding in as his new pet project? This is thing?
Pet project.
Weird.
Yeah, there's a whole lot going on there. Remember, he did this with that. Who was that girl from Louisiana going into a PhD program? Taylor.
Right.
He tried to do the same thing, both white knight and teach her the right way, because he's the smart guy and only he has the knowledge and the bona fides to do it.
Exactly. So, okay, this is another thing. What do you think? What's your take on his background, right? Because my whole thing is, to me, he almost does himself a disservice, right? Because he's out of field on all of this stuff.
He's out of field. He's the worst.
He's making himself a target. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's the worst kind of quote unquote scientist. He really is a pseudoscientist, simply because everything is conditioned by his religious beliefs, and so he doesn't accept evolution, because the Earth has got to be 6,000, maybe 10,000 years old, because he's liberal that way. It's either 6 or 10,000 years old.
Which is annoying, right? Because just in case our audience doesn't recognize what we're getting at here, is part of the IDC movement, intelligent design creationism or intelligent design theory, is to paper over really significant differences, right? Because let's face it, these are all Christians. There's a million different flavors of Christian, and so they all believe different things. But you'll notice that Sal will literally say the same thing like Otangelo. Oh, well, it could be 6,000. It could be 10,000. It could be young Earth creationism. Could be old Earth creationism, right? And
he believes in a literal flood, but he doesn't he doesn't have do any research on it or whatever. So like, I'm not going to talk about it, but I believe it by faith.
Right? Yeah, and I've actually literally heard him say, I just had to accept that. I just had to accept young Earth creationism without the facts. Right? He just said I just had to accept it, even though I knew I didn't have the facts you'd like to have. Okay, well, you know what you just did? You took any potential for scientific credibility and you chucked it out the window when you made that decision.
He's not a scientist. He's a pseudo. He wants to sound sciencey and promote a young Earth creationism.
Exactly, which doesn't work.
Yeah, it's trash. I mean, it's literal. I put I saw somebody on Twitter. They had posted a picture of these young people as well as their parents in line at the Ken Ham's art museum or whatever.
Right.
And I just wrote under it in my reply, those poor ignoramuses, because that's what it is. They're ignorant because of their religion. And that's the category I put Sal in. He's become an ignoramus because he won't follow the evidence. He has to make the evidence form fit into his creationist mold.
Absolutely. Let's play a little bit of this, and if you have anything, just hit me with an Uncle Bobby. Pause the tape if you need to.
Okay.
That's a non-random.
Or if you have a chicken that has a bias towards heads, so that
right,
5 out of 7 times it's going to pick heads, then you have
and it's over.
Sure, if it's weighted.
Process.
But there's even in a random process, and mutation is largely random.
Sorry, I forgot to reshare my screen over here. All right, so that's this one, this one, this one, this one, and then also I need to. I also need to make sure. I just need to see what. Oh, I think I know. I think it's this one. And put it through there.
The thing is, there's a selection process.
Can you hear it now?
And the selection process is non-random. That is the entire point.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see it too.
Yeah, I saw it and heard it, and
great.
Dr. Chris. Now he has a really good channel too. Dr. Chris Thompson. That's the name of his channel. He has in fact, he just recently started a series he calls Brainstream, and he interviewed a Dr. Scott. Oh, I can't remember his last name, but he's a paleontologist and was studying the Ediacaran period, and it's just a fascinating video. Yep, there it is. So I would recommend everybody go out there and subscribe to Dr. Thompson's channel. He just seems like a really cool guy.
Very interesting. This is cool. So this is all
He's a neuroscientist.
Science. Yeah, it's just straight neuroscience. Fantastic.
But he's also wanting to go out and interview all sorts of different scientists about different.
Yeah, same here.
topics.
So yeah, we should definitely link up. I was really impressed with his R and Raw debate. Matter of fact, I should have followed up right after, because that was the night we blew up that debate with the super chats and stuff. So he would have right now he probably doesn't remember, but he would have the night day or two after.
It's like, and this is like intro biology 101. It's crazy. I don't know.
Yeah, basically natural selection is not random.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the thing that I always literally say, my students could take care of this, right? I don't need Rob Pennock or a PhD to deal with this. I could literally, the undergrads can deal with this argument quite efficiently.
Yeah, and the other thing is when they do these back of the envelope probability calculations, they do them for things which we do not have enough information to make a probability calculation. I mean, you have to measure the probability of any one event in order to come up with a reliable probability calculation.
Right.
And it just so happens when we're flipping coins, we can measure that, right? We know that one.
Yes,
but
it's
we
easy
don't
to measure.
know what happened in history of.
Yeah, Sal's one of his biggest fallacies is that the probabilities for things happening in evolution are equivalent to rolling quarters and serialized in a serialized fashion, and the odds it is to get all heads up. So it's just kind of weird. And Dr. Jason Rosenhaus in his book, The Failures of The Failure of Mathematics in Young Earth Creationism, or something like that. His book, chapter 6, really clearly disputes what he's talking about. and Speed is right here. You don't have, in many cases, a basis for a probabilistic calculation. And that's just one thing Sal, with his applied mathematics degree, tries to pawn off as a legitimate argument in creationism.
Yeah, it's a big problem. And the thing that's weird, I shouldn't even say it's weird. I guess they just don't. They really don't care. We all know they don't care.
Right.
But it's problematic that so many people eat it up and then become so wrong about this by proxy. You know, I hate to say this, but Sal's audience seems fairly simple-minded. It seems like the sort of simpleton elderly church ladies. And then, like, the hard right trolls, like the Otangelos, Robert Beatty's, and, you know, that LPP type flavor.
And don't forget Donnie.
And don't forget Donnie, exactly. Like, so, I mean, that's a real weird crowd. But
yeah, looking for sound bites and to do whataboutism or whatever with evolution. Like, well, what about? I can't even remember. I can't even remember their garbage because I don't ever listen to it. But
sure.
You just have people who don't learn the science
at all,
using talking points from a bunch of gish gallopers.
Right. Now, the thing that hurts me in some sense, because I kind of realized it, was that is what the faith depends on. So,
yes.
In a sense, you know, you've got, and I don't mean you personally, but people in the audience like me probably have those really quote-unquote good Christians, don't even know what that means anymore, in their lives, you know, that you love and are wonderful. But this is what their faith depends on. If they were to go looking at their faith, they'd either find it's not true or they would be holding up some apologetics. And it's kind of unfortunate, but, you know,
of course, the only caveat
they don't have better defenders. Go ahead.
Yeah, the only caveat I would put there is that it can seem like when you get numbers like, 40% of U.S. citizens believe in God or a literal Genesis or whatever. It seems like there's so many out there, but really, we're talking more or less the fundamentalist wing of contemporary American Christianity, and it can seem overpowering because they're so vocal. They're like a very vocal minority,
right?
But there is a branch of Christianity that just wants to study the Gospels in order to learn how to be a better person. And although the practice of religion and the presence of dogma in religion, I think, will take you down a bad path, it's not necessarily as bad a path as literalism, fundamentalism, insisting that everything in the Bible has to be
it's not as bad a path. It's essentially Catholicism, like the sort of Catholic church I went to was very, liberal or a
more liberal form of Presbyterianism,
right?
Although they are infested with their own fundamentalist.
To me, the problem I have there, though, is I don't know, like. It's a weird
anytime
argument.
you've got dogma in there, you're going to go wrong.
You're going to go wrong. Yeah, exactly. And then also, we've been having these weird conversations about race where there's sort of limited allyship for people because something's not affecting you as badly. So there's this sort of weird, and I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it doesn't feel good to say this sort of notion as, well, yeah, of course, racism isn't as difficult for white people as for black people, right? So there's a limit to the allyship and the motivation to help because it just isn't a problem for me the same way, right? Like not a threat to my physical safety. And that we don't like that, right? And the same way, I don't like hearing that about liberal forms of Christianity, because essentially we say, well, look, they're not throwing rocks at us for being heathens, so like, let's give them a pass. Now, ostensibly, that sounds like we're doing them a kindness. Like, hey, your Christianity isn't as weaponized, so we're good to go. Right? But I actually think it's almost a punishment. Why? Because I used to be that more liberal Christian. And my education was, quite frankly, fucking miraculous. And if it wasn't for it, I'd still be that type of Christian. And because I was this type of Christian that wasn't a problem to decent people, nobody had any interest in telling me that what I believe wasn't true. And the fact that I was all liberal, yay, community, literally I was a fucking community organizer. I worked at the church. I ran an after-school program. I ran a PTA. I helped local politicians, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I was about that life, right?
Look up the word involved in the dictionary, and there you are.
There it is. But it still wasn't true.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Your community involvement doesn't make falsehoods true. It just it makes you a better citizen.
Yeah, and so that's what I get when I'm like, when people are like, well, yeah, I'm going to just give them a pass because their type of Christianity isn't bothering me as much. Like them, the person I'm talking to, right? And I'm like, yeah, that's all good, but like, is that really a pass, right? Because at some point, it's like, then we're not telling them. Like, that's kind of my thing with my mother, right? Part of the reason I try to talk to my mom about my atheism and different things is because I really do think she's a good person. And I really think if she knew the truth and kind of understand it and took a little bit of time to, you know, de-escalate her stake in her Christian identity, she'd see through it, be on the other side, and be truly, truly grateful for it. Because at the end of the day, she's the type of person who does not want to have an identity that is built on a falsehood. She just doesn't, right? So it's just interesting. It's very interesting. It's kind of like what we're talking about in this space here is it's almost harder to have these conversations with somebody you like more. Right? If I really just don't like you, I think you're sitting on some weaponized nonsense, it becomes, James and I talk about this a little bit, I have less at stake, right, to just tell you, I don't believe this, I think you're full of it, whatever. But the more and more I like you, or the more and more we overlap in other areas of our lives, it just becomes a lot harder for us to broach those conversations. It's just interesting.
I'm sorry, Stupid Horror Energy was commenting on my avatar.
Oh, yeah. No worries, man. It's even something I think about when I was a Christian. Like, so for instance, when I was a Christian, I had strong feelings about how wrong Islam is or was or whatever, right? And but at the same time, right, if somebody was cool with me and they just happen to be a Muslim, no big deal. But then, you know, we would speak about the Muslim extremist, quote unquote, or whatever, right? It's the same type of thing. It's just a very, it's an interesting phenomenon. I don't know how to go about it. I think it'll always kind of be that way because, you know, that type of pleasant interaction, friendliness, positive thoughts we have about a person just inherently makes it more difficult to have disappointing conversations with them. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah.
Stupid Orange said she's black and gathered town. It's pretty easy to change your avatar, guys. I promise it won't take you more than probably 30 seconds to a minute. It's
biology. We don't know.
And that it's entirely not.
I'm just saying, Stupid Horror Energy. You don't have to be black, but I'll give you this: it's safer in Gather. If you want to try, if you're gonna try being black, one place in life, do it in Gather. Do it virtually. Yeah, do it virtually for real.
Random.
For real.
That's the thing about it. There's a random.
Don't go
part,
running around the streets in blackface, y'all.
That's the variation side of it. That's what creates variation. But then there's a non-random part, which then allows for selection and refining of whatever that variation is to be more suitable to survive to the next generation. This is just it's the basic principle of evolution. That's the mechanism. And we've seen it happen over and over and over again. We know that this is how it works. And it's also like, it's just logical. Like, how do you not get that? Like, it's totally nuts.
They're just so overwhelmed by their desire to lead to a conclusion that God is doing something.
It's that, and they also, the argument, they feel that if they can make the argument that
damn that guy in the sunglasses,
it's an entirely random process.
It really is.
And an
I was actually thinking about asking you this, so I'll go ahead. What's your deal in this community? Because a lot of us see you different places. We're all big fans. We all wish we'd see more of you. I think I've asked, and you've briefly kind of said you're not too interested, at least at the moment, in starting your own channel. But I know sometimes you kind of get hungry to talk, and you're looking for a place. So I don't know. Just let people, just tell people where you're at. I don't know. We're just kind of take the floor. We're chilling.
Well, I usually help Speed with his channel stuff.
Right.
So that's usually where I get my outlet or whatever. And then there's always James Apperson. He's even gone live. He's even gone on the air for me once when I just needed to stream. I think maybe Speed was up in North Minnesota visiting somebody, and I was just
I was on that stream.
Really
we jumped on too. I jumped on too for that. Yeah.
And it was
that was a fun stream. Yeah,
it was a fun stream, and so I feel like I get plenty of outlets. It's just I like to be in a place where I can share my opinion about things, and I haven't been too excoriated for it in the past. So I just keep doing it this way. But the thing about having my own channel is it would be, something to maintain, and I just don't have that in me right now. And maybe in the future, who knows?
Right. Yeah. Well, we certainly appreciate you, man.
Is that the kind of deal you wanted to know about, or did you want to know more?
I was curious. That's exactly what I was asking about. And you're always welcome to come co-pilot over here. And I know James loves having you on, and we love having you out in the community. And you and Mike are definitely a dynamic duo. Yeah, but you add a lot of value to all of the streams, man.
Well, I appreciate that.
You. Yeah.
The real question is, does Stupid Whore Energy like me? That's really what I do it for.
You wouldn't be here if she didn't. If she if she let me know, you'd get the hook quick.
That we can create this straw man, and if we defeat that, well, then our hypothesis must be true, because that's how they operate. But the thing is, it's entirely a straw man that they're working with. The tornado in a junkyard is a stupid analogy, because that's not how evolution works at all.
Yeah. And the interesting thing is that the thing that needs to be made clear is that you do not have to believe in creationism the way they believe it in order to be a Christian. Okay?
Yes, that's true too.
You can just consider that God is so great, and you don't know all the mysteries of the universe and God and how he created it.
Right.
And that God could very well have thrown the dice on the Big Bang.
Yep.
Exactly, so that it comes out with us, right? And with Jesus and all that. And in fact, I think about 1 billion or more Catholics believe that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
They're like old Earth theists or whatever.
Yeah.
And so this whole argument over young Earth creationism
technically
has
the
nothing
official
to do with believing in
position
God.
of the Catholic
It
Church.
doesn't. You're absolutely right.
It has nothing to do with evolution and science.
It's only if your theology requires you to be fundamentalist that every little literal thing written in the Bible has to.
You guys have to remember what I'm saying to you guys. Catholic teach this in their schools, right? Like, I didn't learn this non-literal interpretation on some backwoods forum on the internet where weirdo Catholics, YouTube Catholics, right? I learned this from Monsignor Bergamo. like the parish, like he was literally like the parish priest and the head of theology in my school, right? So
So is that just above priest, Monsignor? Is that just above parish priest?
Yeah, maybe a level or two. Yeah, because it's I almost think of it as like a priest over the. It's almost similar to what I think of like a bishop would be in like a evangelical tradition.
Yeah. Of course, they have bishops in Catholic Church too.
Yeah, but that's similar. That's what you'd say. Yeah, probably a level or two. Yeah, same. Yeah, it just depends on the structure. But yeah, a level above. Yeah, exactly. Because even in those churches, that's normally how you become a bishop: is you start churches or you're, helping to supervise or mentor other ministers. So I think that's part of the job description. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of highlight how accepted it is, right? It isn't fringe or anything like that. It's, if the evangelicals are teaching their literalist stuff as, so normalized, they teach it in Sunday school. This is pretty much Catholics telling you this is how normalized this is, and as far as they're concerned.
I haven't thought to do this yet, but I should probably dig around the internet for some sort of pie graph or pie chart, or maybe some sort of three-dimensional representation of all the different types of Christianity and as a fraction of world population. And then if there was some way to do it, try to figure out the intellectual influence of those different Christianities on culture, on their culture. That would be a harder one to find, but I wonder, compared to the population size, let's say of religion in the United States, the population size of evangelicals, especially fundamentalist, young earth creationists, what their influence is in society compared to, say, the Catholic Church.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That would be interesting to see, because, as you say, the Catholics, they have a much more accepting of science kind of view of
Doesn't it feel like it's shifted? I feel like it almost just feels like, I don't know, but in my head somehow it feels like things are, I guess religion's declining and Christianity's declining, but it feels like the proportion of Christian influence has started to lean more and more evangelical. And maybe that's just because it's evangelicals dominating the news for all their bad behavior, right?
They do have marketing and press groups.
Yeah.
They know how to market themselves.
And so it feels like the certain quote-unquote Joe Biden Catholic, I don't know what that means, but y'all know what I'm talking about. That's becoming almost, it feels like a minority influence within American Christendom. Boom. How do you like that one? All right. What's interesting about that too is I almost feel like it's becoming even normalized for evangelicals or Protestants to like kind of openly take pot shots at Catholicism on the internet. Oh yeah.
Oh, that's part of their blood. I mean, that's in the DNA.
Yeah, it is. But
anti-Catholicism started with, what was it was after the Great Awakening. There was a period of time in the early 1800s where there were several revival movements, and anti-Catholicism was just part of that. And it's been around since the Old West.
Yeah, and it's still going strong. It just kind of surprises me, kind of how openly they're the level of comfort with it. Whereas I guess I just notice it like other prejudices, and I'm kind of just like,
I remember sitting in a bank as a part-time security guard way back in the mid '80s, and this construction guy was working on an extension to the bank, and he was talking about something going on at his church, and how they're talking about revelation and prophecy and everything. And he stops, he looks at me real serious and goes, "Did you know the Catholic Church, they're the Antichrist?" And so, and then he goes on. It's just, it's been there as part of evangelicalism forever.
Yeah, no, I remember even when I grew up, there was this tension between sort of the black fundamentalist, Pentecostalism of my grandparents and the sort of elder people on my mom's side of the family, the non-denominational Christianity of our house, the Jesuit Catholicism of my school, right? And then my dad is I almost treat my dad like he's an atheist, but I think he's in like, and I don't know how he really feels about it, but I consider him like a nominal Christian and almost like part of what I would call like the political Christian class, like in Jersey politics and a lot of parts of the country. I was trying to have this conversation with my one black friend one time. I just said, you're expected to be somewhere on Sunday, right? It's just part of upward mobility. But when it comes up in conversation where you go to church, you just want to have an answer. So, that's the type of Christian I consider my dad. I hope I'm not I hope he's not like deeply religious and I just never picked up the flavor or whatever. But I don't think he is, right?
Well, if they don't know you're deeply religious, then you're not religiousing right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
because usually that just means you're crusty on the outside and have a heart of gold, which I don't know that means that you're religious or not. There's certain things that attend being a religious person. That means being a good neighbor, being respectful of others, and trying to be kind, trying to be. And I know evangelicals today hate this word, gentle, being a gentle person, because, that is a value in the New Testament. So, yeah, I think at least if you're going to try to be a Christian, there are certain things that go along with it.
Yeah.
I hope I didn't just insult your dad or something.
No. I totally agree, actually. Matter of fact, I was thinking of this with even like my mom, my grandparents, the super religious part of the family is, I don't think they're doing it right either. I think deep down inside, they know it's bullshit, because if they really lived as if it were true, they'd be trying to evangelize me at all times. Like, right? Like, Scott, if I really, I used to work at a church, right?
Mm-hmm.
And part of what I loved about it is because I would strike you as, hang on a second. And just so people know, I didn't know that Sal and Cindi got into a thing or whatever. Literally, I'm going to tell y'all the whole preparation for this show. I was like, oh, Mike did a stream with Sal and Cindi in the title. Sweet. I'm going to cover that. How much of it am I going to get through? Probably 10 minutes. But so I didn't even know any of this happened. I just actually wanted an excuse to talk about my thoughts on Sal and Cindi.
Well, no, with Sal and Cindi, it was like two passive aggressive people getting irked at each other. It wasn't like a full on confrontation or anything.
Got you. I just wanted to maybe talk about what I see as going on between them in that bigger picture. And I kind of set it up front, right? Like, I think he's using her in a weird way, and it's gonna blow up. So it's kind of an interesting thing to see how it goes.
Well, you made a great observation in that there's that using her for
sympathy
clicks aspect that I hadn't thought of. So you brought something to the game. I just thought of it as Sal wanting to rescue and fix a poor broken dove.
Sure, but I just don't think he does it for any reason other than the utility it brings him, right? But touching on the previous conversation, I kind of wanted to touch on something there. Part of what I really loved about working at churches, I would strike you as a non-religious Christian, right? Like sex with my girlfriends outside of marriage, smoke weed, just live the same lifestyle I live now pretty much, right? In the science, all of that. But at the end of the day, like, if we had the conversation, I was going to tell you straight to your face, like, oh yeah, but it's my job to let people know about this here gospel, right? And I wouldn't even go there. Like, I don't know why. Again, I was one of those soft, I was never gonna go there. But and I didn't think about that because I had gone to I was realistic about it. I was scientific, right? So I had gone to sort of like, well, some people conceptualize it as the absence of God, but I would have told you, me personally, I didn't really believe in heaven and hell, quite frankly, right? Because I kind of accepted religion on faith, in a weird way. I knew, and I think a lot of Christians know this. It's written by people, so I kind of accepted even when I was a Christian. They don't know. They didn't have a clue, right? So
well, that was a great attitude.
Yeah. So
anything that can put independent thinking into the mix that will eventually lead you out of it, I think, is a good idea.
Yeah, for sure. For me, like, and that was definitely part of it. I think for me, the gospel to me was all about being on mission. Like, you were trying to reach into people's lives and just do whatever service, right? And then when they'd be like, why are you doing this? Like, oh, yeah, because we work for a church. You're like, oh, yeah, okay. right. But that was kind of it. Like, it's kind of a head down mentality. Like, you know what I mean? Like, in the sense, we kind of let our work do our evangelizing for us. People came to our church because of what, if you were there on Sunday morning, it was probably because your kid was in our after school program, or you came through the soup kitchen, or you were in the AA program. Like, the church did something in your life. You were not there because it wasn't that, it was a hood reformed church with like a hip white dude, jiu-jitsu guy trying to like run a youth center for hood kid. Like, it was just on some weird shit, right? So we didn't have like a lot of, middle class and up cushy Christians coming through looking fancy on Sunday
morning. We have a powerful cumulative case.
Unless they were part of like our network of other churches coming to visit to check it out, or, they were a donator or something like that. It just wasn't the vibe. So, that was, and so weirdly, like, we just didn't do a whole lot of preaching, and even if it came to like sharing the gospel, most of us would have just cracked open John 3:16, and then we were testimony people, right? Oh, yeah. So it wasn't like when it was our time to take the floor, like, you weren't going to sit there and give a exegesis of the scripture. You were just going to talk about your experience as a Christian and, where you're at. So it was weird. It was a good soft way out, right? It was a good, and I'm gonna tell you how deep it was. That pastor hated religion. So it was one of those churches where like religion was a sin, and it was a pretty simple theological logic, right? The whole point of the gospel is grace. You need Jesus to have died for your sin, right? Now, if you get too religious such that you try to create, what basically would say is you're trying to create a life for yourself without sin. You're trying to transform yourself into not a sinner. And ironically, if you did that, you would no longer need God's grace. So you're trying to, so he kind of taught us like hyper-religiosity is actually a form of running away from God's grace, because you're just trying to solve it. If I got all the right do's and don'ts, then I don't have to pay attention anymore, essentially. Go ahead.
And it depends on what you think the goals of religion are, but it's not a bad goal, because I've always said that in religion, and I'm not going to do the Trump thing. People come up to me and they beg me to tell them, what religion is supposed to mean. But I think religion, should provide three things, or religions seek to provide three things: a sense of redemption. In other words, I was other than, and I want to be a part of something. I want to be accepted by God and by His community. Transformation is, I am weak and unable in some area, and I want to be different from the way I am now. And then comfort and consolation, community, being with people who care and I can care about, and who can care about me in return. And there may be more to it, like the sense of sacred. I think even a secular person can benefit from the creation of sacred spaces that, kind of do something to the mind that says, well, this is a place, where I need to be solemn and be quiet and be careful, in the sense of taking care not to disturb others for whatever reason, expressed through art, through the way you garden, landscape, or all sorts of different ways. Obviously, memorial spaces are like that.
Yes. Yes.
So if you can fulfill those
Absolutely.
Are legitimate needs in humanity and the human psyche, and religion can fulfill that. But I really think we need.
We can do it. We can do it.
Efforts.
We can do it. I was literally just thinking that, but man, those things are so powerful. Redemption, transformation, and like comfort, consolation.
Yeah.
And I bet you have that list memorized, right? I like it, Scott. I like it a lot, man. And I think it's a blueprint for community. The thing I loved about the church I worked at was that pastor was all about intentional relationship. It was about my presence and activity in your life is not going to just be incidental, which is an amazing way to just be in a community and have friends, right? Because then everything is like on purpose. What do I mean? Homie, like we all worked together, and then afterwards it was like, oh, y'all want to have dinner together? Everybody had that little extra motivation to say yes. So it was just so regular that we cooked together, gamed together, chilled together, drank together, partied together, because we were doing it on purpose. You know what I mean? And we kind of had the same thing going in Gather, where people don't realize, like, we end these streams and most of us are together literally the rest of the, round the clock, right? So it's like, me, Carrie Ann, Joel, and AR hang out till like, Lena, Cameron, sometimes 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Like
James joined us
almost every day. Hey, James.
Hey, guys.
So after a certain point, like, the level of which we come to know and understand each other is just on a different level, because we've done so many different things together. So, just little stuff like Carrie Ann can check on, if I eat, or she'll probably remember tonight that I have to teach tomorrow and remind me, and we'd all need that to remember to go to bed early. It's just little stuff that we know about each other through, all of that intentional time together. And it's being purposeful about remembering those things, right? That we're here to help redeem each other, right? James talks about this. If you were an axe murderer, just don't be axe murderer-y anymore, right? And you can, redeem yourself, right? You can transform yourself. You can take on a new identity where people no longer see you as an axe murderer. And quite frankly, you might tell some of us that you used to be an axe murderer. Most of us really won't even need you to tell that to us, because you've been transformed. We don't even see you that way. And then the consolation, right? Because we're all going to deal with sickness, death, loss, despair and all of these things. And so, yeah, I think those are really powerful things. Go ahead, James. Where are you at on some of this?
I mean, you're preaching to the choir, brother. I mean, I agree with everything you're saying. So I just need to know where to send my $9.95 a month so I can have free salvation.
Nitty's in the house too. So appreciate y'all.
Nitty.
So what do y'all think about this whole Cindi? I gotta get some coding done. Like I'm sure y'all are in here getting work done. But what do y'all think of this whole Sal and Cindi thing?
Well, it's just yet another chapter in the slimy saga that is Sal.
Yeah. I'm wondering if Nitty and James have observation. I don't know what they've seen or if they have takes on this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, no, you're good, Scott. No, you're absolutely good, Scott. That's perfect because that's how we want to set the floor, right? So we think Cindy's the next, Sal's next big
wounded
thing.
Dove.
His next wounded dove to redeem. But yeah, where are you guys at?
I didn't see the specific thing that he said to her.
Me either.
I just know that she's that he was rude to her. Like, what's the specific, Scott? Like, what did he specifically say to her?
Yeah, it's a good idea because we probably won't get to that part of the tape. So
yeah, I don't remember word for word. It's just he just kind of expressed disappointment in something she did or some position she took, and then she got a little irritated at him.
Okay, so here's the thing. I could say this. I'm glad you mentioned that.
Now I feel like I have to go back and watch the watch the video I was a participant in.
Don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. Awful. But the thing. Oh, I mean, not if it just means more. Sal's stuff is so bad. It's really hard to watch. He is really bad. Like you feel the time suck when you're watching Sal. I'm going to be honest with you. Like you pay for watching Sal. So I saw this coming. Obviously, like so many things. This, like James, we be on shit. Normally, James be even on way ahead of me on shit. But this Sal one was an easy thing to call. Why? Because he felt embarrassed after the R and Ra, Dr. Chris Thompson debate they did together. It's Sal and Cindi versus R and Ra and Dr. Chris Thompson. What did y'all think was going to happen?
Well, also, don't forget that after that, there was a Dr. Thompson, Sal Cordova discussion. And Dr. Thompson, I remember this when Sal made the claim that the sun is unique from all the other stars in the in the galaxy.
Wow.
Chris just thought that was the stupidest thing in the world and laughed about it. And he tried to, get off the hook by saying, well, this is something that Hugh Ross, an astronomer, said. And he still laughed at him because it's still such a laughable thing. Right. Yes, a scientist getting poetic about the sun is not a scientific statement,
Right.
And so he really also was carrying resentment towards Dr. Thompson from that one-on-one. And you can see that discussion on
okay, I see what you're saying.
On Chris Thompson's channel.
So the thing I was getting at is that after that tag team debate, right? Sal did what Sal does best. We always said, don't tell Sal your prayer request, right? Because he'll put it all over YouTube when he's praying for you. But he basically threw Cindi under the bus. He basically went, and as he's basically doing his debate reviews, he's basically running down her, lack of credentials and therefore lack of sophistication. And so you can tell, He almost made it sound like I didn't really want to do it with her, but I decided to give her the shot. And he talks about her in a way you can tell, this isn't going to be a healthy partnership between them.
See, he has this idea, I think it's his idea anyway, that women don't have knowledge or agency. I think it was the same way with Rebecca, and he tried to rescue that Taylor girl, back when she was the latest thing, and she did it. He did it with Cindi. He doesn't realize that women, they have their own thoughts, they have their own notions, and those need to be respected just like any other person.
Right.
It's part of the sexism of evangelicalism.
Absolutely. I'd like to introduce my unworthy minion. Yeah. Now, somebody said she kept calling him honey. Was that a sarcastic, or it was a sign of frustration? But what's up with the pet names? I don't know.
Well, a lot of times when a Southern lady says honey, it means fuck you. Almost like bless your heart, from Texas or whatever. Bless your heart definitely means fuck you.
It's a very gentle retard.
So we're here to cover a falling out, not a falling in, right? I was hoping we'd get some sort of twisted romantic comedy here, or all right. Because I don't know. Like I watched this Bill Maher thing. I shouldn't be confessing to watching Bill Maher, but I watched this Bill Maher thing, and he was saying it bothers him that he doesn't know who Trump's fucking. Because we know so much else about Trump. And, James, we don't know who these apologists are fucking.
I mean, it's not hard to figure out. You just got to figure out who the pool boy is and if they have any dogs or sheep. So,
yeah.
You just go down the list.
Well, the thing is, the point he was making with Trump is that it's not no one because, Trump's a dog and has access and all this shit. But I was just thinking with Sal and these type of characters, the answer could very well and likely be no one.
Right, no one. Absolutely no one. Sal's such an incel, it's not even funny. So...
singing I just feel like he's the type that's like singing to women, and he sees himself at least as the type that's singing to women by a piano fireplace in the lounge of a hotel, right? Like he's, which by the way should actually be James Apperson. Fucking James Apperson did that shit. It'd be fucking standing room only, and that is.
No. Straight, you can be the drummer, and I'll be in the back. The drummers really should be in the front.
Burning down stages is just how they raised me.
Right.
So, good times. All right, I'm gonna do some coding, but let me play some of this. If anybody has thought, well, Nitty, what are your thoughts on all this before I roll tape? Gone, AFK.
Nitty,
away from doing dad stuff. This is why you don't have children.
To be absolutely true. Catholics, they say, yes, of course, this is inspired by God and that this is our story, but that this is allegory, right? They don't think that every single thing written in the Bible is literally true.
That's how to get my attention.
The fundamentalists, that's what they think. And they're a minority, but they're a very loud minority.
All right, there we go. The dynamic duo.
Yeah, that's what they're fighting for, is this little strange kind of anal belief.
Yeah.
That, this is, I know how it is. I know what happened. And I know how to read the Bible.
The other thing is that so I got a great book here. Robert Pennock, Tower of Babel. I don't know if you've read this.
I have.
Really, though?
He's a professor, at least he was a professor at Michigan.
Really, though?
I think.
Michigan State. Don't do him like that.
There's all kinds of...
Oh, don't do him like that. He said a professor at Michigan. I know for most of you that's close, you probably don't know the difference, but he's at Michigan State, and if you're gonna miss, don't miss with the in-state rival. That would sting. that would sting. Rob would be like, "Thanks for the shout out."
The myths that are in
good shit. That's fun. That's internet fun right there, baby.
The creationists, of course, have made it their shibboleth that Garden of Eden and Adam and Eve. And I get it because, like, okay, that's kind of the beginning and it all makes sense. And this is where it would conflict mostly with evolution. But the story of the Tower of Babel also conflicts with everything that we know about anthropology. But you don't hear creationists arguing with anthropologists. I mean, some of them do.
All right, guys.
You haven't heard the right one.
Yeah, in case people don't remember this over here on this channel, Rob Pennock is my teaching mentor, and that Tower of Babel book is the book that we go through in my class. And some of you have been going through the Evita Ed exercises with me, and I mentioned earlier this week that we're going to get back to that here after Thanksgiving. So yeah, that's I was like, man, if I don't do the plug now, when am I going to do the plug? So pick up Tower of Babel if you haven't. You can get it on Amazon. A bunch you have. I think we will be. I'm going to start at the beginning, probably at chapter 3. Right? We've done the intro. We've done chapter 1. We've done chapter 2. We do chapter 3. James was thinking about doing the audio book. I got to remember to ask Rob about that. But yeah. It is a great book, guys. That's why I was so excited to share it with you guys. It's a fantastic book, and since you guys are sort of in this counter-apologetics community where you get into these conversations on the internet and maybe even in your own life, this is a book that will sort of really tool you. It deals with philosophy of science really well. It deals with why creationism isn't science. It helps you understand all the different flavors of Christianity. I think we've actually read through that, right? The difference between young Earth creationism and old Earth creationism, and what is IDC, and theistic evolution, all of that type of shit. And then the central argument, right, is that there isn't one creation narrative in the Bible. There's actually a bunch of them. And another one of them is the Tower of Babel. People think of the earlier Genesis narrative as explaining, the origin of the planets and whatever, and the people. But this one explains the origins of language. Where do we get language from? Oh, people were trying to build a tower up to the sky. God was like, nah, I'm not good with that. Let's smite them forever, confuse them, send them to the four corners of the very, 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 very flat earth. And no, I know it was a fucking dome with the firmament and all of that.
Mm-hmm. Right.
That's not any better. All right, so, yeah, so yeah, it's a great book in terms of that regard as well. Also gets into some of the history of this stuff. So we'll get back to it and we'll do a VDAD stuff. All right.
Mostly they completely ignore the idea of the Tower of Babel. And our understanding of how language had developed, it completely contradicts with it. So if you literally take the Bible to be true, you have to have this completely absurd idea about how all languages came about because of the Tower of Babel.
Yeah. And you have to have
they don't argue that because it's like, well, this is thing that's not as important, and
yeah. You have to have absurd ideas about mammoths and how fast they can run to the North America and geological layers, and you have to have
Go ahead.
Oh, and penguins. I was just thinking, imagine all those little penguins running, sprinting up from the South Pole.
The penguins to get on the Ark. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you often hear about poop on an ark, right? Like poop the poop thing. Yeah. But like that was Uncle Bobby's stumbling block in 3rd grade. But climate could have very easily been one. Just so you've got camels and penguins on the same boat. All right, cool. I'm out of here. Right? Like that conversation is over. Just yes or no, ma'am. Do you have penguins and camels on the same boat? Yeah. All right, cool. Catch me later. Right? Like, because it's just you don't think about that when you're 9 or whatever. But there's no fucking way. There's just no. But you're right. The penguins, they can get there. Right? The penguins can't get there because they're slow and it's frigid, and the camels can't get there because they're slow as fuck.
And
deep sea turtles and shit, get the fuck out of here.
I only ever wondered why they only had like one window on the ark. And I guess they did. Maybe they had a row of windows, but, you know, all that water coming in would be tough. But all it would take is like every animal to poop once, and you've got a biohazard and a lung hazard there. You're going to die. You're going to have people, you know, those 8 people wanting to jump into the ocean just to commit suicide because there's just nowhere to put all those animal excrements.
Yes.
It's just, it's just a dumb story. It's just a dumb story. And then until more people are willing to say, I know it's your religion, but that's a dumb story if you're taking it literally. It's great mythically. You know, it's a great mythical story right up there with
But here's the thing. They've got to get somewhere in there. They've got to get magical literalism. Because here's the deal. I actually think creation is a bigger deal breaker than people would like to. I think what we do as atheists is we kind of want to soft pedal it. And we kind of have a reason to, because quote unquote creationism is easily debunked nonsense, right? But here's the deal. Pretty much all Christians rely on a creator God. For me, it comes down to life and power over life and death type deal. So once you undermine that creation narrative, they don't have necessarily a different story or narrative to point to say, here's where I get my understanding of, right? So they do need their God. And as soon as they've got to admit, well, you can get a sun, moon, stars, turtles, doves, and people without God, I think they're done. Now they could get to, I'm spiritual, blah, 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 because then they got to go to something else even more fantastical. So now you've got a naturalistic view of everything or whatever, but then still this God who isn't actively doing any of that stuff, because then how do you get to all the stuff in biblical times, right? Because eventually they got to get to them some Jesus. They got to get to them some Jesus. So how do they get to them some Jesus after this? And then where does Jesus get these magical powers over life and death himself to be resurrected? So I actually think creationism, it's kind of like, for a lot of us, we see it technically as something you can have Christianity without. But I think for Christians that see the bigger puzzle, even the non-creationist, quote unquote, which first of all, I don't think there really is. One, I think that's a kind of a misnomer. All a creationist is someone who defends that particular argument. I guarantee you sit down, most Christians on Sunday morning, and especially if you don't out yourself as somebody who thinks creationism is ridiculous, and just ask them, where do people come from, and how do we get the planet and shit like that, they'll just point to the Bible. And everybody's a biblical literalist until they're in a room full of people who make them feel like being a biblical literalist isn't cool. I always say this is about the quote-unquote fundamentals. We put that label out there as a pejorative, so then a lot of Christians then deflect that onto other Christians. But put them in a room with themselves, they will all argue over who has the correct fundamentalist understanding.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
They'll fight for their, you know what I mean? So it's just kind of funny like that. But yeah, I think we're all on the same page about that. Yeah.
And they clearly don't get their morals from Bibles. Clearly they don't, or they all be in prison.
Right. Exactly.
There's nothing more tedious than listening to somebody trying to explain his particular take on theology. You're triggering me now back to times that when I used to go to church and some old guy would start bloviating in Sunday school about the first half of Matthew chapter 2a or something like that, yeah. Or, Matthew chapter 2 verse 2a or something. This is, sorry, man.
They don't even understand their own Bible. They don't even understand their own religion, and that's just bizarre to me. Like, if you don't take your religion seriously, then it makes sense you don't understand it. But if you're obsessive about it, how in the hell is it that you don't know what your religion teaches and what your Bible teaches? Like, here's one of the things they don't get.
Right. Hey, I was just going to say, I'm going to do some coding, and so I'll pass it to you. But yeah, I was kind of touching on this earlier, so it's a perfect segue, which is that, and it's fine because I can take them off the screen now. I don't need to cover that anymore. Guys, link is in the description if you want to see the rest of that video on Mike Answers in Atheism's channel.
And I'm going to go ahead and step out because I have to accomplish a couple of things this afternoon.
All right. Thanks so much, Scott. Appreciate your time.
All right. But, James, it was good talking to you, as well as you, Mr. J.
Oh, thank you so much for coming in, Scott. James, I was saying this to Scott before, like, they don't take it seriously. If my family really took it seriously, every time we talked, they would have nothing else to do other than try to convert me because they'd be trying to save me from, you know, the wrath of their realistic God. But they don't live that way. And that's, I think, what you were touching on. They literally don't live as though they're obsessed with it, even though they claim to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just none of it adds up. I was just going to go on a related tangent, but I don't.
No,
right
please
now.
do. You can. Yeah. I literally wanted to just tell people I'm done with that clip, and I'm going to start coding. So we're just listening to you. We're good to go.
All right. Well, at some point, if you want to put, I don't know if you have a video prepared for people to watch for when you'd go do your coding, or what your plans were. Were you planning on stopping the stream once you were done?
No. I'm just when I'm done. It depends on when I get done. I don't know how long it's going to take me. But no, right now I was just going to I'm just picking up where I left off because I got to get ready for my meeting tomorrow with Cliff. So I'm hoping this isn't too bad. I just
you work with Cliff officially, do you?
He's like, no, we like working together on a project. Technically, we don't work at the same university. We used to. He's a graduate student at Michigan State, technically, and I'm a postdoc at the University of Minnesota. But, you know, he's kind of like always looking for, you know, good projects. And I need his help to get my, my stuff up and running. So yeah, it's just he's just a collaborator, really. But yeah, that's how I know him. I know him because we both went to Michigan State. It was really weird because when at first he wasn't there either. Like, I was a grad student there and he was just there. Like, Cliff had a previous career as an animator. He's worked on a lot of famous animated films most of you guys have probably seen. And then he like ran a gaming company for a while. And so,
anything I heard of?
They're like, it's like, board games and card games, that type of thing. So the most famous one is called Red Dragon Inn. And then, he kind of came around and just started doing research. Like, he just felt like it. Right. And so eventually, we got him in the program because he was around so much, and he does this for, I guess the point I'm making is he does this for insurance. Like, he has money, he gets paid or whatever it is, but he mainly does this because he doesn't want to, like, you know, people who have like earned money and shit, they don't want to like go broke paying for the health insurance year in, year out. So
truth.
Yeah. All
right, that's cool. Well, I'm glad.
What are you working on?
I'm working on a spreadsheet for health stuff. So, trying to make sense of my health. And nutrition is complicated, like unbelievably complicated. Like, there's certain nutritional things that if you eat it during the morning or at any time, it will cancel out other nutritional things. They'll cancel each other out. So you have to make sure you have some foods in the morning and other foods in the evening. Otherwise, you won't get all the nutritional benefits from some of those foods. It's weird. And I'm also trying to maximize like my gut microbiome, which is a whole other thing, while keeping it low carb, but not zero carb. And I have to make sure I get just the right amount of salt in my diet. And there's just so much to it. It's crazy. So every day I work on it a little bit until I've got it. So, in the meantime, what I was going to say about the religion thing is, and I really want to do a stream about this at some point, you hear the Christians saying that the old covenant was done away with, it was replaced with the new. That's Christianity.
Right,
and so
right.
they're not under the old covenant stuff anymore.
Y'all, if you don't hear this, you do not know Christianity. This is Christianity 101. It's one of them. If you're looking at a pyramid, it is one of them level 1 bedrock bricks under the middle core of the fucking religion, right, James?
Right. So then they always add things like, but if it was repeated in the New Testament, then it counts toward the New Covenant, and then that's different. We kept it. And see, here's the thing that Christians, it just never occurs to them. If their God's moral perspectives are eternal and unchanging and perfect, then everything in the Old Testament that pissed him off still pisses him off. It's just that now he's not enforcing like 90% of it. With the New Covenant, he's like, okay, the 90% we didn't keep, I'm not going to send you to hell for it if you violate this shit, right? Because, you know, you've been let out of the law, right? You're no longer under the law.
Right.
But what they don't get is he still gets pissed off if you eat shellfish, if you wear clothing of mixed fiber, if you plant crops next to each other on the wrong way, if you work on the Sabbath. All that shit still pisses him off, like he just wants to smush you like a little cockroach. But the thing is, he doesn't, because he made a loophole that lets you out of the law covenant with the New Covenant. But they just don't get it, that he's still pissed off about the shit. It still disgusts him when you wear clothing and mixed fiber. Right? It still does, logically, because his morals are eternal and absolute and factual, right? They're not even opinions. If he has them, if he has an opinion, it's just a fact in their worldview. So here they are walking around like, haha, my God's not going to punish me for doing all this stuff. And I'm like, yeah, but if you respect the guy, shouldn't you still not go around pissing him off, even if he's not going to whip you? It's like,
yes.
They don't have an answer for it. They're always like, well, I don't know, man. Like, yeah, I know you don't know. That's my point exactly. You don't know. And it's just crazy. And I've been listening to that Darth Dawkins lately, like over in Godless Girl's channel, because you guys have talked about him before, but I had never watched him or heard him.
I just realized, James, I think I'm in a server with him. I think I'm in a politics server that he's in.
Yeah, that's the one he's been talking from lately. And
ooh, so he has been in there. Go ahead.
Yeah, and they gave him mod powers, and so even though it's not his server...
Fuck, I'm done already.
Yeah, so he just tells people constantly, you know, if I don't like what you're saying, I'm just going to boot you. I'm just going to mute you, right?
Right.
And it was funny because somebody came on the stream and was just trolling him, and they're like, well, then how come you abuse your children? He's like, I did not abuse my children. And like, yeah, they came in here and told us about how you've been touching them wrong and whipping them and stuff like that, and just like beating the shit out of them. And he's like, I never said anything. I never did that stuff. You're lying. And he got so upset. And the guy just kept calmly saying it until Darth got permission from the server admins or whatever to like permanently ban him. But the guy was just trying to get under his skin because it's easy to do.
Right.
And it did such a good job that for the rest of the time, Darth Dawkins kept like imitating a child when he was mocking people. Like his voice would go up really high and nasally, and he would say he was just like so annoying. And Godless Girl's like, I've never seen Darth Dawkins act this way before. This is out of character for him. This is worse than usual. And it all started when this guy like completely pissed him off by saying all that shit about him, which I found hilarious. But you know, Godless Girl wanted me to go on there, and Godless Girl's at mod or whatever in the channel kept saying they really liked my comments and I should go on there. But I'm like, nah, I just don't want to deal with him.
You mean going into the server?
They wanted me to. They wanted.
Yeah, yeah. And you're like, nah.
Yeah.
Now,
yeah,
James, I got an invite. I don't remember who sent me one. I haven't done anything in there, but if you go in there, I'll go with you.
All right, man. Well, maybe sometime this week or weekend we can both go do that, and I'll try out some material on him to see how it goes.
Right?
Yeah. So he's just so obnoxious, and I type a lot of my would-be responses out in the chat so people can see it, and but Darth Dawkins isn't seeing it, and even if he did, he would just ignore it, right? Because he can't get through to the guy. And so it's just so obnoxious on so many levels. I thought about doing a video where I go over it. I did write a blog and reply to some of it. Nobody wanted to read the blog. So I'm like, that's fine. Maybe I'll turn it into a stream at some point. But I don't know if our community cares about that particular drama or not. I don't know if they want to see somebody completely dissect Darth Dawkins, or if that's not even entertaining anymore. I have no idea. But apparently he got his start on Xbox Live, talking shit to other gamers that were atheists, and he enjoyed it so much he decided to make a hobby of it on YouTube.
That's kind of explains the toxicity from the gate, because gaming communities are fucking trash like that, right? Mm-hmm. Really, I find that very interesting, actually.
Yeah. So, I mean, so much of the stuff that he says is just outrageously unreasonable. And it's interesting because most of the guys that go on the Discord to challenge him are really wimpy about it. They let Darth get away with so much shit, and they let him intimidate them and steamroll over them, and they go, I don't know, maybe. And it's dude, if you're that unclear about where you stand on this shit, or Darth Dawkins' game, why did you go in Discord to challenge him? Why go in there just to say shit? It doesn't make any sense. And I mean, there are people that are great at going against Darth Dawkins, but none of those people are the people we're hearing in Discord, right? Godless Girl's not in there, Leo's not in there, Danny's not in there, right?
Right.
It's just these amateur nobodies that go in there and say, they think that just because they got done watching Atheist Experience with Matt Dillahunty, now they're ready to take on Darth Dawkins, and they're wrong, because Matt's game pretty much boils down to, how do you know? Now, you can say that constantly, and it'll piss Darth Dawkins off, but if you really want to take the conversation new, right, if you really want to throw him for a loop with something he hasn't heard before, you can't play from the Matt Dillahunty playbook. You can't, because there's not a whole lot more to it than how do you know, and a couple of moral questions, and then Matt just swears at you and hangs up. And then that's it. That's Matt's whole playbook, at least on the call-in shows. So
yes, that's his deal. I flashed over here just a little look. See, Nitty. I need to pee real quick. But Nitty, I don't know if you wanted to tag in and have thoughts on this. Otherwise, James, y'all are good, man. I am loving this. I'm actually getting some stuff done. If people want to know real quick before I use the restroom, what I'm doing, a lot of y'all, the basic stuff, we're trying to get the St. Patrick's speciation, and we got it going. So I'm looking through my spreadsheets. You can see yesterday we looked at one from the end of 14,000 updates. I don't want to run my stuff that long, so I'm looking to see how long I need to run stuff. I see even the same thing happening already at 2,000 updates, so that's amazing. That's a lot shorter. But I'm going to look at a couple other ones, maybe 1,000, maybe 500 even. But yeah, that's all I'm doing. I'm going to take a quick little boys break and turn things over to James and Nidimos. Really enjoying this conversation. Thank you both so much for being here.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, Darth is just this thing that I just don't want to touch. I just don't.
The unclean thing.
Well, I don't think he has ever engaged with my content specifically, so I don't typically worry about him. Mm-hmm. I just kind of sit back and I'm doing my thing. I have my own, troll user base, right, to deal with. So, I mean, I enjoy Jefferson Spatchcock and sometimes Tom Rabbit's recordings of Darth getting grilled or Godless Girl stuff every once in a while. But yeah, I feel you with the, you don't know how much the community wants more of that stuff, because there are there are people covering this stuff in detail.
Sure.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I completely misread the channel. Last night I did that. Somebody kept asking me about what had happened between Carrier and Neil, Gnostic Informant. And I had just mentioned it in passing. I wasn't going to get into it. And basically, it came up on my channel because I was talking about how Derek had to put a stop to the drama on the Mythvision Facebook group. And I had talked to Derek about it previously. I'm like, it's getting out of hand, and I don't think it's good for the community, and I don't think it's good for the channel. And Derek agreed, and he made a post and shut it down, and Godless Engineer agreed to stop doing it. And that's all good. But some people in the chat hadn't heard about what happened, and they asked me repeatedly. And so I'm like, okay, well, let me cover it really quickly. Now, this is where I went off the rails. This is where I made the mistake, especially toward the end of my stream. I really want to end my streams on a positive note, but we didn't get to last night. I went into too much. I went into too much detail, and in doing so, I tried not to take sides, but did kind of take sides. I admit, and but it's just my hot take on how that stream went. And I told people, I'm like, I didn't see the streams before that between these people. I didn't follow anything after that between these people. I just saw that one stream. For the first half hour, I had no opinion, but then I started to form an opinion, and here's how I see it. Now, I didn't plan on pissing anybody off, but I did upset some people in our community, in the chat. People that are normally 100% with me on things, it did not sit well with them because I picked the wrong side, apparently. And I didn't see that coming. And I told him, I'm like, I'll go back later, I'll watch it, maybe I'll get a different impression, maybe it'll sit differently with me if I rewatch it, but this is how it seemed to me. But I shouldn't have went into that much detail. I should have just said, yeah, there was a thing, right? And I should have left it at that, but I didn't. So that didn't set well with people. So sometimes I don't read the room that well either. But with somebody like Darth Dawkins, you don't need to worry about how to read the room. Once you know his gimmick, it's the same every night. It never changes.
Yeah, so, never ever changes. Yeah,
never ever.
Yeah, he's on his Pinky in the Brain shit too. What are we gonna do? The same thing we do every night.
Yep. So, yeah, it's just. I think I could do a better job against Darth Dawkins than most people do. But I guess I don't know that for sure, because I talked about this too, because the skill sets involved in writing blog responses or forum responses, writing it out, right, and posting it whenever you're good, damn well, and ready to post it, is a completely different set of skills, or at least somewhat different, an overlapping Venn diagram kind of skill thing. It's not the same as the skill set that it takes to be able to have a live debate effectively. It's just not. And so even though I'm great at writing things out in response with people, does that really, would I do great in a live debate? I just don't know. Now, I did with Otangelo once on Mike's channel, Answers from Atheism. He came through and challenged me on morality while I was on that stream. And I did quite well. But he didn't listen to a damn word I said, so it was wasteful.
Yeah.
And I'm tempted. Jay wants me to, just for laws, I think me and Jay probably will go in there sometime later this week and just kind of test some material out on Darth.
What, with Darth? Yeah, is it that easy to... I think also some of these people, I hate to say, I just add them to the cachet. I'm a science educator, so I just go, here's a bunch of assholes on the internet that I've interacted with that are pretty well known. So then that's where people like Hovind and Darth Dawkins and even now, other fuckface PineCreek, they're useful to me. They're like, oh yeah, cool, because other people can look them up and be like, oh, that's somebody who has a following, cool, done. I hate to sound that coarse about it, but it is what it is.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, he's a nobody except in his own little fishbowl. I mean, I'm not taking any of it personally, and I won't. If we go in there, I won't either. I kind of like the idea of going in there, trying out some material that I haven't heard anybody use yet, and then take some notes, try a few things out, and then just kind of like withdraw. Right? We talk about it later. I think about what I could have done differently. Drop some new material, and maybe a week or so later, I try the new material out, just to kind of refine the process, because I know pretty much how it's going to go. We're not going to get very far. He's going to end up muting me, blocking me, yelling over me, calling me names. It's just, but I do think that I'm going to bring something new to that exchange, and I think it could be entertaining. So that's all Godless Girl cares about on her channel. Just make it entertaining. She doesn't care who wins or loses or who gets mad. Just don't bore us to death. So. Right, that's all. And then it was funny because like one of the people in the chat's like, I'm going to jump in there, and he was going to give her a shout out or whatever. I can't remember if that was his idea or hers, but he's supposed to give her a shout out. So he gets in there and he finally gets a chance to talk, and he's like, "Godless Girl has big old fat titties."
Damn.
So then he had the rest of his thing, pissed off. Darth had got muted and he was done. So he came back to chat, and I wasn't sure, like. I was pretty sure that's going to amuse Godless Girl, or she's going to think it's funny, but I wasn't 100% sure. And I waited, and all I said was, nobody ever mentions my big old fat titties.
Damn. Yeah, I mean, that's what the community needed. Like, that's when I first got out here, especially with late night counter-apologetics, that was it. It was like there's too much counter-apologetics in the counter-apologetics community. So
yeah.
Now we just need to have some fun.
And I would love to have some fun. He mentioned the Trinity, and I love making fun of Trinitarians. I just do. It's hilarious. So, like, I've got material ready for that one. And it's like, yeah, absolutely. And she took it well. Like, she thought it was hilarious, and she thought it was, fun. She doesn't really care. She just wants the stream to be interesting enough that people will mention it to other people and stick around and come back and stuff like that. Other than that, she couldn't give a shit what anybody says about anything. So... though she does sometimes take shit personally when she gets engaged with people in these little mini debates, these little spontaneous little panels. And I've seen one the other day where sometimes she just gets in a mood. And she's like, I asked you a question, sir. And she's just like, she's ready to smack a hoe. And I'm just like, it's fun, but at the same time, it surprises me a little bit because she's so above those people that I'm just surprised sometimes when she gives a damn, right, that they're playing stupid games. Like, of course they're going to play stupid games. If you're not mentally prepared for that before you step into that ring, don't go. Because all that's going to happen is they're going to act a fool, right? You're not going to get more out of them than that. So I don't know what to think about that, but I don't know. What do you think about that whole scene, Nidimus?
I mean, I like a good garbage fire. Like, you just can't not look at a train crash, right? You got to stop. You got to slow down your car. You got to stop your doom scrolling. You got to hit that video that those people are talking shit to each other. They're yelling for a bit. That could be fun. Yeah. But I take it in like measured amounts. I don't like for a little bit I was like binging that stuff, but as I've just had more things to do, or streams like these open up, I just hang with you guys now, and I'm not as deep in that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks, Nick.
But like
the work crew, man, I'm trying to get the work crowd going. I think our community should.
I'm trying to work right now, but
helping each other be productive.
I'm listening. And like the other thing though is like I don't want to. Because one of the things that can happen to you after like a lot of consumption of that kind of content is that you might start thinking that like your debates or your discussions will go that way, or that like the person on the other side of the screen that they're shouting at isn't a person, or like you might just get like real apprehensive about wanting to have conversations because you don't want them to turn into those kind of devolved, oh my God, he good, stop, make fun, you bad. right?
Well, that's why I tell people, I'm like, if you're not in the right frame of mind for it, do not step into the ring with these people.
Right, but I'm saying, like, just, if that's the primary way you engage the debate, like, just you taint your own thinking and ability to
it's the same old
be a good interlocutor there.
Right, to be flexible, adaptable, durable, creative. Like, yeah, don't go in there with your ego attached. That's for damn sure. And then
like, imagine if you predominantly consume that stuff, and then you're trying to go to your family's Thanksgiving dinner, right? Like,
right.
You're gonna be so cynical, like, shut up, Uncle Jesse.
It's like judging your first date based on the last porno you saw. Like, not a good idea.
No, exactly. All right, I got a work call that they're bugging me. So
all right, man. Do you think?
Yeah.
But yeah, James, it could be interesting. I don't know. Maybe we can get Darth to do something, but I don't know if he does stuff on other forums where he doesn't have control.
I'll just find out when Godless Girl is going to stream it next, and then or at least watch for that. And then when she does, I'll see if you're available. If you are, we'll jump in. I don't want to stay for long. It won't take him long to mute me, anyways. So, it's kind of you probably wouldn't know the Gong Show. That was before your time, but it's basically get in, piss him off, get out, take some notes, think about how we can have even more fun with it next time. Wait a week or two, try it again with new shit. But I'm not going to go in there to take it seriously. I'm not trying to prove anything or disprove anything. I'm not trying to vindicate atheism. None of that shit. So, and yeah, he's going to talk shit. Of course, you're going to talk shit, right?
I was just, does he do the same? Does he do his same stick with politics, and is it just predictably right?
So far, I've only seen it. I'm sure he does with politics, but so far I've only seen him talking about, Godism and Christianity versus atheism and all that he thinks atheism is, which isn't. So, because, atheism is a single position on a single issue. But, Darth Dawkins is one of those fundamentalists that has this big, larger set of ideas that he thinks define atheism. And amongst those is everybody secretly knows that his God, not just a God also, but his specific God is real. And the reason we don't admit that to ourselves or to anyone else is because we want to live sinful, indulgent lives, and because we hate God, because we're evil people. And so that's why we won't admit what the truth is. And so he just speaks entirely from that perspective, which can be frustrating to some people. But once you understand that he's limited himself, he hasn't limited you, he's limited himself. That gives you actually a lot of strategic power and advantage in a debate with him. You just have to know how to work around that. So, I'm ready for it, but I don't think it'll take long for him to mute me. I just want to do it to have fun and say, hey, I did it. Like, I don't otherwise care. But yeah, I usually write up what my responses would have been in the chat while he's talking, but he doesn't see it because he's not in Godless Girl's channel, So
yes.
Scrolling up, we've got Kata here. Hi, Kata. It's great to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Kata. Quick note here. If you guys look at this line, I'm on line 451. This is the type of stuff me and Cliff will be looking into, but this is a case that kind of helps us see that hopefully everything is working under the hood correctly. Most of our organisms don't switch, and they eat one food type. You can think of it as blue, red, and green. And something that's interesting is that, you know what? Okay, this one has a preference for two. These are sorted by preference. So here's a weird one. It's basically got a preference for the wrong food type. And this can happen. It can still get into the LEC because it has enough of a score. It basically eats the wrong food. And then I bet you it had a mutation in its preference. Gets into a LEC, and then on the rare occasion gets through without being challenged by a higher score. Interesting. All right, sorry, I was thinking out loud. Go ahead, James.
No, that's great. You're like Neo in the Matrix. It's a big row of numbers, and you can see a whole world in the numbers.
Oh,
and the
yeah,
data.
definitely.
And I think that's awesome, Neo.
Thanks.
You are the one.
But yeah. All right. So, what do you, all right, speaking? It's kind of a good segue back to something we were talking about earlier, because we can ask the same question about Sal and Cindi. Like, at one point, I thought me and Stupid Horror Energy should do a tag team debate against Sal and Cindi, if they're going to be out here in the streets like that. But Sal, to me, is, similarly dense and useless as a Darth Dawkins. What do you see there being a difference in usefulness and engaging in one versus the other?
So Sal is easier, honestly, in a way, because if you can get him on a stream, because I've gone into his channel before when he was coaching Rebecca. This was like earlier in 2022. This like many months ago. And I asked him a question, and he read it out loud, and immediately his response was to concede the point. He's like, "Oh, he got me there." And I'm like, "Really? What's your answer?" He's like, "I don't have an answer. You stumped me. Good job, Atheist." And it was easy to stump him. It took me all of 5 seconds. Whereas Darth Dawkins would just yell at you, insult you, and then say none of it's relevant, and he's going to mute you if you don't start like taking this seriously. And he just like runs through his bullshit, right, to try to like dominate and intimidate and sidetrack. Right. And with Sai doesn't have all these little like gimmicks and tricks that he can do. He doesn't have that he doesn't have that much energy, and he knows he's never going to intimidate anybody. And you can just stump him. You just can. You can stump Darth Dawkins too, but he won't admit you stumped him. Sal sometimes will. So it's just they're just in that way, in terms of their like how they handle debate, they're two completely different animals. But you can have more discussion with Sal. He's going to pontificate. He's going to lie. He's going to intentionally misunderstand. He's going to gaslight. But the conversation's happening, even though that's what he brings to it. Whereas Darth Dawkins is a master of just shutting down the conversation and just steamrolling back over you. That's his thing. It's a completely different thing. So
yeah, and then it's sort of the inverse in terms of usefulness. So Sal is easier, but other than our small community, nobody gives a shit. Darth Dawkins, you probably get a little bit more play out of interacting with him. He's got a bigger name.
Yeah, that's the only reason I even care about it. I just want to be able to have a clip. If it's amusing, right? I don't even care about winning. If I can make it funny enough where it's worth sharing, I just want to collect a clip or two with him. That's it. Because only because so many people know who he is and he's infamous, right? It's like
exactly.
It's like that's it.
That's how I saw Hovind, and for better or worse. And with that kind of attitude, you don't have anything to lose, because again, you're not going to win people over on either side anyway.
Don't.
So
and I don't necessarily know that I want to anyways. Like, you can't cure a major personality disorder. What's the point of curing them of the religion if that's still going to persist? So, like, I just don't even care. So, in the meantime, I don't know if Peter W. is still in the chat or not, but he made a point about it, about anybody going in there. He's like, oh, come on. What did he say? Scroll back up. Oh, I lost it now. Oh, about ultimate reality. You should have an answer for what is ultimate in your worldview. If you don't answer that, Darth won't proceed. And he's right. Like, that's part of Darth's thing. Ultimate in your worldview. And I'm like, I'm ready to have that conversation too. Like, what is ultimate? Cause and effect, physics, ultimate, right? The carrot and the stick, biology, neurology, weak force, strong force, like microscopic to the macroscopic. It's all just physics to me. So what is ultimate in your worldview? The fact that I'm physics bitch, right? And that I will live and die as physics bitch. And the best I can do is try to find a way to get along with her, right? Because you're stuck with her, right? Like an abusive marriage. You're stuck with physics. You might as well make friends. So that's it. That's what's ultimate in my worldview in terms of like how things work. But that's a different question than why, what do I care about or what value do I place on things, right? So, but that still comes back to the carrot and the stick as well. So I care about what I care about. I like what I like. I don't like what I don't like. It's all physics. I didn't get a choice in it, right? Nobody gets to choose if you like vanilla or you like chocolate. Physics decides for you. Nobody gets to choose who they're attracted to sexually or what they want to do, right? Nobody gets to choose anything about the way the world looks to them or feels to them or anything. Like, we don't get to choose these things. So what's ultimate in my worldview is the recognition of these facts. As unfortunate as they may be, if you can make peace with them, it goes a long way to making peace with the journey. So I don't know if you want to call that ultimate or not. But if Darth wanted me to pick like a position about how I can justify my belief in logic if I don't have a God that validates my belief in logic, I would just appeal to Eric the God-eating penguin. Because by definition, Eric has to eat gods. And if he eats gods, that means he also has to poop them out. And if he poops them out, that means Yahweh and all the other gods are shit. And, Eric's at the top of the food chain. So if you need Yahweh to validate your moral belief system and your confidence in logic and things like that, or justify you even trying to use logic, then you also need Eric above Yahweh, because Eric eats Yahweh and shits him out. So you have to appeal to Eric. Now, Eric thinks Yahweh is shit. And, of course he is, because he ate him. And Eric says that Christianity is wrong and that don't listen to Yahweh, he's an idiot. And I think Eric has a point. So, yes, I'm a presuppositionalist, but I'm like one higher up from Darth Dawkins. I've assumed the next higher up in the food chain. So,
James, this is your flying man.
Yeah. With Darth it is. With Darth it's my flying man. My flying man changes depending on the situation, but with Darth it's Eric.
Right.
And if I end up needing to pick a different one later, I just will. Sometimes it's SpongeBob, the eternal hall monitor.
SpongeBob, the eternal hall monitor. It could be anything, right? I mean, these precepts. I think precepts are the worst. I just think they're all confessions that you don't know what the fuck you're doing, but
right.
This one in particular,
right? And Peter's right. Darth would try to make me limit it to one thing, but why? Why do I have to limit it to one thing? Who says? Darth? Like, so what? He's nobody. I can limit it to 10 things or 1,000 things if I want to. The ultimate. Well, the ultimate implies one thing. And I'm like, no, the ultimate can be a collection. If your God is a collection of people, then my ultimate can be a collection of something else. It can be a collection of penguins. It can be a collection of anything I want it to be, right? You're asking me about my ultimate. So it doesn't have to be a single thing if yours doesn't, and yours really isn't if you're a Trinitarian. But yeah, I'm not going to go in there with any seriousness, and anyways, it doesn't matter. So what's the thing you're working on right now, Jay? What are you trying to make it do tonight?
So what it does is basically they sort themselves into two mating types based on their shape. Basically, the pretty much positive one and negative one, and then they will do this based on color. So the thing we'll be talking about is this thing called sympatric speciation, which people, can sometimes say doesn't happen, and we observe it all the time. And what we have here is sympatric speciation, including what you could basically include the de novo evolution of mating types. And we for us, it's their shape, right? It's just a number that determines their shape. But yeah, and so what I'm doing right now is we just have an example that's working, and I'm just looking through the different snapshots of the history of that population to see how long it took. Like I know it didn't happen I know it happened by, say, as early as 2000, because I ran it almost 15,000 yesterday. I know it happened, definitely happened by 2000, hadn't happened yet by 500. And so now I'm checking 1,000, and I think I'll probably end up, so we'll see here. Oh, wait, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think you can see my screen back here, actually.
I mean, you can search a column for the very first occurrence of a particular variable.
Yeah. I've got it sorted the way I want. I'm just kind of doing precursor stuff, so I'm not doing anything with this data other than looking for, I'm basically looking at their scores here and then seeing I have all the columns I need right here lined up. Foods, 1, 2, 3, preference score, shape, and switches. And so what we basically look for is it shouldn't be switching much, and that's zeros. This is their preference, so they're sorted by preference. This tells us what they're trying to mate with. And then most of these that are trying to mate with type 1, see this is their shape, they're -1. They want to mate with something very close to +1, but their scores are all really low. Okay, that gets up. So this tells me that they're eating, and by their scores going up to the sort of 20s, 30s range, that tells us they've more or less figured out what's going on. And then we can also see that they are not switching, and they're mostly eating the first food type. Well, there's a little bit of mixing here, right? There's food 1, food 2, food 3. So you want to see, like, as they get higher scores, like this guy, most of them eat only that first food type. There's still more mixing. It's just earlier in their evolution, so that's kind of nice. I'll probably go with 2,000. Get super clean by then. And it'll give more populations more time to settle out. Let's see. But yeah, you can see here, right? Like most of the high scores, they only eat one food type. And then what's
what does that tell you about the creatures that only eat one food type?
Speciation. That's the speciation, that they don't switch foods. There's a cost to switching foods. It's like, we can set it, but it's basically a cost that you switch because it's like, now it's a slightly different food source. So the optimal strategy is to only eat one food type, and so that's what they do. They figure out to go hunting around for a particular color, and then it affects their mating.
Is it because... Okay, I'm just going to ask what it's because of, because
Sure.
It seems to me like if you're in an environment and you eat from two different food sources, it seems like your odds of surviving long enough to mate go up because you don't your life isn't dependent on the single food source.
Sure, but this is where, so there's a couple things. So one, there's frequency dependence. So there's 3 foods, and they're all on the map together. So to think about how the world is you could think of it almost like a grid, with just blue, red, or green food on each spot. And then each time an agent eats a food, it's replaced randomly. So what's going to happen is if you eat all the red food, there's just going to be a whole lot of blue and green. If you eat all the blue, there's going to be a whole lot of green and red. You eat all the green, there's going to be a whole lot of blue and red. So there's a better when rare type of condition, right? And so, yeah. And then the other thing is then there's sexual selection. So they all have a preference, right? They all go mate, and they're not forced to be mating types, but the first parent into that gets through the tournament, gets selected, basically becomes the mom. And so then they have a preference. And so they're going to prefer basically a color that's determined by your food. So if you're mixing food types, you're going to keep paying that switch cost. Now, we can make it so there is no switch cost, and then what you said might happen more. They might just eat everything. But because there's a cost to switching, and you have to get through, that's kind of the point of sexual selection, right? Is that you get through high fitness or whatever, like you're good for the environment or whatever the fuck, but it really doesn't matter at the end of the day because you got to get through the preference of the mom or the female mostly, right? And so in this situation, you don't want to switch foods because it'll make you, let's say you're blue, it'll make you less blue, right? If you eat one blue, your blue score goes up by 1. But if you eat another red, then now you're back to, you're not any more blue.
How does that correlate representatively to the real world?
Actually, quite nicely. So it's sort of like a situation where you can think of it almost, and I'm sure Cliff would have, we'd probably both come up with different examples, but mine is, I think of like a bird species where for the males, an essential part of their courtship display might be behavioral. Maybe they literally sing and dance. But it also might be the coloration of their feathers. And that might be very mediated by their diet. So you can think of something where they have to have like a brightly orange colored chest, right? And to do that, they got to have a diet high in keratin or whatever the fuck turns their shit orange. Or it could be a behavioral thing like a bowerbird where that's kind of a good one because there's a foraging task in this. They've got to go around hunting for the proper color food. So a bowerbird's a bird who basically makes a nest. Let me show you about.
So if I go over like Japan and all these really, really feminine girls and I'm trying to compete, but I'm eating a combination of the usual sushi and rice, but I'm also eating a bunch of junk food from America, like American cuisine. I'm going to put on weight because of it and become less desirable as a mate. Whereas if I just eat consistent with their diet, I'm going to fit their idea of what a guy's supposed to look like.
Yes, almost irrespective of what's actually better for you, right?
Yeah.
This is like, salmon all swim upstream, compete, and then as a result of what's going to happen, they're going to die. Why do they do it? Well, it doesn't matter if they don't. But so this is a bowerbird. And do you see how he's got all this blue plastic shit around his nest?
Yeah.
That's a bower. And so the more blue his nest and the more blue shit he's got around it, that's how he attracts females. So he's gone all over beaches and flying around and shit, and he's just tuned in. I've got to find this particular shade of blue, right? And so it's we don't know how the fuck this shit. This is fast. They're very fascinating examples of sexual selection that people love because
that
this
is
clear.
fascinating.
Yeah,
Clearly.
So
wow. So Peter thinks I might do well over there. I'm like, maybe if I put a big cloth diaper on and just say I'm a sumo wrestler, like I could probably score.
Well, see, that's the thing too. Like in our culture, we would say sumo wrestlers are obese. Like to be that size is not good, but they have. But then again, it's different if you're an offensive lineman.
Right.
I've known a lot of football players. They're big guys, really big guys.
Yeah.
I think Uncle Bobby's 6'4", 240, 250. You know what I mean? Like that's
wow.
Yeah,
that's even taller than me. Jeez.
He's a big dude. Yeah. So we got male peacocks. Stupid Orange, you mentioned male peacocks get sick displaying for females. So that's kind of what this deal is. And at the end, right now, all of the foods are the same value. They're all worth 1 point essentially, so that there is no difference. But we're going to change the system eventually. When you guys keep watching, one of the things we're interested in is actually we can make one of the foods toxic by making it worth a penalty, and then it creates this tension where you've got to get a high healthy score to get into this lek, but then you can have the female evolve a preference for the toxic color, and so literally I sometimes joke of it as the evolution of toxic females, but I mean that very seriously. It's not. It's not an insult, ladies. But yeah.
You're the good kind of toxic, baby.
Yeah, but I mean, but this is all the stuff that is, part of sexuality, right?
Yeah.
And there is a lot of toxic behavior that is selected for on both sides.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I was just watching something about that the other day. That really famous lady that always talks about narcissism. What's her name now? You know who I'm talking about. Like,
that narcissist bitch that's always calling everybody else a narcissist.
Her.
No, I don't know who you're talking about.
Doctor something or other. Like, I'd have to look in my history. But anyway, she was talking about, most societies, including ours, the women are hypergamous, right? So they're always looking for the guy that can take care of them. He's ambitious. He's a go-getter. He's got lots of money and he's in charge and all that other shit.
Right, and then the rest of us get a fucking Elon Musk because that's how this nigga gets laid, and Jeff Bezos and Napoleon and all of these fucktards.
Right, and so what she was saying is that most of those guys are either clinical narcissists or indistinguishable from them. And this is the irony of it, because it takes a certain kind of set of personality traits to be so motivated by trying to defend your ego that you go out there and try to prove how worthy and great you are, so you can feel better about yourself and be more respected by other people. It's that narcissism drive that compels people to positions of power and to positions of prestige and to make all kinds of money. That's where they're getting their go from. And so somebody asked her, basically, have you ever known anybody who wasn't a narcissist but excelled in life in that way? And she goes, And she's just, those people are either narcissists or they're indistinguishable from. And so what we're telling these women who we're encouraging them to be hypergamous is, go find you an abuser. Commit to that abuser, have kids with them before you realize you're mistaken and be stuck. That's what we're telling them. That's what we're encouraging. That's what even genetics is encouraging, and culture is encouraging, and bad advice is encouraging. And this is a big problem across the world, especially in America. So
yeah, and you have to really work against this. And even most of us that are ambitious or talented and gifted, you have to make very conscientious choices to not be antisocial and superficial about it. So a perfect example would be me in a church. Like, to the average observer, they probably go, holy shit, you probably get a lot of attention from females playing in a church on Sunday. Yeah, you do. And that's why you're not getting that gig, right? Because they the person they trust with it is somebody who, like, literally, I can be in a church event, right? And churches segregate, like especially like young adults, let's say, right? So couples not, but young adults definitely, right? So boys all want to. I can be with the girls, holding down a whole table full of girls, right? Everybody's okay with it. Why? Because they know I'm not trying to take one of these little undergrad girls home. Come on now, get the fuck out of here. Now, is that to say I wouldn't? No, it's just to say I'm not trying to take advantage. It's just not that type of party, right? And, but boy, there's a lot of people who are a whole different story, and it's fucking irritating. Like, I have had so much animosity for drummers, for instance, just for playing for years at my grandfather's church, being lazy, and then and then I feel like you're there for the girls. Like, oh man, I just want to hurt people because you suck and you're toxic. Right? Like, yeah.
Right. Bad combination. So,
but yeah, to your point, you have to actually work against it. Yeah.
She was.
Go ahead.
Because it's a personality thing. She's like, ironically, the people that aren't clinical narcissists but get moderately ahead in life, because they're not a clinical narcissist, and so they ironically lack that extra drive to go further. She said they still have to be comfortable putting themselves before other people, and not a little, a lot. They have to be comfortable with this I'm just going to get mine. I don't care how it hurts you. I don't care who it hurts. I got to get mine. I got to get mine, right? At some point, if you don't adopt that mindset in the business world, you are not going to go very far.
Yeah.
You are just not.
Yeah, absolutely.
And she says that the opposite personality is like the country doctor who, if you can't afford to pay your medical bill, will gladly accept a hug, a smile, and an apple pie, right?
Right.
They'll just like, don't worry about it. I got this, right? And so those people, the people we really want to see the world populated with, they're not going very far.
No, they're paying the cost. And I can't even begin to tell you how much I've seen this play out in my life and the lives of others. And I've just gotten comfortable with it, right? I've gotten comfortable with I'm just not going to make money and get to the level of the blah, blah, blah. And I've actually tried to even change who I aspire to be like, right? So, for instance, my researcher mentor is the head of the department, right? But I'm trying to be more like Cliff. Leave me alone. Let me do my work. I don't want to reinforce the aspirational side of me. It's like, yeah, I want to be the head of the department someday. Nah, I'm like, cut that off. Man, nah, I ain't trying to. I don't want them headaches. But we all have to make these kind of choices for ourselves because that country doctor, like you said, he just makes less. No, he's decided he makes enough, right? That's him. He's like, I make enough. My wife is beautiful. My kids ain't in prison. It's a fucking pot roast in the game waiting for me when I get home. Life is good, right?
Yeah, and the community probably celebrates him for being
right. Yeah, that's how a lot of people feel. Yeah,
pro-social, valuable member of the community. So that's worth something too,
right?
And he'll probably live longer anyways because those people that push themselves too hard in order to vindicate their ego and have worth, they really hurt their own health with all of that anxiety and all that lost sleep and all the isolation it causes in their life and all the isolation that the personality disorder itself causes for them.
And I have friends who are exactly like you talk about. They're super ambitious. Everybody celebrates them professionally. But I happen to be close enough to see the darker side. You know, I see their so, for instance, they're hyper fit, right?
Yeah.
But to me, it's like this insecurity, this obsession with sex, always in some shit. And I feel bad for their spouse and loved ones because they're constantly doing hurtful shit to them. It's just that they manipulate other people's impression of them. So people don't see it, right? And I do, and I feel bad, but to your point, people don't see it. And I'm not a hater, so I can't call it out because it's a friend and they confide in me their terrible shit. So that's the only reason I know, right? But but there are people like this,
Now I used to be the guy people could come to and like confide all their like awful shit and insecurities and shit, but now I discourage people. I'm like, probably you don't want to. And it's not because I'll put your shit on blast, because I won't. But I've had it happen in the past where somebody confided in me and I was part of the social circle, and then later they regretted confiding because it made them feel vulnerable. Like there was somebody in that circle that had the goods on them and they didn't want to take it. Made me a liability. And so they started distancing themselves from me strategically. And eventually they burned my bridges for me, went around talking shit about me, so that if I did tell anybody about them, it would sound retaliatory, like I'm making shit up, and people wouldn't care because I've already been ostracized by then. And and it was a bad situation. So now I'm telling people, I'm like, if I know them in person, right, and part of the same social scene, I would rather them not give me their secrets. It's safe to give me their secrets,
but you don't need them to. I think James popped out. I'm getting so used to this gather flow. James, you still there? Yeah, I think his connection dropped out a little bit. James, maybe refresh. But yeah, I'm sure James will let me know when he pops back in. I'm really enjoying working from the cafe today. So there's something about this that I wanted to touch on, and I'm actually going to I want to wait till James comes back, so let me do that. All right, James, go ahead. Sorry, we lost you. So rewind a little bit and go ahead.
Oh, I guess I lost internet for a moment. So I dated this one woman years and years ago who had been horribly abused as a child. Horribly. Like the things, I can't even repeat the things that happened to her. And so it made her, the things that happened to her as a child made her feel like icky and yucky as a person even later in life. And at first she thought that she'd feel better to have somebody to confide in, and so she told me a lot of the stuff she'd been through, and it was horrific. But I endured it because, trying to be there for her. Well, she eventually started to realize that she felt more icky around me than she used to, but I was still treating her fine, like wonderfully. The problem is that now I know, right? Now I know what she's been through, and because those things made her feel yucky about herself, the idea or the feeling was that now that I know, surely you must see how yucky I am. And I'd say, no, I don't see you that way. But she'd still, like, it made it more real to her. Like she felt exposed for the yuck just because I knew about the things that happened to her, even though I didn't treat her badly at all, or I even put it back on her face at all. Like, I didn't criticize her, nothing like that. But she regretted telling me, and she told me, she's like, when she replaced me, she's like, I'm not telling the next guy nothing. And I'm like, well, he might be cool about it like I was. She goes, yeah, but just if he knows, I'll always feel worse around him because he knows. And she didn't expect to feel that way when she told me her secrets. But after she had, she's like, shit, now he's always going to know this thing about me. And I'm always going to wonder if he's thinking in the back of his head, this bitch be yucky, right? Even if he didn't say it.
Right.
And so now my new rule, whether it's somebody I'm dating or just somebody in my normal social circle, especially if it's in person, like physically part of my world, if there's anything that makes you feel horrible about yourself or that you don't want anybody else to know, the secret's safe with me and I'll always treat you well. Please don't tell me. Just don't tell me. Right? Tell your therapist. Because you're going to start feeling like you're wondering if I'm judging you even when I'm not, right? And I don't need that between us, right? I just don't need that. So that's one of the things that I learned from that experience. And I can't remember what we were talking about that got me on the topic, but yeah, that's one of the hard lessons. So
no, it's interesting. You have to know what to share with who and who not to essentially overshare with, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's a hard thing to judge, I think.
Sure. So now I always tell people, I'm like, tell me anything you want to, but if it's a thing that makes you feel bad about yourself, be sure you want me to know, because I don't want you worrying in the back of your head that maybe I'm holding it against you when I'm not. So we just don't need that. We don't need that at all. So anyways, yeah.
All right, so here's something else I wanted to bring up, because you were talking about how what were we talking about with narcissism?
Narcissists and hypergamy in society, and how women select for certain traits.
Okay. So here's the deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this is what we do with faith, right? When we esteem people for being religious, we're doing the same thing. So I think you are giving us a new toolkit, right? An interesting look at counter-apologetics. One way is to talk about indoctrination and abuse. Another is to talk about relationships, similarly to get around to abusive relationships, right? You always talk about God as a relationship, right?
That's what it is.
Another way is to talk about the sort of social structures and historical stuff. So you've gotten the Holocaust stuff. But I think this is another one where there's really a need to have a conversation about narcissism. And I think a perfect example would be in my own life, since more people like you in particular have started talking about this, and also, you know, people like Lena, to a certain extent, have really helped me see this more in my family. Now, y'all know I throw a lot of shit at my family, so I try to be easy on them. So we haven't yet straight up had the conversation about narcissism in my family, but I definitely see it now, right? I definitely see my grandparents as these like narcissistic figures that have essentially held the family back for generations because everyone has to do the song and dance around them. And so now some of these coping strategies that I didn't even understand growing up. When I was growing up, it was just kind of a disappointment. There were these wonderful events, these wonderful occasions where there would be 3 or 4 generations together for Thanksgiving, Easter, whatever the fuck. And it was lovely. And then there was this other period came where like that just like wasn't happening, and all of a sudden it was what people were coming later or barely coming at all or not coming or coming at different times. And now when I look back, I realize these were the people who they didn't want to be around it. They just couldn't take it. It was too much, right? And I think for non-religious people, even for one day, it's too much. It's too much. Yeah. It's too much. Like, if you're not into religion, it's super culty nonsense. And so I think for our family that didn't feel like Christianity was the center of their lives, they just didn't want to be around that. But because my family, even trying to be good people, is playing from that narcissist handbook, and they've got to carry the flag harder than everybody else because they're ministers. Right. So they've got to really show the playbook. And so it's been the whole shit my whole life. Give you a perfect example. Like my grandparents didn't come to my mom's second wedding. Not sure if they came to her third. But I remember specifically they didn't come to her second because they didn't believe in divorce. How the nonsense is that? Well, turn around and I think my mom uninvited me to her third wedding because I was in a poly relationship. Now, she didn't say that. It's just I went from invited to uninvited around that time after she found out, right? Now, how did the rest of my social circle, including my, very serious, prestigious boss, treat the situation? Hey, gang, we're all getting together for burgers and beer at Crunchies. Feel free to, be +1 or bring a friend. Hey, Rich, is it okay if I'm +2? Oh, absolutely. Right. Done. Now, we don't talk about this, but that is toxic. Because what happens is it's like it's accepted and normalized in the rest of my life, and then my family acting like some bullshit. And I think it's discouraging to a relationship. Like, I never wanted to talk about it, but it's like, I feel like it sends a strong signal to the relationship that it's not accepted. Right. And when you're in something like a poly relationship, especially when you're young and they're young, you need that kind of support system to help say, like, it's okay and we still love you. So when people start acting a fool, it takes a support system away from relationship. Now, I don't ever want to blame the failure of my relationship on the lack of a support system, because that's like deflecting, but it's definitely part of a lack of a support system, right? That can help you respond. It's you lose something in your toolkit of responses. But anyway, I see all of this looking back now as narcissistic shit. My way or the highway, to the point of painful ostracism and isolation and shit like that when people don't go along with the bullshit.
Yeah.
And so I think for a lot of us that are your regular listeners, we're having that same awakening where we maybe weren't as well versed in identifying a lot of this shit as narcissism or narcissistic type behavior, but I think you're helping us get there. Yeah. Even if we haven't had the conversation yet, we're like getting there. We're like, oh, I'm seeing some things I'm not gonna be able to go along with long term anymore.
Right. And one of the things, and her name is Dr. Romani, by the way, Romani. One of the things she was talking about is you don't really need to be able to diagnose somebody with NPD to recognize abusive, antisocial behaviors, right? If somebody's behaving in such a way that it's contrary to your best interests, right? As whatever context you're relating to them in, then you just have to be able to recognize that and then make a decision about what you're gonna do about it. You don't need the diagnosis doesn't help you at all unless you're thinking long term and deciding if you're going to stay with a partner for the rest of your life. Then the diagnosis might matter. But if you recognize certain abusive behaviors and you've taken all the appropriate steps to remedy it and they don't want to change and grow, they won't own their bullshit, then you've already got your answer, right? You don't need to know if their diagnosis is correct or not, or would be. You don't need to know. If they're not going to own their bullshit, if they're not going to deal with you in a fair way, then that's it. You have to decide at that point, do you want to surrender to that abuse for the rest of your days as it's been, or do you want to put some distance between you and them, so that you can get healthier, right? So you can have healthy boundaries. And, for most people, it's a difficult decision because it means, maybe a divorce, or it means a separation, or it means getting a different job.
Sorry, go ahead.
Right. So a lot of people, it means a certain amount of sacrifice, and it's difficult to decide if they're going to make that or not. But again, you don't need to know if their diagnosis would be NPD to know that if they're behaving a certain way and it's not okay, and if you then you've got some tough decisions to make, regardless of what their diagnosis would be. So, but yeah, and narcissistic personality disorder has a lot in common with religious fundamentalism. And I do believe that religious fundamentalism will eventually be classified in a DSM. I believe it eventually will be classified as like religious fundamentalism disorder or something. It'll be like under the category of narcissism. It'll be like a variation on the theme, not even its own separate thing. Now, the thing is, it's not like all religious fundamentalists are clinical narcissists, but they've all been trained to think like one. They've all been trained to relate like one. And so even if they were lucky enough to have a decent childhood where they weren't traumatized in such a way that they became a true narcissist, even if they were lucky enough to develop well enough, it's pretty ironic when those same people become a religious fundamentalist, and then it trains them to think, to feel, to relate, to respond as if they were a clinical narcissist, as if they had a major personality disorder. And then just justifies all that in the context of the religious narrative. Because here they escaped this horrible fate as a child. They escaped, becoming a narcissist, and then they end up in a religion that trains them to be one anyways. It's pretty ironic. So we just don't need to know what their diagnosis would be. You just have to recognize the behaviors that are problematic and say, okay, what are my options and what are my costs, right? And then make a decision. So, but it's important to recognize that we're not indebted to other people. We're just not. If they're your spouse, or they're your parent, or they're your own child, or they're whoever they are, if they cannot behave in a consistently good way, reasonably consistently good way with you, right?
Right.
Personality disorder or not, then you're well within your rights to assert healthy boundaries and get as far away from that bullshit as you have to in order to be able to enforce those healthy boundaries. And if they're not willing to let you be closer without them breaching those boundaries, that's a choice that they've made, right? And so you just have to let them live with that choice, and you have to live with the fact that they've made that choice. And if it means not having that person in your life or being distant with them, then it just does. Nothing you can do about it.
Right,
so,
right. No, I
difficult.
totally agree. Totally agree.
So it wasn't easy for me to eventually just block my mom permanently. Like, we didn't talk for decades, and then we did, and then it went badly, and then I waited a year or two, we tried again, and it went badly. And then this last December, I'm like, I'm just done. I told her, I'm like, if you ever get cured or healed and become a better person, you know, go through channels and reach out to me, and we'll see if I believe you or not. But until then, we're just done. We're not going to have these discussions anymore. And I haven't heard from her since, and I don't think that I will either. But, you know, her mom was the same way. So it's just that generational thing where one generation of abusive parents raises abuses and neglects their kids. And then those kids grow up with major personality disorders and they're basically abusive assholes. And then they raise kids to be assholes. And then those kids raise kids to be assholes. Until someone finally breaks the cycle. So that's all we can do. And that, you know, religion's a big part of that, because those behaviors aren't okay. Even if they're not as bad as Darth Dawkins or Sal, those behaviors and that entitlement, right, to just walk all over you with their narrative and completely dismiss who you are and what your journey is. Like, you're not entitled to it.
Right.
It's just not okay.
Yeah, I mean that's a big, but I don't know, James. The more I get into this, and I do thank, you know, all of this experience on YouTube, to be honest with you, but I'm like, who are the non-fundamentalists in the room? I don't even know who they are anymore.
Yeah.
And I don't know who these supposed good Christians are anymore, because I just think if you're going to tell me you're 25, your identity is centered on your faith, but you haven't decided to see if it's true or not, something's wrong there.
Sure.
Something's wrong there. So yeah, man. What else you got? What else you got on your mind, James? We're just chilling. Or what are you working on? Are you working or what?
Oh, I've been multitasking, going back and forth between different things. My brain's kind of fried right now. My son came in and told me that Steam just had their seasonal sale start today, apparently. And I told him I'd check it out. But, you know, I've got hundreds of Steam games, and none of them are fun. Like, I regret every penny that I spend on those games. I mean, my favorite game I paid like $5 for. The rest of them are crap. So I usually don't buy video games. I've been trying so hard to learn how to do video editing and going around grabbing clips so that I could make some cool videos and all that stuff. And
yeah, I think that's you know, that's kind of what the game shifts to. I guess if you're a content creator, you're gonna have more interest in that stuff. And yeah, you know, I like video games. I'll probably always be a gamer, but I definitely get the vibe. The other thing I was gonna say too is for me. What was I gonna say? Oh, I'm getting more into like games, you know, card games, board games, you know, like dominoes, stuff like that. Stuff you can, you know, pick up quickly but play easily with friends and stuff like that. You don't need a console and all this kind of hardcoreness. Yeah. But that stuff just lends itself more to community building, because it's hard to get a gang together on some of these console games.
Right. So I did have an idea about Gather. There's some movies I'm thinking about buying that are like new, so they're like $25 to buy the damn movie. And I thought maybe it'd be worth it if we had movie nights and shared movies that people can't afford to rent or buy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
So
they can just watch them with us.
We've planned to do this a couple times. We more or less do. So we watch. I mean, so. I've subscribed to a bunch of stuff. So I've subscribed to UFC Fight Pass and Hulu, and I have HBO Max and Netflix and all that stuff. And a lot of that is because that's exactly what we do. Is we watch Weeds and Cheers and all that type of stuff. That's stuff that we're are watching through premium subscription services. And then there's certain movies we've talked about. So one was I think we were just talking about how much we like Knives Out, right? And there's a new one coming out, right? So I could get the first one and we could play that. So the only thing is you want to do it at a time where you're going to be there because you can't put it on a playlist. But yeah, we definitely do it, and it's definitely fun. And yeah, I think even more of those. And then I was going to just say is that most nights, even though they're technically free to play, pretty much every night we do movies overnight. And I always now start that with one or two feature movies that are usually really, really good. So we're kind of getting in the habit of, watching really, really good movies together. So yeah, we just need some more people to invite, but it's a process because we still want to get to know people first,
Yeah, it's a process, and then I upset some people.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
My stream.
James, you could do that in the speakeasy.
Yeah, I
just
could.
show movies. Yeah,
I'd want to if I buy the movie or rent it or whatever, I'd want to advertise it and give people a chance to be ready for it. Because
the other thing is you can just do smaller streams in there, if you don't want to go on YouTube, but you want to actually show a movie or something. What we should really do is we should get more active on Discord. We should have people should have the, like that Live Now channel set to notifications, and then, get a notification that you're going to be streaming a video or something and gather.
Sure.
Right now, nobody knows who's in here unless you pop in and see what's going on. But I'm sure in the coming weeks and stuff, we'll get more deliberate about it.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. So in the meantime, I irritated at the very least, maybe upset, but at least irritated some people last night on my stream when I did a stream last night. And I don't know if you heard how I was telling Nitty about it. I don't know how much of that you heard or not, but
no, go ahead.
So we were talking about the drama on between Carrier and Neil, and Neil's he's Derek's buddy. He went to Israel with him and everything. So that drama happened, and I caught one of the streams, and so the drama happened on Derek's channel the other day, and I pointed that I let Derek know that I thought this was going to cause some problems in the community, and he agreed with me 100%, and he made a thread about it immediately, saying no more, not on my channel, go do it somewhere else if you guys want to finish hashing this out. And Godless Engineer.
And so this was the thing between Godless Engineer and who?
Godless Engineer and Neil, Gnostic Informant.
Oh, right, and that happened on Derek's channel. Okay.
So, they happened on the drama I caught was on Neil's live stream, but the other day, I think it was just yesterday, actually, Godless Engineer posted a hate thread about Neil, and as an intro to his live stream where he was going to hate stream about Neil on his channel, and Neil is like Derek's best friend,
right?
And I told Derek, I'm like, Godless Engineers taking advantage of your patience and your hospitality by doing this shit on your channel. I think it's just going to cause problems in the community, and Derek agreed, so he shut it down right away. And Godless Engineer agreed to quit doing it on Derek's channel. But I mentioned briefly that there had been that kind of drama or whatever, and some people hadn't heard about it yet. They hadn't seen the streams. They didn't know about it.
Sure.
And so they wanted more information, and I made the mistake of going into it. And the reason that was a mistake is because I kind of did pick a side, not completely, but I was more critical of Carrier in the way he behaved on stream. But I agreed, some people had misrepresented Carrier. Some people had, given Carrier reason to step up and try to set the record straight. But the thing is, it wasn't intentional. It wasn't slander. The people that misunderstood Carrier weren't intentionally misunderstanding him. It wasn't malicious, right? And this was like a big thing that Carrier just couldn't process in his brain. Surely it's intentional. Surely it is, right? And that's just like his own insecurities. That's not reasonable.
So he didn't understand that the thing with the thing he's sitting there trying to get straight with Neil wasn't Neil deliberately misunderstanding him.
Yeah, he was so sure.
But it's a problem because Neil's sitting there calling him a liar and all this. So that tends to
that was going back and forth. You're lying, and the whole thing. I did feel like both of them could have handled it a lot better, but I felt like, Neil's heart was in the right place to have Carrier on his own stream to try to clear the air. It didn't go the way Neil hoped it would, right? But Carrier wanted him to say, basically, to apologize for slander. Well, that's a legal term. Hell no. Even if you've done slander, don't you dare go on live stream and freaking admit it without your attorney present. But the thing is, it wasn't slander if Neil didn't intentionally misrepresent Carrier. Right. And misunderstandings happen all the time. Just clear the air. Say, hey, here's what I really said. Here's what it really means. Here's where I really stand. And just get Neil to say, okay, yeah, for sure, thanks. And then just be done with it, right? And and it's just like I felt like Carrier was being too egotistical, too vulnerable, too reactive. Was Neil completely fair in their original drama? I don't know. I didn't see it. I only caught that stream.
Got you.
And so I shouldn't have mentioned this at all because it really upset some people. It upset Lena. It upset somebody else, and I can't remember who, but somebody else really wished that I hadn't gone into it. But somebody else asked me to, right? So I'm like, okay, fine, I'll tell you. And then I regretted it. I'm like, yeah, I shouldn't have went into this because people have picked sides already, even in our community, and they feel like now I'm bringing the drama to my channel, even though I'm only explaining it. And
well, thanks for bringing the drama to my channel, James.
Yeah, well, I know you like the drama, so we're okay.
What do you mean? I'm sitting here trying to chill, get some work done, and no. I think you got it. I don't even know, right? So I'm so busy now. Like I literally don't have time to find out about these things. So I kind of am only going to know about it if somebody brings it to my channel or gather or something. And I don't know. You just got to do what you got to do. Not everybody's going to like all your streams. That's an unfortunate part of it. Some people are going to feel more comfortable voicing their opinion than others. And, I know everybody wasn't crazy about Hot Program this week because, we talked more about Doug and, I think a lot of people, including, my one black friend, just kind of wanted to move on from that. And so do I. I just had, something I thought needed to be talked about, which I still think is an issue, which is the fact that, I don't think the response within our community is what it needs to be, right? So to me, it isn't about Doug. It's about we have an example here of someone who's behaved really, 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 really badly, but because of mutual friends and ties or whatever, they're not getting the appropriate treatment. That's the issue for me. But anyway, I know people didn't want us to go there and didn't want to talk about it or whatever, and
sure,
it's unfortunate, but it just is what it is. We're gonna do that show and move on and do the next one.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Right. Absolutely. And I shouldn't have gone into it. People asked me to more than once, and I did, and then I shouldn't have, and it's whatever. But I'm only mentioning it today because I regret.
Yeah. You're just mentioning the reflection of thinking through it differently next time, maybe.
And
the other thing,
honestly,
I was just going to quickly say, somewhat we've enjoyed. That's another thing we've enjoyed about being together and gather offline, is a lot of times we've ended up having a lot of these conversations that, we're glad we weren't streaming, but still we got to talk to each other about it. And so, it's nice that, I guess I'm trying to say, we don't always have to have these conversations live anymore, and sometimes that's the better way to have them. Because, I mean, I think all, the regular gathered gang, I think mostly, even I would say reserves a certain unfilteredness for when we are in gather offline. So I know, for instance, like Carrie Ann, AR, Joel, even Lena, even Cameron to a lesser extent, are more just relaxed, unfiltered, and more vocal in gather. So, I could tell you how badass they are on a lot of issues where you just won't hear it on YouTube, right?
Right. Yeah, and that's a good strategy, really. That's a good approach to a lot of things you don't necessarily want to like make into a live broadcast or whatever. And I wasn't planning to. I mean, the stream started off about something completely not related to that at all. But yeah, and I even had to set the stream to private because I was showing a discussion that I had on Facebook that was on a Stoicism group, and just explaining because it was about billionaires and should we meet who's mad at billionaires and why are they mad at them, basically. And but while nobody had messaged me all day, not once. And then as soon as I shared that page, somebody messaged me and their shit popped up and I had to quickly close it. Like, fuck me. All day long, nobody messaged me at all. So then I had to set the stream to private afterwards because I'm like, I can't have anybody going back, pausing the frame and getting someone else's business. So now I've got to edit that out in order to keep the stream. And then I'm like, you know what? I don't even want to keep the stream. I don't even want to now.
So this is tough for me, because you mentioned that, and I'm like, it makes me think of Apologia, right? So we're all Apologia fans. I'd love to do something with Paul. But, every time he gets in his little anti-Hovind kick, he collabs with his boy Robert Beatty. And I'm just sitting here like, Robert Beatty went back through a stream where I literally accidentally had one of my students' images on the screen, clipped it, put it on a website, and then used it as part of his unprofessional harassment of me and my colleagues. And I'm sitting there like, how does nobody see how toxic this person is? And so it just gets hard. We're in this weird world, y'all. And I think the truth is a lot of these people I probably wouldn't be that cool with if I knew them in real life. Like, if I knew them in real life, it'd be like, it'd be like religion. Like, I'm going to be honest. Like, I'm in the church. It's a lot of people I'm not going to hang out within the church. Yeah, we might go to the same church, but their particular type of I think they're a loser. I just think they're losers. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to hang out with you just because I still think people are losers, right? Yeah. And a lot of people, I would just be like, I think that person's a loser. So I don't really understand why this person I'm kind of cool with is friends with this person. I don't really get it. I get that they hate the same person, but I don't get why the cool person needs help from the loser. Well, right. I don't see what the loser's contributing to the situation. Yeah, but there's a lot of that in this community, right? Because a lot of us are kind of leaning right wing, and we don't know it. There's some names, even like Fenton Mully and Jerome Robinson. A lot of y'all crazy right wingers, and I didn't know this. It took a lot of time for y'all to out yourselves as weirdos.
Yeah.
It's a steep learning curve with some of these nut jobs.
Yeah, it is. So yeah, I mean, I don't have a whole lot of that on my channel. Every once in a while it would happen. Both Stephanies, I had problems with.
Let me just say this something too about them. I see all through, because even when I was on, even when Doug did his whole thing, both Stephanies were right there with the quickness. Or not Stephanie McGuire, at least, was right there with the quickness. And I just realized she's a dumbass right-winger. It's just who she is. And what they do is, I figured out the MO. The MO is like, they look for the next atheist that doesn't have experience with them. It's basically what PineCreek did with my one black friend. They figure out who knows them, who's figured out their bullshit, and who hasn't. So, for instance, with whatever Stephanie it is, Nitty's kind of new to them. So, you know, they go there, they get kind of a more neutral, kind of friendly treatment. They can soft pedal in some of their nonsense. And then it makes people like me and you look like we have severe personalities. And we're like, oh, no, I know that fuckface. Like, man, please. Because they'll try to solve. And I'm like, look, I know where you going. Because I know where you go with all your stuff. So I'm already not trying to hear it.
Right.
But, you know, that's their hustle, right? And then once, you know, that particular streamer sees enough bad behavior that they'll kind of, you know, understand where they're at, they'll slowly start to lurk a little bit more. They'll still be around for a while, but then they'll move on essentially to their next hit, you know, their next person.
Sure, I mean that's what narcissists do, anyways. They just once you're hip to their game, they're like, well, that well ran dry. They just go to the next one. Right?
Yeah, I heard Robert Beatty was even trying to pick on like R and Ra or something. I'm just like, have fun with that.
Yeah,
but that's because that's all they want. They wanted some attention, right? But he'll give it to you.
Yeah, sure, he'll give it to you, and it depends on the topic. Most topics that R and Ra talks about, he's quite well versed and very sharp about. Like, you're not going to win with him. But there's a few things like philosophy that R and Ra doesn't go very deep with, and you could own him on that shit. But like, what's the point of it anyway? Because
right. Like, I was just thinking the same thing. You could literally do the same thing to me, and I'm just going to be like, yep, and I'm going to go right back to being an evolutionary biologist tomorrow. So,
right, nothing to do with nothing, right?
yeah.
So, R and Ra's weakness, I think, is the same as Matt Dillahunty's. He's too emotionally invested in it. He can't separate his emotion from it.
Yeah, I have the same weakness, to be honest.
Right.
Yeah.
With some specific things I do. I've gotten better about it with age. Now it's hard to trigger me. Every once in a while it'll happen, but not as much. Not like R and Ra, not like Matt Dillahunty. Those guys just walk around triggered. Like, they're almost right. It's just their normal state is triggered. Whereas I'm like, nah, I can't live my life that way. And I had to work really hard to become this guy that is able to separate his ego from the issues and
right
to see it all objectively out, you know, from outside the situation and realize it's not about me anyways. And, you know, I'm just not invested in that way like they are. So, you know, I think they need to get past it. And I think Matt Dillahunty is doing the same thing that I was doing for years. And because he can't have a certain he can't have the debate with his parents and get the upper hand on it, right? His religious fundamentalist parents. And so he has those debates, those arguments. He vents, he yells, he swears, he screams, he hangs up. He's like basically having it with his parents in effigy, right? Like, these people in the call-in shows are just the trauma that he has with his parents, and his response to people that call in is his response trauma to his parents.
Yeah, that's me. That is me to a T, right? That's why I get so, just quickly, that's why I get so mad about people going soft on liberal Christians, right? Because I'm just like, you're just talking about my family, and you're just telling my family is too nice for you to bother, right? And I'm sitting there going, well, who do you think got me so fucked up? Right? Like, it was a nice, feel-good, softy Christians, lovey-lovey types. It was the puppies, rainbows, and bridges of love and understanding type of Christians. Yeah, they got me all sorts of fucked up, so I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. Right? But to your point, that's all I see. And it is too personal. But at the same time, I wouldn't be here, right? It's what makes me great, too. Because I'm not going to move on it. Because, again, you're talking about my real life. So, but it's you know, it's a catch-22 too, right? It's a blessing and a curse. It's a tremendous motivation, right? And in both their cases, it leads to a certain degree of motivation, and some would even say excellence, because they really have audiences that really like them. Quite frankly, I'm huge fans of both of them, right? And that's part of what I like, is because I recognize it's the same way I like to see people talk about racism. There's real shit at stake for all of us, and it gets a little bit too passive for me when we're batting these things around like it isn't the fucking madness that it is. But again, to your point, it's definitely a vulnerability. Yeah.
Right. So, it took me a while to realize that's what was going on with me. And then after I did, I realized that that's what's happening with Matt Dillahunty. And I'm not sure about Aaron Ra. I don't know his backstory, but for Matt, for sure.
Right.
So he had a stream about that several years ago about his parents and the way they treat him and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I've been there.
Right.
So, but I also have to remind myself it's not all Christians. It's not all theists. It's not all Christians. There's a spectrum, and there are more and more people every day that are on the good side of the spectrum. Right. And I honestly wish the people on the better side of the spectrum would quit enabling the people on the worse side of the spectrum. That's a problem. And they don't even realize they're doing it. But, setting that aside, I don't take it personal like I used to anymore, because I remind myself I used to be one of those guys. I was a Christian, and I witnessed all kinds of people, and I wanted to save them from destruction. And, I had these ideas in my head that weren't real, that weren't legitimate, about the real reason people don't believe in God. They secretly know he exists, but they won't admit it to themselves. And
you bought into that?
I bought into it when I was young. Now, I didn't buy into any particular sect or denomination or any complete package, but the idea of Bible equals God equals true, and then eventually, any day now, there's going to be like this grand reckoning, right? And then God's going to violently kill everybody that's not in an approved standing with the Lord, and then I just rationalized it as, well, that's what people deserve if they're not gonna, if they don't want to worship God, if they'd rather defy him and die. And this is just fundamentalist rhetoric that was in my head, and it took an awful lot of research and examination to realize it wasn't reasonable, because psychology doesn't work that way, sociology doesn't work that way, human history didn't unfold that way, right? And so one thing at a time, and I had to realize, everything they told me was wrong, right? The whole structure just doesn't stand.
Right.
But at the same time, I don't take it personal when there's progressive Christians that hold on to a very general idea of, God equals Bible equals Jesus equals true, then they want to go to heaven. That by itself doesn't really bother me, because, the healthier ones aren't on the internet, debating it. They're not going door to door, giving people shit about it. They're not disowning their LGBT children, right? They're not doing the crazy, right?
Yeah.
The healthier ones are just keeping it. It's their business.
So here's the thing, though. I think that's the ones we got to get to. I almost say, let's go the opposite. Let's think about it for a second, the opposite way. It's let's say LGBT, and I don't want to use this as an issue because I feel like I'm black, and I use race a lot. I use LGBT a lot. They're issues I'm passionate about, but I don't want to feel like I'm throwing LGBT people under the bus. But I also think it's a relevant movement that we should speak to a lot in the way of an example of social progress, right?
Mm-hmm.
Part of the reason it is better, I'm not saying we're there, but it's better, is because people started to realize they had friends and family that were in that group.
Mm-hmm.
And that had to happen as a result of more and more people coming out. And more people were coming out because more and more people were having reasonable perspectives about LGBT. So it's kind of like a snowball effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like we're almost sometimes doing the opposite with atheism. We're going, more and more people are cool and less religiously radical. More and more people are atheists, but let's focus our counter-apologetics on the radicals. No, we should do the opposite. Let's appeal to the majority who's fucking halfway out the door, because they don't take it that seriously. They're not in vigilant prayer they don't wake up thinking everybody's going to hell. All right, cool. So y'all the ones who we really need to now come to and be like, look, it's time for you to just all the way give up the ghost. Right, because let's just because again they're more reasonable. Look, they're for instance admit to you that they don't know that much of the Bible, so you could really get them to realize, okay, the Bible's full. I don't know. It's just a different approach, right? But it seems like maybe we're missing an opportunity because they might help us create more of the windfall.
I agree 100%.
Yeah, it's just weird.
So
go ahead,
especially when it comes to societal reform. because there have been major times in history where things went better instead of worse, like when the Quakers rose up to lead the abolition movement in America. And I've said this before, if the Quakers would have accidentally outgrown their religion and then said we need to get rid of slavery, nobody would have listened, right? Because they only were going to listen culturally to people that identify under the same label. It's the same reason why if the Jesus character in the Bible stories had deconverted into atheism and then went around saying, maybe Jews should quit being such dicks, nobody would listen to him, right? But because he's going around as a fellow believer saying, we could quit being such assholes about it, a lot of people listened, right? Not right away, but later. And so that kind of thing. So if we really want to change the world in that kind of way, in societies that are still predominantly religious, then we do need to appeal to the religious people so that they can grow faster and better, right? So that they can have more influence on the fundamentalists to say, hey, let's outgrow that bullshit. Because if we say let's outgrow the bullshit to even somebody halfway between fundamentalist and progressive, they're not going to listen to us. But if you have enough progressive, left-leaning Christians saying that they with cultural influence, they'll listen, right? Especially in churches, they'll listen. And so absolutely, I'm with you 100%. Plus, I don't feel like we need to get rid of all religion. I don't even think we need to get rid of Christianity as a theme. I think we just need to help it mature faster.
Yeah, I think we get to Christianity with a non-literal God or something. I think most of the people are halfway there anyway. They really want Christianity to be a form of spirituality for white people, at least in America. Sorry, I don't. Maybe that was too crass, but you know what I mean. Like the white boy Jesus, and they just want it to be yoga essentially, right? Because they don't want to have to read, they don't want to have to study Hebrew scriptures and live according to all the rules. They just want to love puppies, sunshine and rainbow, center their chi on he, right? True. And that's, I'm with that version of Christianity. You know what I mean? I'm with hot yoga Jesus.
Yoga Jesus. Oh, that's
Peter
great.
said, so if I would just grow faster, I would be an atheist. Do you hear yourself? Yeah, Peter.
No,
Peter,
that's not what I said, though.
Oh, but I'm with it. I'm with that. I'm like, Peter, if that's what you heard. Yeah, I mean, if I'm being honest, Peter, I do believe that. And yes, I heard it. See, here's the thing. This is the problem with Christianity. There's too much focus on a Christian aesthetic where you guys, it's all about liking what you hear and liking how people say things and the way people say things. And that's what gets you caught up in believing lies in the first place. Because you want to like the story of you living forever. But yeah, the truth is, if you're, grown, and I always want to say, arbitrary cutoffs, 20 plus, 30 plus, but let's just say Peter W's grown. Bro, you're supposed to know, what you do and don't know. And yeah, if people grew in terms of science, wouldn't be a Christian. Philosophy wouldn't be a Christian. Critical thinking wouldn't be a Christian. Morality wouldn't be a Christian. What about even studying and really knowing the truth of your own Bible? Probably wouldn't be a Christian, right? Nothing converts people faster. So, that's how I feel. That doesn't mean we don't like people because, we don't feel like they're growing at our preferred pace, but that is what it is. I mean, it's the problem I have with people in my family. The Christians in my life aren't growing, and maybe I know Peter hasn't been around as much lately, but Peter, I've actually been talking about this, and I've been saying their lack of personal growth is limiting and ultimately causing me to lose interest in my relationships with them. It's not that I hate them or think they're awful people, but they're not growing. I am, and I tend to be attracted to other people with a growth mindset. Christians just don't have it, unfortunately. I'm not just going to give it to them because they asked for it. You've got to show it, and I don't see it.
Right. Well, here's the thing. And I want to remind everybody first, I'm not advocating for getting rid of religion or getting rid of theism or Christianity or anything else. I'm simply saying, let's try to help them grow, right? I mean, if it hadn't been for the secular Enlightenment and the way that shifted values, shifted cultural paradigms, the Quakers never would have matured enough to lead the abolitionist movement. It's not like Jesus came down to write Bible 2.0. It's not like God came down to etch some more tablets saying, oh, here's an update on what I really think about slavery, right? No. The Quakers got their evolved sensibilities from the secular Enlightenment, and they made it their own by reading these enlightened values back into the texts, right? This is why no two people have ever read the same book, because what looks out from the pages has an awful lot to do with who's looking into them, an awful lot. So again, God and Jesus didn't show up to issue Bible 2.0. They got these ideas from the secular Enlightenment. So it took thousands of years for Christianity to stop, for one small part of Christianity to stop endorsing slavery, and then for the rest of it, well, at least most of them, to eventually catch up to that idea, right? So you're welcome, by the way.
Right.
And so in the meantime, look, the reason we never go on here and have anything to say about Buddhism as it's typically practiced, or native indigenous spirituality, or Wicca, or any of the other things, is because these people aren't causing problems. They're already generally mature enough socially, right, that they know how to behave in a pro-social, equitable way with other humans. Across the board, most of them do. Right. And a lot of that's because they're religious. They don't have a religious book that told them to be assholes. So they didn't have to go through thousands of years of figuring out, let's reinterpret this book so we don't have to keep being assholes, right? They didn't have to go through that process because they already didn't have books telling them to be assholes. And so that's the thing. That's why nobody goes after those people, because they're not causing a problem, right? They're already mature. They're keeping pace with the rest of society. Right. And so what is there to tell them? Nothing. It's not their spirituality that bothers most atheists. It doesn't bother me at all. In fact, I'll even go so far as to say that native indigenous spirituality resonates very strongly with me. I'm not like Aaron Ra, where the moment anybody says anything in that domain, I want to shoot it down aggressively. I'm not in that headspace, right?
I am, because I think it brings us forward. But like you, I'm a fucking naturalist. So yeah, I mean, that doesn't change the fact that certain forms of religion, to your point, resonate with me, right? I like that idea. I think, hey, we could all learn something from, their particular form of spirituality and things like that. So, I'm willing to grant all that credence. I'm just, in terms of me, I'm a little bit more, I want people to really move towards radical rationality, right? And to me, that just starts by checking all of the supernatural at the door until we've got better something to support it. But it doesn't mean I hate all forms of it. It just means I don't honestly believe any of it. And so I try not to walk down that line, because ultimately, I'm going to get somebody excited, right? It's like you start telling a girl you really like her dress and you really like her lipstick, and, she got a very nice voice, right? So all of a sudden her legs start crossing. She started getting a little flush, you realize she started getting excited. Now you got to tell her, oh, no, bitch, I'm sorry. I still think you ugly as shit. Oh, sorry, we're not fucking, right? I was just trying to be nice, right? And I feel like that's what we do with a lot of these other things, right? That's how I feel like if I'm talking to, somebody who I dated a girl who read tarot cards. I could be nice about it. Hey, look, man, I certainly don't think tarot card readers are fucking trying to start theocracies and holy wars, right? I don't have a problem with it. Oh, I'm glad that it helps you connect with other people, right? I could go on and dress this pig up, But I ain't sticking my dick in it. And so, I just be wanting to make that clear. That's all, James.
I understand.
Yeah.
I have a little bit different of a disposition about all that, but I completely understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. Give me the shade of gray. What's different?
Well, like, if a woman misreads me, for example, and she starts giving me the signals that basically I'm in as long as I stay the course, but I wasn't even trying to get in, I don't immediately shut that down. One, this is the COVID era, and it ain't gonna suck itself. Two,
sure.
I see. Here's the thing, though. Like, I'm risk averse, just like
Me
you.
too.
I am very
Yeah.
risk averse, right? And so, if we lived in a world where STDs weren't a thing, right? Then it's easy. I go get a vasectomy. I wait the 6 months or whatever. And there's no consequence, right? As long as I don't tell dangerous women my real name and where I really live, there's no consequence.
Right.
And by the way, and for any guys out there that are thinking about jumping into the market, if you do not know this woman, do not give her your real name and address. Don't let her know where you live. Don't take her home. Take her to a hotel. You do not need crazy showing up at your work or at your door the next day thinking you owe them something. Get to know her first before she knows who you even are. So, in the meantime, I see sexuality a little bit differently than I think most people do. In most people are very goal oriented, right? And they're like, it's just a completely different paradigm. Because I'm more experience oriented, and so I'm like, I'm only going to live on this earth for so long, and I don't even get a guarantee about tomorrow or next year or anything else.
Sure.
So within the context of being risk averse, that being the only thing that slows me down. That and currently, like, I'm out of shape, but setting that aside for a moment. For me, it's about experiences, right? It's about, if there's one more experience I can have that I haven't had, and if it's going to be even a little bit positive or even just neutral, but like open my mind up to a different way of thinking or relating or whatever, like, oh, now I understand this thing because I've experienced it, right? Then I'm for it, as long as I can do that while being risk averse. So, if I can practice safe sex with somebody I normally wouldn't have selected, and they're very different from someone that I've done stuff, normally would do things with, and if they're not repulsive to me, right, then I'm probably just in. I'm like, as long as I can be safe about it.
I've definitely been in that situation with a lot of people. I guess I just meant in the case of different people's faith. That's something I'm not getting in. And it might be because I'm like, all right, so one way to think about it is like smoking. For some reason, I think people who used to smoke cigarettes, like myself, are more averse to it than the average person. Like, I cannot tolerate the smell of cigarette smoke. And it's just, it's the worst for me.
Right. Yeah.
I think that's how I am towards spiritual woo. And part of it might be I've just dealt with so much stuff that even if I were to get around, let's say, a Native American tradition. Now, if I got a friend who says, Jay, I want you to come over for my family's feast, and it's in a teepee and garb and traditional foods and rain dances and all of that, I'm fucking with it, right? Yep. But if it starts to become, hey man, you trying to chat with me over lunch about the virtues of the spiritualism with I'm gonna just eventually be like, bro, I'm not, because I feel like at some point a person's not hearing me, right? And I always want people saying, I'm not into any of that, right? I always tell people, I don't believe in anything supernatural at all. I literally don't think it exists. So it's just the different degrees of how out there I think the fairy tale and harmful is. And there is a whole class of fairy tales that I think is more or less harmless, but I can't say I believe that because I think there's inherent harm in believing things that aren't true. I guess that's where I'm at with this.
And I'm not 100% there with you, and I'll explain why in a moment.
Sure.
In just one moment. First, I want to say, don't lose the thought, James, because it was worth saying. What were we talking about? The spiritual. Supernatural. Nobody believes in the supernatural. Nobody does. There are just people that believe in believing in it, but nobody believes in it. And let me explain what I mean.
Sure.
In order to see, belief is an expression of understanding. If you believe a thing and you're expressing what it is that you believe, you're expressing your understanding of something that is, a way that something is, or an existence of something. Supernatural isn't a concept. It's worse than incoherent. It is a wild card. It is a locked box, and inside, we are told, is a thing called the supernatural. But we're not allowed to see inside the box. They can't even describe what's in it. They've never seen it themselves. Right? They don't know anything about what's in that box. They only know what they've been told to call it. Right? So it's not a concept. It is a placeholder or a wild card. It's a gimmick. It's a sleight of hand. It is mental trickery to give the listener, the audience, the impression that they've just heard about a concept that the wielder possesses, which the wielder does not possess. It is very much like the emperor's new clothes. At least clothing is a coherent and factual concept. Spirituality is not. So it's worse than the emperor's new clothes. All these people going around pretending to believe in a concept, and it's not even a concept. It's not a concept. And so, because it's not a concept, it does not function as an alternative to naturalism. It simply can't. It's not a thing. It is a placeholder of nonsense. So here's the thing. You can't believe in something if you don't comprehend what it is that you believe in, because these are two contradictory points of statement. If you claim to believe in something, you are automatically claiming to have an understanding of what that something is, automatically. And because supernatural isn't the concept, you automatically can't be comprehending it, which means you don't believe in it. Instead, you believe in saying you believe in it. You believe in that there's something in that box worth having that's real, but you have no idea what it is or how to describe it. You have no way to differentiate it from what's natural. None at all. And here's the thing. If there was a super being that either was the first thing to exist or has always existed by itself, himself, whatever, you can't get more natural than whatever its natural state is, because it came freaking first. You can't get more natural than whatever comes first, right? We would be the unnatural thing, the byproduct of the natural entity, right? And in the meantime, if they want to say that their God, if they want to differentiate between their God and nothingness, because we're saying your God doesn't exist, we're in other words saying your God is nothing, right? Nothing but a mental image construct, whatever. It's not, doesn't exist in the real world. In order for them to say that it does exist and differentiate it from nothingness, it must then have substance in some form. And this, even the original writers of the Christian creeds used the word substance for that reason, because they understood that if you say it is without substance, then you are saying it is without existence in any literal way. It must consist of something, because it has this proposed entity has thought processes, right? And so if it has thought processes, it is a mind that takes some sort of form. It might not be a brain like we have in our skull. It might be a cloud. It could be like a field of some kind of energy. It could be all kinds of things, even things we haven't conceived of yet, but it must take some form. It must consist of something or nothing. If it consists of nothing, it is nothing. If it consists of something, it is something, and is therefore natural. It is governed by some form of laws of physics, even if they're different than the laws of physics that govern our world, even if they're radically different. So, with that being the case, this whole idea of supernatural is just absolute nonsense. If Super Dad in Sky exists, he's natural. He's governed by laws of physics, even if they're unique and different than ours, even if they're beyond our ability to comprehend, still some kind of physics governs his existence, right? And in the meantime, he's having thoughts. This proposed entity's having thoughts. Well, thoughts are events. And if he has always existed, then he's always been having thoughts. And if he's always been having thoughts, sequences of events have always been happening within his mind. That is the same as saying time exists. It is the same as saying time exists. And so they don't get to then turn around and say, he created time, right? They don't get to place him before time if there was no before time. If there's no before time, then there's no before time to place a God in. There just isn't. And so they play all these stupid games, and I think they got themselves psyched into it. They're just repeating what they've heard. And this is how I can accuse them of just thoughtlessly parroting. Because if they really thought about these issues, they would realize it's just circular bullshit. It's not coherent. It's not reasonable. It's not rational. It's not anything, right? So you get somebody like Darth Dawkins that wants to say that he represents the pinnacle of rationalism, and everything about his worldview is anti-rational. And it's interesting, this idea that he first had to assume there's a God to give him permission to be rational, and then that same God obligated him to be irrational. How much sense does that make? It's self-canceling like everything else Christians say. Everything they say self-cancels. Everything.
Right.
And it's just like they're entitled to it. They really are. But I don't notice Native American indigenous people doing that. I don't notice Wiccans doing that. I don't notice Buddhists doing that. And if they did, I'd go, and I'd explain the problem to them, right? And then not out of hate. If I catch some Buddhist or some Wiccan or somebody else being wildly irrational and self-contradicting, and if I bother to call them out for it, kindly, politely, it's not out of hate. It's not because I hate the Buddha, right? It's not because I hate their ancestor spirit. And in the same ways, when I do that with somebody that's a fundamentalist Christian, it's not because I hate your Jesus or your God. I don't think it's real, and I don't hate it anyways, right?
Right.
So, they know that they're not being reasonable. Sorry, I went off on a rant, but I wanted to explain.
It's fine.
I wanted to explain why nobody believes in the supernatural. Nobody does. And why I agree with you 100%. Now, I think that there are some things that happen in our world that defy known science. But I think that if we knew everything there is to know about science, and we told those same stories to an atheist, rational skeptic, scientist person, because right now, without an explanation, the scientifically literate, atheist skeptic, if you tell them some of the things that you've seen or experienced, they'll say it was a delusion or you're full of shit. Now, if you wait 1,000 years or however long it takes to where we know a whole lot more than we know now, and then you tell an atheist, rational skeptic, scientist the same story, they probably won't say you're full of shit. They'll say, oh, yeah, I find that credible, and here's the scientific explanation for it, right? Here's the natural explanation for it. There has never been a single claim made by a Christian or a theist that even if it were true, can't have been natural, right? Because a God would be a natural entity. Its behaviors in the world would be using natural physics, and it would just do things. And if there's not a God and there's bizarre things going on, they still have a physics explanation. We just don't know what it is, right? And so if you have a premonition for the future, that's not supernatural. It could be that the B theory of time is correct. That future event is happening at the same time, but in a different space inside the time block. And something happened, some arc of electricity or energy wave or something happened to carry a moment from that future time into your current consciousness, right? Like an echo from a distance, a very physics-driven phenomenon. But because we don't currently understand enough about physics to account for it, there's an awful lot of atheists that will just say it's bullshit if they can't explain it. And this is where I diverge from a lot of atheists. I just say, I don't know if it's true or not, but what if you're telling me it's true, it's going to have a physical explanation because it automatically has to have a physical explanation. So that's my rant about natural versus supernatural. So I'm there with you 100%. But the thing with the Native American spiritualist people and stuff like that,
the other forms of the woo-woo,
it doesn't bother me. And the reason it doesn't bother me is because I care about the practical effect and consequences on the world. And I recognize that woo thinking is kind of a gateway drug to other dysfunctions. I totally get that. But that's the ironically great thing about certain religions is that they create parameters. Native American indigenous belief systems or Wicca and anything else, they have boundaries of the narrative that stop you from going past it. right? And so because they have these boundaries, it prevents you from going to weird radical extremes of nonsense, right? You're contained within their bubble of nonsense. And as it just so happens, their bubble of nonsense has practical value. And I say that because, for
take
example,
care of the land,
yes,
share with your neighbors, be good to the animals.
Yes, absolutely.
All
And
that type of stuff. Okay.
And I figure
so
in
the
the
effect
meantime,
of it, you're literally looking at it saying it has a positive effect. And we're not in disagreement, right? I'm with you. I want them to take better care of the animals and all of that. I guess I just don't know how we bridge from one to the other, right? I don't know, because again, it's always easy to take this as an atheist, but put yourself back to a Christian. So think about it as the sense of, if you are a more reasonable, liberal-minded, let's say, Native American spiritualist, you've just grown up on the reservation and always wanted to honor your tribe. How do I get you from, I love the fact that you're taking better care of the buffalo, to, it'd be really great if you were not sitting on this particular, you know what I mean? Like, it feels like we're still leaving them behind in some way. Although I get that it's certainly just not urgent right now.
Right. I don't think they're far behind or tethered to us, because in every other domain of their life, they're making the same progress we are. So they're never far behind, right? And that's okay.
So it's it's almost a whole different context, right? Because it's almost like you said, if it's like a limited domain practice, it's literally in their home, in their cultural traditions and in their aesthetic, and just about nowhere else.
Right. And as long as it's not keeping them from all the important points of progress. So as long as we become more mature in our language and our understandings of gender and fluidity and sexuality and psychology and things like that, sociology, all the sciences and all the practical applications and all the social progress, as long as they're keeping pace with all that stuff, then the rest of it's fine by me. Honestly, it is. If they're not able to, if their religious narrative and their religious culture is keeping them from keeping progress from us, then we have a problem that needs to be discussed. It needs to be dealt with in some way, if we're able. But as long as it's not preventing them from that, and as long as they're not hurting anybody else, even their own kids with it, I'm cool with it. I don't mind that they think that the sun, and the river and the mountains welcome them, right, and have some kind of presence with them. It's fine with me. It's just like my one friend that used to talk with trees, literally had conversations with trees, right? Conversations with trees. She
not
did. She would go
not like a hey pretty tree. This is a really nice one. But literally me and this tree gotta get into some shit right now.
No, she would just walk through nature on her own by herself, and the trees had a sense of presence to her, a sense of sentience, to where she would probably audibly say, hello, wonderful trees, and even though she wouldn't hear voices, she would feel a sense of them speaking back to her,
wow, talk to the trees.
Well, that's the thing. And at first I thought that was crazy, but then I realized that it was a mechanism for her.
James, can I drop in a speculation here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sex was good.
Yeah.
I think that's why you. Well,
Well,
you did it. James was like, here's the thing. Sex is good. It's not harming the trees.
Oh, God. I really want to deny this so hard. Damn it, Jay.
Go ahead.
So in my expert, highly advanced way of justifying her woo-woo, because the sex was good. So here's the thing. I mean, she was a hot redhead, dude. You had to see her. Oh my God.
Same with my tarot card reader.
So here's the thing about it, though. She was experiencing herself. That whimsical nature, that pleasant those pleasant expressions, that general sense of love and connection, these things were coming from within her. And she didn't yet know how to own that as her own. And so she would project it outwards, and the trees were in this way like a canvas to witness and interact with herself external to herself, like psychologically. It's like a mechanism. And a lot of people do that with human relationships too, sometimes for better and sometimes for worse, but it's a thing people do. And it's a thing, same thing with God, right? God is this mental construct that people who don't know how to take ownership of their own thoughts and feelings project onto, right? And then they're able to have a relationship with their self in this way. That is what God is. God is a profound relationship with self. The problem with the literal personal God in a religion that differentiates it from my friend had conversations with trees is that nobody was interfering with the process when she had conversations with trees. Whatever she heard from them came from within her, and so she was meeting herself more deeply, whether she realized it or not.
Right.
And since nobody can meet anybody more deeply than they've met themselves, this had a progressive effect of allowing her to meet other people more deeply. And so in this way, it was a very practical thing. And I had to think a lot about this to figure out what was happening. But at the same time, we're really...
Now, James, this is, just quickly, there are some Christians in my life I feel this way about. This is actually how I feel about, for the most part, the type of Christianity practiced by the people in my family, even the Pentecostals. While even towards things like LGBT people, in their own weird way, this thing of Jesus that commands them to love others and everybody's a sinner and all of this. I'm not talking about, they're sitting on some Rebecca bullshit where it's a line. I'm talking about they really believe that. It helps them relate to other people on this deeper level because, for right or wrong, God is their impetus or whatever for introspection, for deeper thought, for humanizing others, for serving, blase and the Glavinoid. So
sure.
I just got to concede that, or else I wouldn't be evaluating the Christians in my life fairly.
Sure. I agree with you 100%. But here's the thing. It encourages growth, but it also limits growth. It is like a pair of crutches. They enable you to stand. And when you don't have the strength, when you don't have the skill, right? They enable you to walk when you don't have those things, when you're struggling, when you just haven't learned to do this for yourself, right? But you get used to it, and you'll never realize just how strong you could have been without them. You'll never realize just how fast you could have walked or how high you could have jumped without them. And it's the same kind of thing. So yes, it does facilitate those things, but it limits them in those domains of growth as well. And part of the mechanism by which it limits them is that it limits their understanding of the world around them because they're confined to honoring a narrative. And it also limits the extent to which they can discover their own self, because these religious narratives lie to them about who they are and where they are in the world. And it lies to them in very detrimental ways that they aren't cognitively aware of and aren't prepared to question and discover because they are loyal to the narrative. Because they believe being loyal to the narrative means being loyal to a God, even though it doesn't. A God could exist, and the narrative is still what humans have given you, right? You're not being loyal to a God to be loyal to a narrative, or to be loyal to the people who spoke the narrative. So, but it's hard for people to wrap their heads around that when they're stuck in it, and when their ego is tied to it so tightly. And it still varies per person, but one of the ways it's very different than my friend's experience with trees is it would be as if my friend was out walking, having these conversations with trees, quote unquote, and somebody sneaks up behind one of the trees and then starts whispering their own thoughts into the air. And then my friend hears these whispered words and mistakes them for what's coming from the trees. Now, because the trees are actually her meeting herself through a projection, somebody has now corrupted the process. Somebody has fed thoughts, ideas into the process and snuck their own voice into her head, right? Effectively, gradually hijacking her consciousness, hijacking her relationship with herself, interfering with her relationship with herself, taking privileges that they are not entitled to with the development of her mental state, with her relationship with herself. They've made themselves relevant to her relationship with herself by including themselves in it deceptively. And so now, if that person then recognizing the power that they have, since power does corrupt, and since only an ego entitled
person wants it,
that, they're going to abuse it further. And so once you create this pedestal, no matter who creates it, once the pedestal exists for somebody to stand on and have their voice count for more than it should, there's going to be a mad rush for who gets to stand on that box, that pedestal. This is Christianity. And so fallible humans with some fairly serious flaws, ranging in severity, right? Depending on the person, are going to stand on that pedestal, and they're going to speak for God in the same way that somebody would have been speaking for the trees to my friend. And so the audience thinks, oh, I'm hearing from a God, right? And the truth is, no, they're hearing from a human being who claims to speak for God. They're interjecting their voice into the process. Now, if God simply was a deistic sort of entity, or God was more of a personal God, but there were no humans giving it a narrative, right? It was just between you and the entity that you believe exists, then it would be like my friend at the trees. Then it would just be a canvas of projection for them to meet themselves more deeply by projecting their own nature, their own thoughts and feelings onto this conceptualized entity. And then now they're interacting with the set of ideas that came from within them. They may not be owning it, but at least they're working through things and witnessing themselves and experiencing themselves in a way that they otherwise couldn't have. So religion, including Christianity, is somebody hiding behind that tree and whispering their own fallible thoughts into the air so that it will be mistaken for part of the natural process that you were engaging in. And that's not okay. It's automatically unethical.
And it's very interesting. Like, I had this reflection when I was in grad school. I was trying to talk to one of my friends, and there's a lot of things that are weird about being an academic and a scholar, and I do love it because it's something I kind of fantasized about when I was a kid, right? Scholars and a musician. And I realized one of the things I never could have anticipated was so many people are in a professional situation where literally their job is to be subordinate. Even when they're more experienced than their advisor, or they know more than their supervisor, or their supervisor's wrong, right? Mm-hmm. And one of the best things about being a scientist was I would explain to people, no. It's my job to tell my boss when he's wrong. And it's his job to not take it personally, because we're going to let the data settle this. And there were times when, like, I went back and forth with Rich throughout grad school where I'd be like, no, Rich, he'd be like, no, Jay, I've done 3 or 4 of these experiments, and this is the way the analysis goes. We're using ANOVA. And I was like, yeah, okay, but this is my dissertation. I've looked into it, and you don't use it here, and here's why. And we had back and forth. Some of those battles I won. Some of those battles I was like, how does he know more about my dissertation research than I do? I don't know, but I'm just going to go back home. Yeah, you win some, you lose some. But it's literally like, it was never personally. It was just literally like, one of us is right and we disagree and we're trying to get it right. And ultimately, I'm either going to share the data, why I think, you need to look at this thing differently, or he's going to be like, you need to read this or read that, or I'm going to say, you know what I'm saying? And that's going to settle it. It has nothing to do with, well, I have a higher position than you do, or I have more experience, or you're being insubordinate if you don't do it my way. Like, no, literally, that's like one luxury, right? I was realizing, wow, what a luxury. I do not have to kiss my boss's ass. If I literally think my boss is wrong, and now if it's on some social shit, you know, you're supposed to sign this thing for the program, come to this class, and you didn't do it, you know, there's obviously things you have to, you know, take responsibility for that you can be wrong or insubordinate on, right? But when it comes to the actual substance of your work, right, that doesn't factor into it, you know?
Right.
If you're on top of your shit, your boss ain't with it, clue his ass in, right? And he's supposed to get it. And if he don't, too bad. Like, I'm going to, right? Because if the dean come to me, I'm going to just be like, yeah, I tried to tell him, right? And I'm going to, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's literally not going to be no consequences or nothing. It's just going to be like, he going to take that L. And I've seen this even happen in grad school, right? Where a faculty member gets into it with their grad student and people get involved because they get the committee involved or something like that. And they take the grad student side and literally nothing happens. It's just, yeah, he's kind of a jerk like that, right? Like, it just is what it is. But most people don't have that luxury. Like, if your boss doesn't agree with you and not in a good mood, you might just get fired. You could be totally right, and he could just fire you because you spoke up or something like that. I'm like, yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. And it's, yeah, I like
But it'll happen in a church, but they don't call it being fired. They call it being excommunicated or disassociated or shunned or
reassigned and all this shit, yeah.
Reproved or just reassigned.
Let's make up the Christianese for it, yeah.
Yeah,
that's perfect.
That's a problem. And it's interesting because Christine Hayes gave a lecture about this in front of a group full of Jews, and it's on YouTube. We'll cover that one of these days. And basically she explained that the dynamic between the Hebrews, biblical Hebrews, and Yahweh, once Yahweh became a thing, because it wasn't always a thing.
Right.
Their dynamic was every once in a while, the high priests would approach the altar and explain to God the ways that his people were growing and changing, so that God would adjust his rules and expectations and attitudes and everything else to meet the changing needs of the people. This allowed the people to continually grow and mature, right? Because they weren't stuck with one particular narrative of God that says basically, don't outgrow this parameter, don't do it, because when I say a thing, it's permanent, right? That idea wasn't a thing until Christianity. Christianity rewrote the book on this very fundamental concept, and no longer was it the place of man to approach God to say, we're growing as a people, we need you to keep up, right? And no longer, because now that's considered unhumble and completely out of place and blasphemous and sacrilege and unhumble and like not the way that it works, because God is unchanging in all ways and you have to change for God, he doesn't change for you, and all this other stuff. These ideas that Christianity brought forth about God were for multiple reasons. One is because Christianity has a more selfish implication for spirituality. When you have people standing on the pedestal and they want you to know what God wants, they're honoring their own will, whether they want to admit it or not, or whether they want to admit it to themselves or not, right? It's less about the collective benefit of a larger people and more about how they feel and how they want to make that be the way everybody else thinks too. It's a form of control. And the Hebrews had a wider lens than that. And so they're like, you know what, let's encourage, instead of having a box, and Christianity has this box, you can grow lots. In fact, they encourage growth, but within the limits of the narrative, with the parameter, right? This is exactly how God thinks. This is exactly how God has always thought, and it's your job to conform to these parameters, right? The Hebrews weren't like that at all. Their belief structure was constantly adapting and growing and allowing them an opportunity to redefine the box every year. It gets a little bit bigger, right? And you can grow a little bit more. The box gets bigger. People are starting to outgrow it. You don't prune the parts of the vine that have outgrown the box. You make the box bigger to accommodate the growth. Very different than the way Christians approach spirituality and God. And so it's a different kind of conversation to be had with Christians, because it has made the fundamentalists very rigid in their thinking. It has made them unchanging. It has made them resistant to growth because they feel like it would be wrong to do so. And so, yeah, they're all about growth, but within the parameters that they're allowed. And that makes it hard to have a conversation with them outside that box, because they're like, no. Here's the parameter. You've gone past it, you worldly bastard. Like, okay, like, what are you going to do with that? So, and so what they've done, this is a big part of the reason there's so many sects and denominations of Christianity and so many fringe ones, because they all believe you need to, you know, or most of them believe you need to worship within the box, but they don't like that box, right? And so they do want to grow beyond the limits of that box, but they're not allowed to. So what they do is they find a different box that accommodates that growth. They don't expand the box. They convince themselves that box was always the wrong box. Now they're going to go find the right one.
You mean like, so you go to you find a new church rather than realizing the religion isn't true.
Right.
Yeah, always finding a new church. Yeah, I totally get that. Yep. I think a lot of Christians can identify that. They may not identify that to us, but they know what's up. Yeah.
Right. But they so they know they're doing it, but they have religious narrative explanations for it, right? So there was always the true box. They were just mistaken about the last one. In fact, the last 10 that they were sure was the right one.
So, for instance, my mom was dissatisfied with her church, you know, COVID, Trump, all this type of shit, right? So she had been disappointed by Trump, you know, because she realized, oh, they're conservative. Okay, then COVID hits, all of this. Now, I think she realizes, oh, that's because, you know, I live in this Midwestern, all white, you know, upper middle class type of scenario, to where that's what you're surrounded with. So I think part of the rationalization there, to your point, is wrong neighborhood, rather than a true introspection about Christianity.
Yeah. All right. Answers in Atheism has a question for you.
Oh yeah, Mike, hop in here. Did we figure out the Sal problem?
We did. If you want the short version, he's the load his mom should have swallowed.
Seriously. I have some questions though, if Mike wants to come on and chat about the Sal and Cindi thing. You know, briefly, in case Mike, I don't think Mike was here before. I think he had something to do earlier today. My thoughts on the Sal and Cindi thing is, I think Sal is using Cindi, but disappointed by her lack of sophistication. I guess I heard Cindy's been reciprocating now some frustration with Sal. So I would be very interested to kind of see where all of this goes. But yeah, I don't know. It's really weird. Rebecca's kind of a game changer. How long do you think she's going to be away? Because I was going to say, I don't think, you know, there is anything, because I think most of these apologists, they're in so deep, they're just going to be out here perpetually. Like a lot of them will, you know, they'll be out here until they can't be. But I don't know. She makes you think every once in a while you can scare one off.
Yeah. We're not really doing StreamYard right now, as far as I know, Mike. We're just doing Gather.
Yeah, we're just doing Gather. The link is clicked, and the link is, what's that word? Pinned in the description. Yeah. Pinned in the chat, and it's in the description.
So Peter's been having a really active conversation in chat.
I wanted to touch on something Peter said, James, because I wanted to touch on it earlier, and then Peter actually said it almost on cue.
Okay.
We talked about moving towards a more liberal Christianity, and I think you get there, you get to a Christian spiritualism where, you know, God is sort of, his ways are beyond ours, so you get to mysticism and woo-woo. But here's the problem. Christians want to have their cake and eat it too, because they want to say We can never know the ways of God. He's beyond us, blah, 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 blah. But I precisely know the ways of God because they're in my book. That's all I want to. So that's my serve. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you on that one. That's a great serve. So, I don't know. I don't have a whole lot of opinion about Sal and Cindi. I really don't. But as far as
what Peter's saying, yeah.
As far as what Peter's saying, I mean, I get it, right? Like, I don't know what his journey has been, and I don't want Peter to feel like he has to try to account for his journey to us. But if he wants to share it, like, I'm listening, and I'll do my best to understand that. Here's the thing, like, if somebody wants to feel inspired by stories about Jesus, like, more power to them, whatever. There are some things that the character Jesus said that are pretty unfortunate, but there are some pretty great things the character has said as well. It's interesting because, like, one of the best known stories about what Jesus said in Bibles is where he intervened on behalf of a woman that was about to get stoned for being sexually promiscuous. And he's like, you know, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. And the thing is that one thing Bible scholars know is that Jesus didn't say that. That was later added by a scribe, like long later, centuries later. And it's not the only thing that's been added to those stories.
Right.
So it's just like a potluck. And every few years, sometimes centuries later, people would add stuff to it, take stuff from it, whatever. So if we're being inspired by what that character has said, we're being inspired what fallible humans wrote for the character, right? It's not like the actual person with superpowers.
And then I don't know why people think that they knew. Like, I mean, at some point they all rely on some sort of divine inspiration, and I just don't buy it.
Oh, how to gather. So you just click on the link, and then you sign in. You just create an avatar, whatever, give it a name. It's just a browser thing, so you don't have to install any software or anything, Mike.
Yeah, it's pretty much like StreamYard, but you got to make a little avatar first.
Yeah, and then once you get in, let us know, and then we'll tell you where to click.
But it's easy if you're on your laptop.
Yeah. Melody Joy, it is great to see you in here today. Think about you every day, hon.
Meantime, these fools need to be eaten. Go ahead.
So, Peter says people have horribly misused scripture for all kinds of worldly reasons. So, worldly reasons. I mean, misused scripture. Like, what does not misusing scripture look like, honestly? And how do you know? No two people have ever read the same book. Jehovah's Witnesses aren't intentionally getting it wrong. Mormons aren't intentionally getting it wrong, right? It's just when you create this platform where anybody that stands on it is allowed to speak for the creator of the universe, you get all kinds of problems automatically because all kinds of people are going to have different intuitions about what God thinks and what God wants. Even if they're all reading the same book, they're going to get different impressions about what it means. And they're going to have confidence, and they're going to have charisma, some of them, and they're going to turn around and tell everybody what God has declared and what he really meant, right? So, you know, this whole thing of misusing scripture for worldly reasons, I'm like, people are just people. There's no Christians and worldly people. That's one thing you got to unlearn right now. There's no such thing as two groups where there's Christians and then worldly people. There's just people. That is it. And so human psychology works the way that it works. Sociology works the way that it works. The brain's little quirks and gimmicks for when it tries to read a thing and understand the thing is just a fallible, subjective process, right? There is no agenda to hate God or disown God or like misrepresent God or misunderstand God or misappropriate God. None of that for most people. Now, there's predators, sure, but most of the people that are reading these the same books you're reading and with the same mentality that you're reading it with, get something different from it because they've had different life experiences that shaped their psychology in such a way where they get a different intuition about what God wants, right? Because it's an expression of their own psychology. There's no nefarious intent for most people, right? Again, the Mormons aren't trying to get it wrong, for example, right? And so this idea that Christians put forth that there's going to be this judgment day and everybody that's not in an approved relationship with God is going to have to go either be violently destroyed or sent to a hell or whatever your denomination says, it's nonsense. Because we're talking about billions of people that have the wrong version of Christianity and billions more that have the wrong version of theism that's not even like, it's not even under the Christian brand. And then billions more that are even further removed from it than that. They're all going to go to hell. Why? Or they're all going to get violently destroyed and thrown away like trash forever. Why? Because they did their best to understand their journey. They did their best to understand the life that they're in. Right? And they came up with a different answer that your religion doesn't like. And so you convince yourself that God doesn't like it. And because you have to justify the idea of a God killing these people for simply not figuring out the lucky answer, you convince yourselves that the real reason people aren't in the true version of the true religion is because secretly they hate God and just want to be sinners and all this ridiculous rhetorical nonsense that psychology says surely it doesn't stand up. Sociology also says doesn't stand up. Neurophysiology says doesn't stand up. It's not the way the brain works. It's not the way people work. So your religion has obligated you to a narrative that disconnects you from the reality of other people's lived existence, right? So you have to demonize them with phrases like worldly people and accuse them of nefarious intent with misusing scripture, which isn't what's happening at all for most of those people at all. And this is the thing. Like, no matter how aggressively hostile some atheist skeptics can be about religion or theism or Christianity or whatever, I have yet to encounter an atheist who's as brutally judgmental against Christians as other Christians. Because if an atheist disagrees with you, they'll just let you know you're sitting on some bullshit. If an atheist disagrees with you, they'll just let you know, man, it'd be great if you got caught up. Right? Catch up to us or be left behind. Right. But if a Christian disagrees with another Christian, well, they're convinced you don't even deserve to exist. You deserve a violent end if it were to come today, right? And maybe we can talk about whether or not you should be tortured forever, right? Atheists cannot even compete with that level of hate that Christians have for each other. They can't even compete, nor do they want to. And it's like, this is what your religion has done to you. I didn't do it to you. Religion did this to you. Separated yourself from the rest of humanity with a bullshit narrative that is harsh and unfair and scientifically illiterate. History did not unfold the way Bibles say they unfolded. Even cosmology, geology, none of it unfolded the way Bibles say it did. Right? We know for a fact the sun existed before the earth, not 3 days later, right? We know for a fact that the sun existed before vegetation on this earth, not the next day, right? We know for a fact the universe is billions of years old. And so every time science reveals that the Bible got something else wrong, Christians divide over whether or not they're going to either reinterpret the texts to allow for the new scientific revelation, or if they're going to deny the science and push crazy conspiracy theories about it, right?
Right.
And so Catholics will accept, oh, yes, you did, Peter. You said worldly. Yes, you did. And you weren't talking about canines. You weren't talking about worldly canines or worldly felines or worldly zebras. Come on now, you said worldly. I didn't imagine that. Don't make me scroll up. Don't make me do that.
Also, it's such a part of the mentality. It wouldn't matter. Because this is the apologetics move. Well, I didn't say that today specifically right now.
No, he did though. Like 2 minutes ago he said it.
Oh.
Anybody can scroll up and see it. Worldly reasons, right, exactly. Worldly. A class of people. Not just a class of reasons. Don't play word games with me. Worldly reasons. If there's no worldly people, then worldly reasons makes no sense as an expression.
Right.
You're talking about people who reason as worldly people. Right? Because if there's no worldly people, then there's no worldly reasoning happening.
Yep. Yep.
It's like, I don't get it. Like, you heard me talk at length about countless subjects. You know that my mastery of the English language is sufficiently matured that you've got 0.00 chance of getting away with that kind of a stunt. And yet you try to pull it anyways? Why?
I don't get it. I don't know. That's what I'm telling you, man. It's like this faith thing makes people weird.
Yes, Peter, sometimes Christians can emulate the people that you think are the world. And Bibles use it. You don't sit here and act like, oh, well, you'd never stoop so low as to refer to people as a class of others with a phrase like worldly, when Bibles do it and Christianity does it all the damn time. You don't get to distance yourself from the very thing you're trying to identify with and justify. Not on my watch.
I'm a Christian. I'm just not here to represent Christianity. It's just, yeah,
Right.
It's weird. It's weird.
It's dishonest.
Absolutely.
I mean, I can get trying to pull that stunt with somebody who like has a hard time putting together a sentence, right?
Right.
Like, I get that. Like, if I'm not in the room, especially, yeah, you get a good chance of pulling that over on somebody. But clearly not me. Clearly not. There's no such thing as worldly reasons, Peter. No such things. It's not a thing. There is no the world. There is no worldly people. There's no worldly reasons. There's just humans. That is all. So in the meantime, I don't care who's impressed with some Jesus. It doesn't bother me at all. There's things that the character says that are problematic. We've talked about that on Mythvision before. We've had guests come on here on Mythvision specifically to talk about all the things that the Jesus character says which are unethical and unreasonable, right? And highly problematic and even grossly immoral, right? The things that Christians don't like to talk about. But you're free to cherry pick. I do it all the time. I am not going to tell a Christian they can't cherry pick when that's all I do throughout life. I just cherry pick. If there's something the Buddhists say that I find useful and valuable and inspiring, hell yeah, I'm keeping that shit. If one of my friends shares a meme that I never thought of before but wish I had, hell yeah, stealing it too, right? The next day if they post something really stupid, I'm just going to ignore it. Same thing with Bibles. Whatever's crap, I just leave it there. Whatever's good, I keep, right? Yep, make a copy of that, make a copy of that.
Right.
Absolutely. So, yeah, I'm not going to give any Christian a hard time for being a gaslighter. Or, excuse me, for being a cherry picker. For the gaslighting thing, I will. The gaslighting thing, I will, but not for being a cherry picker.
But what do you do with that? Because a lot of them don't even know they're gaslighting, right? Well, I don't know, right? Because it's a different thing. Maybe they'd be aware of it. They'd certainly be aware of it if you did it, but it fits again into their narcissistic playbook that they somehow don't know they're using.
Right, Cameron. As far as I know, we're just waiting for Mike to log in to. Oh, there's no stream link. Oh, he's in. He's in.
Oh, he somewhere? Is. Yeah, he is. All right, hang on a sec. Yeah, he's over here. Hey, Mike. Oh shit. Hey, Mike, you got to come over into the carpeted area with us. There you go. Hello? Hey, Mike.
Hello.
Hey, Mike, come over to this carpet with us.
I don't know where the... Okay, can you hear?
Follow me.
What is a carpet?
Where James and Dave are.
Okay, I see
the
James
table.
and I see Captain Death.
Yeah, you got to go over there to hear them.
I'm over there.
You got to move your avatar over to the seating area where they are. It's like a breakout room. I don't know, he can't move? He says he's right on top of us. He's not. Well, tell him to refresh his browser. Tell him to refresh it or something. Yeah, I don't know. Mike was in here. He said he was on top of us, but it showed him it just showed him in a different part of the map.
Well, it shows him there now with you, right?
No. Do you see him here now?
Yeah.
Oh, I see him. Looks like he just left for me. All right, let me see. I'll refresh. Hang on, I'll be right back. There he's back. Now it shows him back. But it shows him in the other area. Hey, Mike, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, you got to move your avatar. Can you move your avatar with the arrow keys?
Okay, can you hear me?
I can, but you're not going to be able to hear James and Dave until we move over closer to them.
Okay, I can't see that. Everybody's on top of everybody else, and I can't see where I am.
Follow
and
me.
Every time I move my cursor, it'll move once or twice, and then it beeps. So I see you. Okay, I see you.
Just follow me.
Okay. Follow you. Okay. Following you.
All right, now you got to step onto the purple area.
Yeah, okay, it's not moving.
All right, you got to go on the purple. Yeah.
Oh, no. What the fuck?
There you go. Now you can hear us.
Yay.
All right.
Okay. Wow. Like there's names covering all the graphics, so I can't really tell where I'm stepping. And then it was every time I would move a couple of steps, it would start beeping, and I'd have to click on the carpet again to get it to stop beeping. So I have no idea what's going on. That's one of the reasons why I haven't really tried to use this. Anyway, but I'm in?
Yeah.
You're in. We hear you.
Yep, you just got to go over. They're like breakout rooms in a Zoom, so you got to go over to where everybody's.
Okay, what are the rooms?
Private rooms.
Like the squares, like the decorative squares.
Yeah, but the problem is, how do you get rid of all these names? Like there's Captain Death Dave and, Speed of Sound and Most High Apostle, and they're covering the graphics, so I can't really see underneath it. So.
Maybe your font's really big. Mine's not. It just shows us little words above the...
Yeah, there's a setting in audio video settings under...
Yeah.
Under appearance. It says name label size.
Yeah, I'll try to change it next time.
Yeah.
Anyway, so what's up, guys? So
yeah, good. So we were trying to people were wondering about the origins of your feud with Sal.
Okay. Now, that's kind of murky to me. For like a year, we were like buddy, and I was teaching him carbon chemistry, and then we had some pretty heavy online disagreements that were very friendly. Like I kicked his ass on fitness, I kicked his ass on mice and rat transposons, I kicked his ass on a number of other things. Well, then he started going off about this amino acid racemization, where they can date things by how racemized the amino acids are, right? And he did a spreadsheet, and it was a stupid spreadsheet. And I looked at what he was doing, and I thought, no, he can't be doing something that stupid. So I kept asking him to send me the spreadsheet, and then he got pissed off at me in email And then a little while later, he blocked me on email, and then he said, I'm not talking to your trash anymore. And now, in that period, I had Amy Newman on, and Amy Newman said something about Satan. So Cell started saying that we had given ourselves to Satan. And of course, we're fucking atheists. How can we give ourselves to, right? We don't believe in Satan. And that fit in there. And then he got more and more hostile. And then he blocked me on his chat because I kept asking him for that spreadsheet. Then he blocked me on comments. Then he blocked everybody that was on my channel, including Scott and David and everyone. And so I really don't know what went wrong in Cell's brain that caused this feud. And then he just got meaner and meaner and meaner. And I don't know. You got me. Christian went crazy. What? So that's kind of the time. And this happened, I think, in January of 2020. And it happened right after he started slamming his books. Sure. Because and I didn't say nice things about him. I mean, I would frequently say I kick Cell's ass on fitness, and I kicked his ass. And he made a comment one time that, he said he kicked my ass. I think that butthurt him. I think his ass actually hurts from me saying that.
Right.
So anyway, so then it just got worse and worse, and I haven't been able to get the motherfucker to talk to me, and I'm just like, what? Anyway, so that's kind of the saga, and it's very confusing, and he demonizes me way beyond, what is my nature. I mean, you guys know me. I'm not like a hardcore Christian hating atheist. I mean, I'm an anti-theist, but that's a sort of a philosophical thing. I don't know. What do you think? Does that make sense to you?
I mean, yeah. I mean, Sal I think he's just petty and kind of ridiculous. So, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, I don't think it takes much. I mean, he thinks I think he's a joke, right? But he doesn't like me, and he thinks there's some he's got some legitimate role in all of this history or something like that, and he's.
Well, he wants to be a Nobel laureate level player in the creationist field, right? And so he wants a lot of respect. And he learns a little bit about, molecular biology.
Right.
And then he comes up with these horrible, horrible arguments. And I'm one person that goes out and I will read 50 papers and I will learn that field and I will kick his ass just up and down YouTube. And I don't think he likes that. He doesn't like somebody that's going to dedicate themselves enough to actually dig under his argument and turn it into show it for the garbage that it is. So I think he's a coward when it comes to me. And that's why he built up this big, evil, satanic answers in atheism is evil sort of bullshit. And because it's more convenient for him not to deal with people like me who are willing to take the time to take him on. Right?
Absolutely.
Because that interferes with his narrative and his rhetoric. So he's a little weenie coward who wants to be a big man with the women, with the Christian women, and it's not working for him, and it hasn't been working for 20 years on the internet. He's been getting his ass handed to him by biologists everywhere.
Right.
And, that's why he came over from the forums, and he came onto YouTube, and he put on this new face, this I'm a nice guy, Sal Cordova face, right?
Yeah, I heard he was kind of a hard ass before, and then, he's got some people genuinely... buying into the idea that he is, a new, reformed, better Sal. Right. Yeah, I'm like...
I think I probably know more about him than he does. I've listened to content, and every now and then he would leak these conversations he had with John Sanford, the guy that invented the gene gun, and the guy that came up with genetic entropy. And John Sanford told him that basically you have to control the debate. You have to control the definitions of evolution and fitness. You can't live with what the scientists tell you it is. You have to create your own definition.
Right.
And that's how you win the rhetorical argument. So this is all sort of a big fucking game that they're playing.
Absolutely.
And it's dangerous. They are dangerous people. John Sanford is a dangerous person. James Tour is a dangerous person. You know, they're putting out this garbage into our fucking culture, and people are buying into it. So anyway, there's that. And you guys were talking about Christian spirituality.
Yeah. Where are you at with that?
Well, I said the other day, I was talking to Dr. Chris Thompson yesterday, and I said that, okay, if a Christian says, oh, God is like this huge thing, and I don't understand God's mind and God's plan, and, you know, he's an unknown to me, right?
Right.
The more unknown God is to you, the more like strict naturalism God is to you. And you can believe that the God was so fucking brilliant that he slammed down the Big Bang and fine-tuned the physical constants in such a way that all of this was created naturally, right?
Right.
So when you do that, and every time somebody asks you, did Jesus exist? You say, I don't want to think about that. I just have faith. Now, faith is something that we all have, whether you guys believe it or not. It's how our brain works. It's called intuition. Basically, when you walk across the floor, you can't plan every step. You have to rely on your body and the universe, and you have to rely on your intuition in order to figure a lot of things out.
Sure.
If something comes flying across the room, you rely on your intuition to duck. You don't sit there and do calculus problems, right?
Right.
You don't sit there and rationalize. You just duck automatically. And I call that faith. And that connects to what I call atheist spirituality. So if a Christian wants to be that way and they don't want to argue about anything, they don't want to claim miracles, they don't want to make any claims at all, then I'm okay with that Christian, because they have true faith. They have faith that will basically help them live a good life. They're not going to be judging people based on what they believe. They're not going to be preaching dogma. They're not going to try to jam Jesus down your throat. They're just going to have faith. So does that match up with the guy that you guys were just talking about?
Who, Sal?
No, you were talking about like some Peter or something in chat.
Oh, no. Peter, I think, is like a Catholic.
Oh, okay. Peter W.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's always on our thing. But anyway, you know, I don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater.
Oh, I do. The baby's not real.
Well, that baby isn't, but there's another baby, Jay, that is real. And that baby is the fact that we are biological organisms connected and living in the universe. And most of what we do is based on like squirrel kind of, you know, low mammal level biology.
Right.
And we have this rational brain, but you can't always just rely on that. You have to live your life in the world. And that's the part of faith that we don't want to throw out, basically, and consider ourselves, oh, we're just going to reason our way to everything. No, you can't do that.
I'm not that type of person. I'm just going to leave the gaps alone, though. I'm going to be like, up until I don't know. Up until I just got to go with my gut. Up until my feelings, right? I'm fine with all that.
I'm talking about your gut.
Yeah. I realize that. I've even used to talk about that. Like, science isn't the only way of knowing, right? And we've always needed these others.
Well, yeah. But we can take science. I'm also a scientist. I like scientism. I believe that we can use science to analyze everything about a human brain. Okay, if we had a supercomputer and we had a couple hundred years and a few $100 trillion, we could understand everything we need to know about that gut. So I think we could apply science and understand ourselves by learning neuroscience and all of that. So I wouldn't say that science is not the only way to know, because with science, you know, if we got enough time, we could detail everything. But we don't, you know, in principle, we don't. So scientism doesn't work in principle, but it works metaphysically or philosophically. We could, because all there is the natural universe, and it is accessible to us. Right. And our brains are things in that universe, and we can study the hell out of them. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm at. But,
yeah, I think I'm with you on that. James, what are you thinking on this stuff? It's an interesting conversation because we don't get James on science much. Is James still here? Did we already lose him?
Wait a minute. Yeah, no, he's there somewhere. He's here somewhere.
All right. Also, did Dave join us? Can Dave hear us?
Yeah, Dave's here. Well, he's
yeah, I don't hear
somewhere.
James and Dave for some reason. But all right, that's okay.
Yeah.
So what do you think about Sal and Cindi? Because I got the impression, I said earlier, that I think Sal's like using her, but he's disappointed by her lack of sophistication. You've seen more of those two than I have, I'm sure. So
no, I got a different impression of that. Cindi basically, she doesn't know a lot about.
I'm here, guys. I was just having a little something to eat.
No worries.
Yeah, but I'm here.
All right, go ahead.
Okay,
Mike.
But Sal kind of has a thing for Christian women, and he's trying to mentor her, and he's trying to groom her and get her to be something that he has in mind. And she, just like Rebecca, is kind of at the point where she's saying, "No, I don't want to do that. I want to do what I want to do. Right? I'm my own person." And I think there's a little bit of friction involved there, and I detected it in that last conversation we went over, where she said, "This isn't really helping me. Basically, quit picking on the way I argued with Aaron Ra. Let's get on with something else." Right?
That's where I first saw this, because I felt like he was basically, he seemed happy to have the sympathy that she, elicited from Aaron Ra and even their opponents and the atheists in the audience, right? I think he seemed to really like that. But then he seemed to want to tear her apart on the way she argued. And the fact that, this thing has happened recently just suggests he's still doing that. This is weeks ago, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, so just a couple days ago.
Yeah, I mean, right. So what I originally saw was weeks ago, because what I originally saw was like the day or so after the thing, right? It was sort of his first, I'm going to review what I did. And he starts throwing Cindi under the bus to explain why they look like dog shit. Now, to me, Cindy's in a very precarious position because she does elicit the sympathy from, the sort of, rabid Hovind hate that's out here.
Right.
But she's dumb as rocks to me, and being a victim of Hovind isn't going to change the fact that you're putting yourself out there on the internet spreading some nonsense.
Right. Yeah, and she's getting her science from Sal. During that debate, she read Sal's argument. He basically gave her the script for everything that she said up to a certain point. And then he wanted to fine-tune her and get her even closer to Sal's script. And she and that's kind of where they're at now, and it's kind of weird. Like when she did that debate, I was listening to her give her opening, and I thought, this is Sal's opening. Why is Cindi giving it? Why isn't she giving her own? And it's because they did back channeling and they put it together, and he told her what to say. But then she went off script, and he had a problem with that. And he sat there the same way he did. Like, we had this Taylor on. She's supposedly getting her master's in biology.
Is that what I thought she was a PhD student, but Taylor, she's a master's student at UCLA or something, right?
Yeah, maybe she has her master's and she's kind of trying to get into it.
Yeah, I thought she was a PhD student, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but she is like a box of fucking rocks. I mean, yeah. And so I had her on my channel, and then all of a sudden, Sal, who hates me, never admits to watching me. All of a sudden, Sal pops up in my background, and so I put him in the stream. And he just sat there just glaring, and he said, "I'm only here to protect Taylor."
And like, what? It's like there he is, late nighting for women again, right? I mean, he's done that with every woman that he's come into contact with.
Absolutely.
He's like, he's got to defend them against and now he's defending Cindi against the evil, satanic Arn Ra. And he's trying to put Arn, he's just trying to put as much mud on Arn as he can. Did you see that Arn was on my stream the other day? About 4 days ago?
No.
Yeah,
I did.
Yeah.
Mike knows I'm always there.
That's fantastic.
Yeah,
I need to try to reach out to him because, we've been in proximity of each other a couple times, but never done anything. And that's congratulations. I mean, that's great. I'm a huge fan, so that would have been big for me.
I can email him and set something up if you want.
Oh yeah, I'd love to chat with them. Yeah, I think we could. I think we're both trying to push the evolution education stuff, and you're in the same camp, obviously. So, and anyway. and Sal just is a. I think he's more useful as an example, and I think unfortunately that gives him our attention and feeds into the narrative that he's legitimate. But you can't. You gotta punch on. You gotta have some creationist punching bag to make our points, right? And I even use it. I even tell my students, a big part of the reason I show this stuff to my students is it's like, I want you to see that this is not a historic argument or historic debate, that there are people still arguing these things, that there are these Kent Hovens and Sal Cordovas and Otangelos of the world that are really out there, and it helps them see, like, this is still something to be reckoned with in the modern world, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very, very current, and I was talking to Chris Thompson yesterday, and one of the things we talked about is if the Republicans were to get control of the Senate and the House and the presidency, we would start to see this shit in our schools. And we will see this stuff in our schools if we don't stop it, if we don't nip it. This is a contemporary thing. This whole misinformation about the pandemic and all the crap that they come up with, it is all woven together. And they are coming for us, and they're coming for our kids and our educational system.
That's where Arn Ra got his start, was getting involved with the school boards that were trying to get that science books. Yep. He's been a hero in that for a long time.
Yeah,
but I still say Behemoth is a hippo and not an elephant. Sorry, Arn.
Still my hero.
I'm with you guys on all of this, and
we're talking about the larger war, the war that Rebecca said isn't happening, but clearly is.
Oh, right. It definitely is.
Clearly is.
And matter of fact, I think we need to be more strategic, and I'm sure I have a role to play in this, getting our sort of scientific game more strategically aligned, sort of knowing who's who, like, because I know we have other scientific content creators and educators. I'm not always sure of what their specialties are, where they're at, what they're doing, and the other side knows how to fluff each other up and support each other strategically.
If you want a crossover, Dr. Joel's a Christian.
Yeah.
What's the deal there? Is he like an evolution? Is he pro-evolution Christian?
He's some kind of biologist or whatever I'm not sure of his field. Sure. But he's also he's a Christian too.
He's a professor. He teaches at the university, and he apparently he believes in the whole thing. All the way back. So he's got to be like a older what do they call it? Theistic evolutionist.
Theistic evolutionist. Yeah, that's how I was.
Like that,
somebody who basically believes, like I said, that the Big Bang set everything in motion, and if you want to believe in God, well then God did it at the Big Bang, and it's perfectly compatible with all of science and naturalism. So
sure, and it's unfalsifiable.
He doesn't butt up against any science. He's he just he may align it with the faith or whatever, but he doesn't. He's all pro science.
I can't get him to respond to me because I've been trying to get him on my channel.
And I'm not sure. Cell has basically shoveled mud on me with a lot of people, and now I'm trying to get Cindi linked.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And absolutely.
It just
Mike and I are demons going way back, because Rebecca tried to convert us in her private group thing with that conversion video. Then I think she was really crestfallen over that, because she didn't convert any of us.
Those videos. She tried this. She was she really that naive? You guys think? Like, because I don't know. Because I think that was the stick, right?
I think she genuinely wants to convert people. I think she's what I would call Jesus-y.
Okay.
And I give her credit, because she made her video where she was in support of the gay community, and she took a lot of flack for it.
Okay.
And she doesn't promote the hellfire and everything. She
doesn't believe in hell.
She's an annihilationist. Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
Just poof, you're gone. You don't go to heaven.
Right.
And so she read that out of the Bible. So I always have this hope that maybe, if she would just realize, that, people like Sal and everything is just pseudoscience for the grift,
Right.
And one positive thing you can say about Rebecca is she preaches Christianity, but she lives the program. Mm-hmm. She isn't one of these people that's going to go and call you a Satanist or try to muddy your reputation. She really is a wonderful person at her core. So.
Usually.
Yeah, but I just think if she's that, then the problem is then she's totally guilty of what James is saying, which is she's the really nice Christian that approaches the kid in the park, and you feel safe with her around your kid, but ultimately she's sending them to get the candy from the weirdos in the van, right?
Yeah, and that's a problem. But I'm not saying that undermines her genuineness. Yeah, it just says, but that's the problem I got with all the moderates. They don't control where you go with their moderate Jesus.
Right. It's ultimately that stupid book that's the problem. But they can't ever deny the things that are in that book. They signed up for it. They have to own it. So,
yeah.
And that's the problem I have, is that most of them really don't, because if they really believed that they'd communicate with us with a different urgency. I wouldn't let you talk about anything else if I really believed you were an atheist and I believed the things in the Bible were true and you needed Jesus' salvation.
Well, in with emails and stuff like that, she does sound like a lot of my other old dear friends that are just like, I'm just, praying you'll find Jesus. You know what I mean? And
she has been supportive.
It's kind of a step in the right direction. You know what I mean? I trying to give benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean? My new video I'm working on is optimism. You know what I mean? So I'm always hopeful. Even some of the hardcore creationists, that they'll just, oh, wait a minute.
Right?
They'll just turn the right page in a book and go, oh, I've been wrong.
Some do.
Well,
they do. They do. Yes.
The crazy thing is that if they were to actually read what's in the Bible, they would understand that their problem is their egos. Their egos are what's causing them to take this creationist stance. And that is the last vestige, basically, that they have standing between them and what they would call true faith. And it's kind of ironic. But the fact that they've got this one, like, they're trying to topple all of science, and basically it's like, oh, we're right and everybody else is wrong. So it's this kind of othering and this tribalism, but it's based on their own ego. Even though, like, people like Rebecca, it's more of a community ego than like with Cell, where it's his actual fucking narcissistic ego. But that is that's what's keeping them from basically listening to what other people say, right? They can't listen to it because they have to be right, and it's very important for them to be right because they think
Jesus is going to bless them because they were persecuted by the masses, and that is their fucking problem. So one way that they could actually get rid of creationism is to become better Christians, which is ironic, right? Mm-hmm. But I think that's true.
Well, and like you said, they've lost a lot of their power as far as with modern medicine and mental health care and all the things that they all used to attribute to demons, and the only way to fix them was with some kind of a magical prayer or ointments or whatever. So now the only alternative is just, well, we just have to attack the science, attack the historians, and just say they're wrong. You're just wrong. No matter what you say, you're wrong.
Oh, anyway, guys, I've got a bunch of stuff to do. It's Thanksgiving week. James, I reached out to you on email, but you didn't respond.
Oh, sorry. I will do that.
Yeah, I just finished up my work, so I'm good to go. I'll probably stay live for a little bit longer. I'm getting ready to order some groceries myself. Thanks so much, Mike, for coming through, and
There's a reason why this world's going to hell.
We should chat more often, man.
I know I've been not paying as much attention to you as I need to.
No, it's all right. Same here. We're both busy, so it's not personal, man. It's all good. It's all good. I'm a huge fan, and I'm sure we'll chat soon. Good to see you, man. And we'll be having Friendsgiving, and there'll be a different link, but it'll work the same way. So I'd love to see you if you're bored on Thanksgiving. Feel free to come through.
Okay, I'm invited to my neighbors for dinner. I offered to play their racist uncle, but then after that, I'm free. So.
Yeah. Well, you're in our Discord, right? So I'll probably drop the link in Discord. We'll be live at some point, but I'll have to make sure you get the link because we'll be kind of in there around the clock, even when we're not live.
I'll try hard to join.
So let me make sure. I'll make sure I get you the link.
You have a good holiday there, Mike.
Have a great holiday, Mike. Exactly.
Just leave the room?
Yeah, you can just leave the room or close the tab or whatever. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, see you later. But yeah, what do you guys got planned for the upcoming holiday, I guess?
My son will come over. My other son still lives here, and we're going to have, the usual type food and watch some football.
Yeah, I'm planning to watch football too. I'm actually looking forward to that aspect of it because
there's some other little. I think her brother's having something, and her dad and stepmom might be having some, but she was talking about those are just going to be like drive-bys, and then the main event will be come back home, and then my son's going to come over and stuff. So.
Yeah,
because they like my cooking.
Right. So they like, look, we're gonna go pay our respects, do what's polite, and then we're gonna come here and throw down.
Well, and a lot of the things, like I say, my mom's gone. My wife just lost her mom. You know what I mean? So there's not those many. Sadly, if you want to look, how you want to say it or whatever, it's just there's not as many trips at the holidays anymore because they're gone. So it's more about turn the page and you hang out with the kids and the grandkids time. I don't have any grandkids, but.
And this is, I think, a good topic maybe for us to think about as we close the stream for today. Like, what do you do? Because a lot of us are struggling where in some of our relationships, we're struggling to be more known, say, as we are, whether that's we're liberal, we're atheists, whatever it is our family doesn't get about us that we would like to change. How do we balance that with, for some of those relationships, those days are getting shorter, right? The number of days we have with them are getting shorter. So we don't know, which relationships are worth pulling that trigger and which ones kind of aren't. I know you don't have a magic answer, but how do you guys think about that type of thing?
Well,
with terms of
I had
time?
I had a few words with my dad, and we didn't speak again until I found out he had passed away. So,
wow.
I would always tell people, you know, it's better just to say a few words and then bite your tongue, and because you know, I wish I could have had a few more words with my dad, straighten things out and whatnot. You know, so you know, yeah, when they're gone, they're gone. I mean, you can't talk to them then. You know, so.
So you feel like maybe it went too far for them in that first interaction, and then, you know, it was difficult from there on out.
My dad was having issues, right?
Sure.
And he basically dropped a note that said, "I'm moving away and I'm not coming back. Here's a check. Buy my grand something nice." So I sent it back to him and I told him to stick it. And that was the last thing I ever said to him.
Yeah, I feel you on that. That's tough.
Because I mean, we had built a relationship again after we you know, had issues when I was a younger man. I was cocky and, you know, got lippy with my dad, so we weren't real close. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But when I got older, you know, and my parents got divorced, but they were still good, friendly and everything after they got divorced. So, you know, it wasn't anything like that. And, you know, my dad was a good guy most of the time, you know, he loved doing the family things and loved going to the fair and buying everybody, you know, all the junk food and playing the games and all that. And, you know, he would have loved seeing my boys play football and watch my nieces do the cheerleading and the volleyball and all that stuff, you know. And
right.
It just really irritated me that he chose that just because he was having an attitude, he was just going to bail on all that. So.
Yeah. And something I've learned over the years is somebody mentioned that somehow in our positions, we're always taking on more. We're always being like, you know, you're strong enough, you can handle it, almost for the both of us. But we don't have to take responsibility for both sides of these situations, right?
But as far as religious topically, you know, topics of conversation or with family interactions and everything, I never really had the issues, so I can't really speak to it. My parents took us to Sunday school, but my mom also bought me science books, you know. My grandparents would, you know, come over, we'd go to church on Christmas Eve or something. My other grandma, she was a Catholic, but, you know, she didn't really go to church that often or anything. You know, it was, you know, that kind of thing, you know what I mean?
Yes.
So I didn't really have to deal with it. And when I went to church, it was a United Methodist church and it was progressive. So it was always, you know, loving, everybody's welcome. You know, I never experienced any of the, you know, the bad side, you know, the dark side or whatever you want to call it, you know?
Yeah, I didn't really either. For me, more the dark side was more realizing that it's out there and, you know, sort of the issues with the epistemology, so to speak, right? But it wasn't like...
It wasn't until I got older.
My life were terrible people.
It wasn't until I got older with you know, especially with the AIDS crisis and then, you know, religious people just bad-mouthing, you know, and everything. And it's like, hey, you know, it's a disease, you know what I mean?
Right.
You know, and then... Then my nemesis showed up. There was a local Christian channel, and it would pull up these old Ken Ham things, and I'm like, who the heck is this guy? And it's like, and he's talking about, oh yeah, Noah's Ark is real and everything, and I'm like, what?
Yeah.
And then I watched him, you know, grow and grow, and now Dan Phelps just had posted that they just bought another building. And it's like, oh no, they're going to use it for like an education place, as they would call it. And it's like, oh no.
More indoctrination, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah.
Indoctrination nation.
And that was another one that I just didn't think people took that stuff that literally. You know what I mean? I thought they took those stories, you know, more metaphorically. And, you know, maybe I was a little naive because of my upbringing, but, you know, I don't think my mother or even my grandparents thought that Noah's Ark was real. You know what I mean?
Right. Absolutely.
So, you know, it was more, you know, you need a place to be married and buried in, so you need to belong to a church. And when we were little, Grandma would say, don't you cuss, a lightning bolt will come down, you know, stuff like that.
Yes.
And that was about it. You know, I was lucky. I always tell people I was lucky, even though in Ohio, it's very Bible Belt up here. Toledo kind of seems to be a little liberal holdout here, and I guess I just got lucky that I'm surrounded by, even though there's literally I can see a church out my window. It's just, you know, it's not so much in your face, like more like when you would go down south or something like that.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know, like I keep thinking that maybe Noah's Ark is real. I need Peter to tell me. Like, let me know, Peter, in the comments if you're still here. Let me know if Noah's Ark is real or not, man.
Hey, if you want to see the real Noah's Ark, you look up Irving Finkel. He actually built one, and it's an amazing thing to watch. Check it out.
Does it float?
Oh yeah, they floated it.
Wow. Wow.
It was they had to make it a little smaller because they couldn't get the size of timbers they wanted, and they had to use a lesser grade pitch because was it Iraq or Iran or something has the best pitch, but because of you know, all the laws and what do you call it, embargoes and everything, they couldn't get the good pitch, so it was a little leaky.
Well, to be fair,
they actually built it, and they floated it and everything. There's a Irving Finkel. He's from the British Natural History Museum.
Oh, okay.
He does a lot of cool stuff. If he reads cuneiform, I mean, he's the man. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, but they built the round type ark that would have actually been the type boats that they used at the time. Mm-hmm. And yep, they put it on the water and everything.
Wow.
That is definitely impressive.
It's worth a watch.
Yeah, there you go.
It is.
So, yeah, what else you guys got? Because I'm gonna wrap up soon. I actually need to, you know, it's Thanksgiving week. I need to order some groceries. I got to get up early and teach tomorrow. So, I'm gonna kind of call it soon. But I always like to let my guests wax about anything else that's on their mind. I'm not in a rush, so.
So why did that guy build that ark? It wasn't to prove that it could float, right?
He actually, because of what he does with the ancient studies and whatever his expertise is and everything, that he tries to tell the real story of the ark, and that the mountains are not in Turkey, they're in Greece or something like that, and that's where the original story came from. And at that time, if this guy had actually put some animals on a boat, this is the type of thing they would have made, because they made the round type boats. And you can still see them. It might be like Iraq or places like that where the fishermen still use those round boats.
Right.
It's basically like, you know, a glorified barrel or whatever you want to call it. And they're just standing in it. And they fish right out of it. And that was like the type boat that was in that type of the world was round.
Mm-hmm.
So they just made a bigger round boat.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually put some animals in it. And like I say, it wasn't to scale from the story. And again, you know, he's reading stuff like cuneiform, you know, directions and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And so because the timbers couldn't actually be made. You know, they ran it. Jay would appreciate it. They ran all the computer stuff on it and everything, and they said it's a myth. It won't work. But if we make it this big, then we can make the timbers for it. So he made it as big as the computer guys said that you could actually make it without it going into mythology or just defying the physics of what the wood could do and everything.
Right. And then it worked.
So yeah, so that's the size they built it to, was the max they could go with the timber.
Well, that's awesome. I wonder if they gave him the bad news that pitch hadn't been invented yet in that part of the world, and there's no way he could have had any further vote.
I just remember the story that they couldn't get the good pitch because of the, government issues and everything. So,
well, I mean, he should have made it without it, just like Noah.
Yeah, if you just punch up Irving Finkel builds an ark or something like that, it'll come right up.
Awesome.
And he also does ones on old ghost stories. That one's pretty cool too, where people used to have visits from the dead regularly, and it wasn't abnormal for people to talk about, oh yeah, Uncle Bob stopped by to say hi for breakfast, but they never meant it that they actually left the grave.
Right, they just meant like a spirit visit.
Yeah, like it was kind of a normal thing, and whether it really occurred or not, people didn't
care. Yeah.
Yeah, it was just like part of normal conversation, you know. So if you like ghost story type things, yeah, he's got a video on that, and he's got one on cuneiform, and yeah, he's a very smart guy in what he does.
Awesome. But check chat real quick and see if Peter ever let me know if the ark was real or not, and Peter must have left. Now I'm never going to find out if it was real or not. Man, that's going to bother me. I may need to see a therapist.
Well, I got my script about ready for my new video, and I got some background video that's free to use as long as you put the link in, you know.
Right.
So I'm gonna try and fancy up my next video a little bit. I'm trying to progress each step. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't want to hire like a pro or anything like that. You know what I mean? I want to slowly learn it myself and do everything myself. You know.
Mm-hmm.
And even if it isn't all fantastic and everything and stuff, I did it myself. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, I can appreciate that.
But I practiced and practiced and practiced. I think I got it all tweaked out. I got it timed out about 7 minutes. So
nice.
My eyes are tired, and James knows I've been doing this for 2 days. So,
and
but yeah, and Brett gave me a hand, and I appreciated his help and everything. And so yeah, hopefully I'll have that together, and next day or so, hopefully I'll have my next video out.
Well, yeah, we'll be looking forward to that. Dave, go ahead and drop a link in the chat. James, what do you got coming up?
I just want to say first that I feel bad that I didn't even notice. I mean, Mike's gone now, but I did not notice his email. I don't check my email usually, so I didn't even notice that he sent me an email. And I didn't have a chance to finish going over the stuff that Dave sent me either. I worked most of the day, and then now I'm just tired. But as far as like the rest of the evening, I don't know. Honestly, I'm probably going to take meds and go to bed soon. I haven't been sleeping well at all the last few days, and it's really starting to add up for me. It's making it hard to concentrate and get work done. Stuff took me way longer today than it should have. So I don't know. Like, I'm trying to start a new hustle. I'm trying to get into the world of narrating books because it's apparently there's a niche there, and I think I'd be good at it. So that's what I'm trying to work on right now, as far as career goes. But
yeah, me too.
Yeah,
I think you'd be good at it.
So maybe I should read like the next chapter of the Tower of Babel book.
Yeah.
Is that available? Like, can I get a PDF like for cheap or
no?
How much is that book going to cost me?
40 or something like that. There's actually, you can get it like from one of those overstock ones or whatever. But yeah, it's mostly only sold on Amazon.
Well, if I'm paying $40 for a book that I'm only going to read once, it better like be signed by the author.
I could get it signed by the author. It's a really good book, and apparently the hardcover is cheaper than the paperback. So I would go with the hardcovers, only $5 to $30. Yeah.
Ask him how much he charged me for the hard.
There's actually a bunch of used ones, which I better find because I bet you they're just students who, got rid of it or whatever.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, always check the used section if it's
there's plenty of very affordable used ones actually. Yeah, lots of them. Yeah. But all right, gang, I'm gonna call the stream so I can order some groceries, and I need to go early tonight too. So
you have a good night.
Yeah. All right, gang, we'll be in Gather if you want to find us. I don't know. What is it? Tuesday? Yeah. So I don't know. I guess we'll just watch TV and relax and hang out, play some games. But yeah, come to the compound. That's where I'll be. I need to call my mom and get a recipe for Thanksgiving, and I'm going to order some groceries. So appreciate everybody. In the name of Darwin, the Dawkins, the Christopher Hitchens. Science bless you all. Poof.
Why she wanna leave me alone? Saying all I do is wrong. No rights when they been left turns. Playing that she gotta let it burn. Saying that the hell's not a home. Sunshine cause you heard it all before. Sometimes she don't wanna be alone. Most times she don't want me gone. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win. Now I'm got it, you ain't answer my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too boss. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. In the game throwing laws like Paul. Young legend Miss John like Wall. And I wish you never met like Carl. Dick game lay it down like law. Made plans but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call. It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl.
We smoking that side. I'm trying to get high. She said that she not ready for lust. I waste my time. I got demons in my mind that I can't hide. I did all my exes wrong. They wish I died. Damn, I tried. They won't believe me when I say this. Oh my God. What a blessing. Hello, Phoenix. That's my twin. I told these hoes they won't get my heart again. Not again. Cause they were missing when I needed just a friend.
They were missing, yeah, they always missing. They don't want no smoke, they hit the blunt and started tripping. My daughter about to be 5, I ain't got no time to be bitching. I'm still reminiscing, we ain't had no food in the kitchen. I gotta go and stack. I'm waiting, know I'm heading, but I'm going up. I hit the side, now your sack feel like I'm throwing up. And I just took another perk, cause one wasn't enough. Yeah. It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy.